Well, good morning and welcome back for day two of the exciting Certified Master Chef's exam brought to you by ACF, American Culinary Federation, and AMCO, the American Master Chef's Order, and presented live from Schoolcraft College in Livonia, and Greater Livonia, Michigan, I should say. And welcome back. Just to do a real quick recap, yesterday it was the first day. It was an exciting day. It was to do a recap on what they had to perform yesterday was the plant-based cuisine, where they had to take and create basically a full vegan menu. And if you were part of yesterday, you saw the excitement that was in there. And I'm happy to announce we have 3 successful candidates moving on. So, plus the fact we had 2 assessment candidates yesterday, Chef Holtgrave and also Chef Wook Kang. Chef Hargrave presented as well in that category, and we'll bring up to date more about the assessment as we go along. These are the chefs that are preparing themselves for the next time we have the CMC test. Again, Wook Kang and Chef Hargrave were both there yesterday. Each one worked on plant-based, one worked on the basket item. So we'll see the review of the basket item with Chef Wook Kang later today, and then the Chef Holtgrave, I should say, I'm sorry, is going to be presenting a classical presentation for assessment. But to let you know, it was an absolutely fun day to watch this yesterday, and the outcome, again, when you get to that point where it's successful, the smiles and the relief actually starts to happen. That's the first of 5 of the components that the CMC chefs are required to pass in order to become a CMC. And today we're going to be fulfilling the second phase, which is Garde Manger. Now, in recapping Garde Manger, we talked a little bit about, there we go, the plant-based, that was plant-based cookery from yesterday to let you know what that was. But today we're going to be showcasing the Garde Manger if we can, and that will bring up that little chart in a few seconds. But Garde Manger cold food, okay, and Garde Manger cold food. Okay, yeah, Garde Manger, obviously it's cold food, and we're asking them to try and produce a whole menu for today. And shortly we'll be showing those menus, and so you can see what the final process they're going to be making to meet that obligation and that requirement for cold food. But again, we're really excited in the fact that it's moving forward very, very well. And what we're hearing back from a lot of the judges is because these 3 candidates have actually gone through the assessment process for the last year to 2 years. Actually, almost 18 months to 2 years is what the actual amount of time they've spent towards getting ready for this. And it's really paid off. And that's what some of the comments that we've been hearing. And as you know, yesterday we had a wonderful interview with Chef Ford on the assessment program. And to learn more about it, recap it on YouTube, because you will learn a tremendous amount. So don't hesitate to make sure you go through that and recap, because it's valuable. It's a very, very valuable tool to get yourself ready if your thoughts are to move forward to the certification of a master chef. And as you see now, we'll break away, and let me reintroduce our chefs. They're moving in now. They are all moving in at the same time. They have from 7 o'clock this morning until 7 o'clock tonight okay, and then we'd like to see, let's bring them all up. Here we got Chef Louise Young, we have Chef Anthony Jung, and we have Chef Gio Linez. And all of them, again, as I said, were successful from yesterday's endeavors with the plant-based cuisine, and now moving into showcase their understanding of how they're going to present the Garde Manger today. Absolutely wonderful. Now, as I said before, they are now in the process of moving forward there, and I should say that, you know, they will have 12 hours with 1 break. And the other unique thing about that, what they're going to do today is when they get going is at their break, they left, going back to yesterday, they had 2 hours yesterday at the tail end of plant-based cooking to set themselves up for today. And again, they're given that opportunity to showcase how they're going to use time management. So if you're given 2 hours, 12 hours today, and then they get 2 hours to present their food tomorrow. So when they do that tomorrow, they will. What am I? I'm sorry. Here we go. They're in. Okay. When they go through today and then to tomorrow, they have. Oh, where I was going to say is I'm sorry. At the mid break today, they had the same commis from last night. Now tomorrow, they'll have the same apprentice commis till noon today. Then they're going to switch to a new commis. Again, this is where they're going to have to learn how to recommunicate or get set up with another assistant going through the finish line of their Garde. Okay, now we can see what they're moving in. In that 2 hours yesterday, it was pretty interesting to watch what they felt was important to accomplish in those 2 hours. And what became a common denominator was the fact that they were able to, well, they all considered their butchering was one of the primary things. They received the fluke, they received the pork butt, they also have a beef tongue, and they will also, again, just to recap their Garde mise en place menu for tomorrow. Pork shoulder, fluke, beef tongue, also a chicken, because they have to introduce a galantine, a pâté en croûte, a whole muscle presentation, which may contain 20% force meat by weight, but utilizing that same muscle, they have to produce 3 salads, and each have a main item or salad items with a farinaceous, greens, and vegetable. And one contains a mousse. And then also they have to take and make 12 pieces of canapes, of 2 different kinds of canapes. And they also have to make sure they incorporate pâte à choux as a vessel for one of those, and one of them has to be in a mousse form as well. So again, the constructs of this particular test can be arduous, but time management is where it's going to really begin to pay off. And that communication with their commis as well are also very, very important factors. And as I said before, in the 2 hours yesterday, that's where it really starts to get the ball rolling. Now, most of them took the time to make sure they fabricated all their pork, their fish, their chicken, and it appears to be that they're mostly going to go with some type of a chicken galantine, because they broke it down completely, processed the meat, pounded it down, and then actually had one person actually make a mousseline yesterday. Now, we don't know if it was a seafood or a chicken one right now, but hopefully once we receive their menus, now that's the one thing too. They were given this basket that I just announced to you, along with the meat items or the protein items on there. They were given sheep casings. Now, just out of the blue, sheep casings. You have to use not all of, but a portion of everything that's on the basket in your menu presentation. So that's the unique things. They have apples, golden beets, oranges, carrots, dried cherries, kale, white beans, northern white beans, parsnips, rutabaga, sunchokes, sweet onions, and Swiss chard. Now, again, along with that, remember, that's not all they have. They have a common pantry back there as well. Now, the other thing too is if they look at the menu, and they have to make a galantine, and if you looked at just the pork shoulder, the fluke, and the beef tongue, along with the other things that you have to produce, where else would you look to possibly create some items that you could utilize, but from the main pantry items, which we haven't listed yet, but in there was some fish items like mussels, and also some whole chickens as well. And so I'm sure they all saw the chickens there, and as we started smiling a little bit yesterday, thinking, okay, there's the smart thing to do. Let's go to take a whole chicken and then we can process that and make that into a galantine. So it was, again, time management, also thinking this process through. What's going to help these candidates today to be successful is the fact that how they use their time and be able to get that timetable put into play so that tomorrow, when they're producing or just plating, everything's completely finished and ready to go. So we'll give them a moment to walk through to see how they're doing their setups in the kitchen. And also throughout today, just to let you know, keep you apprised of some of the updates of what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be doing an interview this morning, and hopefully you're going to be around for this. We have a chef, Rene Marquis, president of the American Culinary Federation, will be in at 9 o'clock to do a quick have a quick conversation with us. Subject matter will be about certification and how important that is. So hopefully you'll be around for that. And to let you know, too, that we'll have Chef Holtgrave will be at 7:30 starting his classical for assessment. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll be seeing Chef Kang's plate from his basket yesterday in assessment. So those will be two things we'll be looking forward to seeing how they finish up and starting. And then later, we'll also be having an interview with Chef Mark Mancuso, who is the lead judge for Garde Manger. Now, the lead judges are the ones that are responsible for putting the menu items together, the basket, I should say the baskets together, and also conduct the conversations with each of the judges on what they're looking for, what they're expecting, and therefore he will have some great insight, hopefully, to give us where he feels that they should be going or could be going. So we'll look forward to that interview at 11. And then we'll have some fun after that with a great interview with Chef Chris Misiak at 3 o'clock. For those who are not familiar with Chef Chris Misiak, he is an instructor here at Schoolcraft College, but he is also the one responsible for procuring all of the foods that they're using throughout this entire week. So that'll be something exciting to hear about what goes on behind the scenes at Schoolcraft College to get ready for a CMC test. Now, as I said before, you'll see as they get started and as the activity motion starts to get a little more hectic, or I shouldn't say hectic, but a little more flurried, is that the communication now that they have with their commis will become critical because their thinking should become thinking of one. What does the chef want, when, how, and get that delivery process in that same manner they're hoping that they're thinking. So watch. This is where you want to watch the commis. If the chef is moving, the commis should be moving. Nobody should ever be standing still. And as I'm sure you're aware that obviously they're working with ice and they are trying to keep it maintained because they're working with so much raw protein throughout the course of the day until it's cooked. They have to maintain the proper temperatures and control those temperatures throughout the day. The judging on this becomes very critical in the kitchen throughout the day. Oh, it's like I said, it's almost as equal to the tasting of it because you have to make sure it is totally controlled. And just to recap a few things that we talked about yesterday as we're going through for if you're just starting out with us today, is that each of these candidates, will be working in the same kitchen throughout the week, so that whatever products that they're working with and all their tools and their equipment and so forth does not have to be moved on a daily basis to a new section or new kitchen. We're trying to create an environment that's going to be helpful and conducive, obviously, towards their success. So why create a hindrance of movement when it's not necessary? So keeping that in mind, some of those things that were talked about yesterday, I'll try and recap today so that for the first time listeners, which we really appreciate, and thank you. And also, too, this sponsorship that we have been supported by from, and you'll be seeing many of their logos being propped up and so forth. But like Foley Foods was very instrumental in supporting us with some of the donations of the seafood for today that they use, and so forth. And then we also have Colorado Lamb, who has supported us with the lamb legs, and which has been unbelievable. The quality of the products that we've been supported with has been absolutely phenomenal. Maple Leaf Duck Farms, they were wonderful in their support as well, and so forth. So we had today Colorado Lamb, Maple Leaf Farms, and Foley Fish from out east. So we thank you and we appreciate your support and continued support. And I'm sure these candidates will appreciate it too, because they know that you are helping them. Thank you. So without that further ado, just keep an eye on what's going on in the kitchen for now, see how they're doing, getting caught up. And yes, and actually, just so you'll know, throughout the course of the day, I may be getting some live questions because we do have a live audience in front of me. So I will stop and answer questions directly to the interested candidates that are out here. So please bear with me on if we have a little pause so I can understand the questions. I'll reiterate it so that I can give you the question and the answer at the same time. Oh, very interesting question. Uh, how being in the kitchen, the same kitchen every day, how does that create a comfort level for the candidate? Well, uh, stating the fact that when you leave the kitchen, however you leave it, that's exactly what you're going to find the next day. So when you're leaving, you're anticipating what your moves are going to be first thing when you walk in. So you want things placed where they're going to be when you can first start out. Quick access to those things. Also, mise en place. You'll have that readied in the refrigeration down below in a sequence where you're going to start out with this first, that first, that first. It doesn't have to be moved from here at the end of the night before and then re-moved into. So it gives them quicker access, and you become a little more expedient in your processing throughout the day. But great question. Thank you very much. Well, and also we have up here Chef Josh Meeker. Hello, Chef. Good morning. How are you today? Good, thank you. Uh, and how's everything moving back there? Chef Josh Meeker was on with us. Please. There we go. All right. And Chef Josh Meeker, again, was on with us yesterday. Has been one of those one of our former students here at Schoolcraft College, and is now the chef at Gabriel Group.
At Gabriel Group, yep.
And has volunteered his time for the last three of these? No.
However many we've had, 6.
Yes, I know. Well, you've been here, and we appreciate that. So, how are you? How are you seeing this from the previous ones that you've been to, as far as what you see, organization of it, the processing, and so forth?
I think it's the changes that AMCO has done to make this uh, more exposure to it. The assessment program, I think, is a great uh, added bonus to being able to be a part of what's going on here, seeing what these chefs go through, all the training, all the, you're forever the student, right? So from the beginning of when I've seen it since we've been hosting it here at Schoolcraft until now, it's a very well-oiled machine at this point, right?
Wow.
Um, the just the whole process and the candidates that I've seen come through here and the level of you know uh, cookery that these guys are doing is just it's unbelievable. But it's each time I see it, I see how it gets more attainable for
And you're you're
more
you're
people.
you're equating that to the fact that now the assessment has helped produce a stronger candidate
Yes.
for the CMC.
Yes.
So okay, thank you. That's important too,
Yeah.
because the devotion to the time that like that everybody has put into both capturing both entities of the CMC, and delivering that towards what is more accessible and understood by today's chef, because Escoffier put it very perfectly in his book back in 1903 that time will change, so will food. We have to learn to change with it, basically. And
Absolutely.
this, going back there, wise man said that. And now we're seeing that, and your response has been, as you stated, very positive to
Yeah,
that
they seem
process.
very well prepared. Not like the ones before were not prepared. I just think they have a better understanding of what the process is, what how these exams go, and the competencies that are being sought after. And I think they're just it's a great program to really make this a very attainable certification. If you really put in the work that's involved and the dedication to it, I think it's very attainable.
And I'll go back to an earlier question about the fact that why we allow them to stay seated in one particular, or they're allowed to stay in one particular area, or their one kitchen all the way through the process.
Yep.
Whereas if they're in their work environment on a daily basis, they wouldn't be switching kitchens. They would be saying the same thing. So we create that same comfort level,
Yep.
so to speak. And that was a great question. It seems like a small thing, but it's not small. It's huge. So that we want to maintain that, and that's how they're going to be working on their daily basis. So we want to see what they're doing from a truly what they do every day, and bring it to hit to see what they're doing every day here.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you, Chef. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right.
I
So
love it. It's great. I love being a part of this, and you know, it's fun to watch and see how these chefs just grow from day to day. They get stronger as they cook. It seems like they get more comfortable. They're just it's just a steady progression. It's awesome to see.
great. Well, thank you so much, and thanks for stopping in. I appreciate
Yeah, no
this.
problem.
You can stop in anytime. Now, I'm live. I'm always here.
I'll
Chef
make sure I
Josh
do that.
Meeker, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, do you have a question here? Oh, well, hold on. We got an audience
No,
question
we have a
here.
question.
Great question. May I reiterate that, or is there more to your question? Okay. I'll reiterate the question. Thank you very much for that, because there was a comment from yesterday when we were talking about the quality of food that's being procured to be brought into Schoolcraft. And Chef Chris will be touching more on that a little bit later, because he's going to be, going through that whole process. But Chef Meeker and I were talking about this yesterday, and he brought up a very good point. And I'll reiterate the fact, I'll let you go back to that, and the fact that even though when Foley Fish sends out to fit. There's boats go out to fish. They're not out for just one day. They're out for 2 to 3 days, and in that, how do we denote which fish we want? And so, do you want to carry it from there, Chef?
Yeah, I mean, if they're out for 2 or 3 days, obviously the first fish that are caught, maybe day one, by the time that boat comes in on day two or day three, those fish have already been in there for, 24 hours. So if you get those last ones that are caught, they may have just caught them a few hours ago, and plus if you have, the amount of fish that are in there, obviously if they're getting stacked upon each other, there could be some bruising or some things like that that could happen, which is, anytime you have lots of quantity of proteins fish, whether it may be, you're going to have, sometimes you're going to get a piece that's going to have a little bit of damage to it, if you will. But me being a longtime fisherman my entire life, you catching it fresh from the water and then serving there's no difference. I mean, you can't change
You
the
can't
fact
beat
that
that
the
quality.
freshness
Yeah.
of that quality, right? So being that last caught, that's as fresh as you can get, right?
And those are the ones that Chef Chris is going to request to get. Oh, I think to reiterate the question, how important is that to the chef? I think these chefs and any chef at this level should be able to discern the difference even by looking at it. Because they are, as they elevate themselves up to get ready for this test, they should be elevating their understanding of the variable qualities of foods that come into their kitchen. So, and your great questions, because now they're going to be able to walk in here and go, oh yeah, that's a beautiful fresh caught fish, just by looking at it, and or, oh, that's a well aged lamb rack, or that's a well aged leg of lamb. Now I could tell, and we talked about the importance of that. So getting those qualities, but it's not just getting the quality; it's the having the chef understand and know that that's the quality as well, and they should be getting themselves into that arena of understanding those levels of quality. Well, the good.
I think it really depends on the type of fish.
Well, the question is, where is the fish coming from? And they're not all caught in the same waters. So obviously shrimp is caught from different parts of the country. Also, Cox is one of our sponsors. That's down south. They're catching fresh shrimp down south into the bay there of. Uh, I just got it blank. Uh,
Down south?
Down south, yeah.
Yes.
I'll just leave it until I
Well,
get
the southern shrimp, yes.
so. Well, I think that's a great question. When's a good time to get whitefish and perch? I'd love to answer that in full length if we were using whitefish and perch, but we're not right now. Perch you can get all year long. Ice fishing for perch is absolutely phenomenal. Late fall, great fishing up on Port Huron whitefish, unbelievable. Freshest quality you can get late fall. But again, we'll talk about the products we're going to be using here, so we keep that in reference. And Chef, I'm going to let you go because I'm going to be tying up some things coming up here, and I know
Well, thanks
you
for
have
having
to
me.
get back. Thank you,
I
Chef.
do.
Okay, and thanks again, Chef Josh Meeker. We're in the kitchen. Oh, hold on one sec. Can I take? I'm going to need to take a quick break.
Just keep, yeah, you don't have to say anything. You can just, I'm not on you, so yeah, you just don't even have to say anything.
Okay. Okay, again, and also as I mentioned before, we have a couple of assessment candidates that are out there getting ready to come in. Next will be Chef Holtgrave, who will be presenting a classical menu today. And we'll be talking a little bit more about classicals, and it very interesting subject matter. As a matter of fact, we have Chef Olivier Andrini, who is the lead judge for classical. He'll be coming in to talk to us on Monday. And then tomorrow, as we said, we have world cuisine starting up after they finish presenting. So you can see how this flow is starting to work throughout the day, the week. Start out with plant-based, give them 2 hours to go into garde, full garde, finish the next day, present, go right into world cuisine. Then go from world cuisine, you're going right into classical. Then from there, you go right into your basket. So there's that constant flow all the way through. So you're kind of, yeah, there's not much time to not much wiggle room. So you're just kind of continuously moving all the way through this whole process. This is the new style of testing, and quite frankly, it's more aligned with what's actually going on with a chef who's working in the industry today. So at this point, I think we're just about ready to see Chef Holtgrave go in. And Chef Holtgrave is at the Old Warsaw Country Club in St. Louis, and he's going to be doing his classical menu. And again, big shout out to my friends down in St. Louis, Chef Kevin, Chef Paul, Chef Aiden, and also, let's see, Chef Bernstein, was from St. Louis, is now up here in Michigan at the Oakland Hills Country Club. There is our friend. There he is, Chef Holtgrave. And I want a little quick shout out to Chef Bernstein. Last night, Oakland Hills Country Club hosted our CMC judging crew for a little dinner last night. And those who are familiar from around Michigan, but may not be familiar if you're outside, is this beautiful old country club from the early 1900s, 4 years ago, burnt down. And they rebuilt it completely, and it's taken 4 years to replicate it back to its almost original state. They are about to reopen, and as a practice run, they invited the complete judging crew, CMC judging crew, out for a dinner last night. Chef Brian Bernstein is the executive chef there, and also with the general manager, Chef Mark Ray, did an absolutely fabulous dinner last night for us, and we want to thank them publicly. And also, I got to tell you, they did an absolutely stunning job of remodeling that. It's not quite open yet, so they were using us as guinea pigs to practice with, but we were proud guinea pigs to do that. So thank you very much to Oakland Hills for that wonderful dinner last night. Thank you. All right, here we go. As I said, Chef Holtgrave is up there, and we are going to see he's going to have the 4-course menu. He's going to do a savory souffle to start out for his appetizer. Then he's going to go to a consommé with raviolis. Then a dame de saumon au diepoise, the salmon again from the Foley Company. And also another vendor that sponsor, Proper Stock and Sauce Company, who has been gracious to accommodate us with their stocks and their sauce. The stocks primarily only at this juncture. We're using a veal stock and a chicken stock from them. Now, and I'll explain to you why that's important. And in a second, I'll finish the menu here. And then following that, he's going to have épalé de agneau à la boulangère. This is our lamb dish. And then along with that, he's going to prepare some carrots. But as I was going back to the Proper Stock and Sauce Company by Thomas Keller, they produce really high-end quality stocks. And it's just one of those things, if you're going to be processing in your kitchen, it's a lot of times stocks are not things that you can usually do, but we do use them and make them every day. But in this situation, for the assessment candidates and also for our candidates, we're understanding that you're under the gun. If you classically try to pre-produce, and we're going to have this wonderful conversation with Chef Olivier Andrini, who is the lead judge for Classico, about the fact that we're how you really go through the process. Do you really go through that classical process of making a bouillon, and then from there you do a fortified stock, and then they do a clarification, and so you really the time restraints are such that you would never be able to do it. You literally need almost 2.5 days to produce this properly. So what we're doing is we shorten that by saying we need to know you have the fundamental understanding of making a concentrate. And it starts with, if I give you a base stock, can you give me the fortification of it, then the clarification, and then the proper condiments to go with that, or garnishes. So that's why we introduced, and we were graciously thankful for the introduction of the stocks produced or donated by a proper stock and sauce company. Thank you. So now we have, Chef, as I said, Chef Holtgrave is getting set up, and he will have 4 hours to produce this menu and present. Oh, there we go. Now we got some people cooking. I'm going to take a quick break here. Now, here's another thing I'll bring up to you. If you look at each of the stations, and this is for young chefs out there that are looking to continue their successful run in kitchen operations, but like right there, if we go, oh, there we go, right there. Look at the convenience. It's a one-man cooking show, and everything is within arm's reach to get to and maneuver. So those are some valuable pieces of information you should be soaking in and taking in. All the cold sauces, oils, and so forth, and small utensils on his right. Trays can be maneuvered in and out as they're going in for each course. Sauce is being kept warm on the side there, and then as they're cooking, everything's right in front of the chef. He doesn't have to look for anything. This is, again, another valuable tool for you to become more successful as you move forward. Now, as I mentioned before, they went through yesterday for 2 hours coming in. They had their commis with them, and they've had plenty of time to have a conversation. Now, you can see the commis on the background there. He's checking his list and saying, okay, I got to get this, I got to get this, now I'm ready for that, and then what's after I get through with this? Boom, moving forward. Not much conversation is now needed because now they know each one has a timetable and a production list. So the only thing we say, just a confirmation, chef, I did this. Is this exactly how you want it done? That's all you have to say, yes or no. Make it a little bit smaller, make it a little bigger, or the amount might be a little less or a little bit more. So less you break the concentration of the chef by that communication, the more successful the concentration level of the chef will be moving forward. The question is, when will our plating start today? We will not see any plating on any of the Garde Manger at all, but we will see plating from Chef Wu Chang on his basket at, I believe, 10 o'clock this morning. And let's see, yeah, 10 o'clock he starts his plating up, and then we'll see Chef Holtgrave at 1:30 on his classical. So we'll see those two platings today. Now you see, they actually have 6 burners going. That's all they have is the 6 burners. And one of the other rules, and if you see that they have a hot plate up there so they can then move more pots if they want to maintain a heat level onto them. And then as you can see as they move on. Now if they bring in like a sous vide cooker or something, the rules are is very quickly that becomes a cooking surface. So they have to eliminate one of their star burners that they cannot use while they're using a sous vide cooker or one other type of any other cooking element outside of the 6 burners. If they use it, they have to omit one of their burners through the process of, and the time that they're using that piece of equipment. I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back, and I was going to just a real brief conversation with Chef Marquis and was finding out some interesting facts. Uh, we were talking about Michigan, and we have the two top number one chapters as far as the amount of members in Michigan. One was in Grand Rapids, and one is in Detroit, and they're fighting each other to see who's going to be number one or number two. Absolutely fabulous to hear. Also, another thing I thought was kind of interesting too, the amount of hits are rolling in, but the fun fact that I'm going to throw at you is a lot of chefs are out there putting a TV in the kitchen so people can actually watch this whole program live. I I was after, what was the chef's name that was doing this, Chef Spears? Chef Tim Reeker. He sent a photo of how he set a system in his kitchen, so his entire staff could watch this while it was going live. And I hats off to you, and thank you very much for your continued support and the interest that you're showcasing. And hopefully you're seeing the value that we feel you should be able to pick up without too much trouble. So thank you for that. And hey, as an idea, many chefs, come on, bring your staff into this, because staff support is critical for your success in the operation today. And we're going to be touching on that a little bit later today, how much the sous chefs, the line cooks, how much they support the chefs and the people going after certification levels at this level, and how much support they're giving their chefs. So that's a valuable key. And because if you choose to move that direction, look what the learning curve does for all those that are working and following with you. It just exponentially goes up and up and up and up. So we are at coming up to the 8 point, and we will be having Chef Kang shortly going into the kitchen to finish up his menu from yesterday's production of 5 hours, and he'll have 2 hours today to finish and present. Oh, there he is, getting ready to go, anxiously watching too. So Chef Kang out of Chicago at Kendall College, director of the Kendall College program, and watching his work yesterday, I can see another successful run coming up today. And now he's with his apprentice, ready to go. Now you can see they both she has all the paperwork ready to go. Bingo. Hmm. But, and there you go. See, again, this is a flat top that he's not using, but look where he put his speed rack to hold and place a lot of his, and then the little small hooks he put up. Again, creating an environment where the least amount of movement he has to make to finish the objective that he's trying to accomplish. And then there's, you can see there's another one on the other side. Again, these are thoughts that I'm introducing to you as potential people out there moving forward to this level of certification in that thinking process. It's not just all cooking. It's a whole different ball game because you have to walk this thing through mentally from point A to point Z. And I think there was a question earlier about that came up that about when do you come into a kitchen to observe before you come in to start taking this test, or even if you're to compete in any shape or form, knowing the kitchen, knowing the layout, so you have that mental acuity to put things where you feel are going to be best suited for you to finish the incomplete without extending more energy than you actually have to. And and I think also too, let's catch up and see where Chef Kang is. I think he just moved in. Obviously, he's going to be finishing up on his 7-course menu that he started yesterday. And there he is, Chef Kang from Kendall College in Chicago. He's obviously doing the Maple Leaf Farms duck terrine. He's doing a chicken consomme. And again, in the assessment category, what they do is they create menus, or they have to formulate their own menus to meet several of the contents that you would normally take in a CMC or Certified Master Chef's exam. We're not going to have them separated completely, but this gives them a broader viewpoint of everything they have to do in the actual exam itself. And so I'll just kind of review his menu real quick. He's doing a duck terrine. Thank you from Maple Leaf Farms.
half the battle is knowledge, half the battle is to see it, to know about it.
Okay, well, giving you an opportunity to catch up with all the live things that are going on in the kitchen. Now I'll catch up with you a little verbally about what's happening and try and pinpoint some exact points of where the chefs are all at. And starting out, oh, we do have, real quick, we have Chef Kang is in there. And as I said before, our assessment candidate who's doing a 7-course final presentation for today. Here we go, Chef King. As I said, he started, and as I mentioned before, Chef King out of Chicago, Illinois, at Kendall College. He's got the 7-course assessment menu, which incorporates many of the components that one would take in the CMC test. And when I read this, you'll begin to understand what that means. Maple Leaf Farm, terrine, duck terrine. Then he's also doing a consomme. Follow that, he's going to be doing a charred green cabbage salad. He's going to also do a bread service, so where he's making a whole wheat sourdough bread, which is typical for CMC candidate on day 5. Poached Arctic char. He's got a La Rosa and spinach salad, and rosemary garlic roasted Colorado lega lamb. Also, he's adding with that a little braised veal shank and a russet potato croquette and rutabaga puree, spaghetti squash, and red wine reduced sauce. And also, too, they have stocks made available by Proper Stock and Sauce Company, and we thank them. Olive oil cake to finish it off with vanilla ice cream, cara orange, and passion fruit coulis. Oh, I love passion fruit. Roasted crushed walnut crumble. So as we're going through, he'll be starting his plate up at 10 o'clock. So he's got an hour and a half, or 2 hours, and so he's been in the kitchen for about half an hour now, so we'll go with that. And then also our other plate up today will be, as I mentioned before, Chef Holtgrave, and he's doing his classical. And where they're at right now with the main chefs, our CMC candidates, I should say, Chef Jung and Chef Lanez and Chef Young, all catching up to where they're at right now, because they're now basically an hour and a half in, so you'll probably see a lot more hurried attitude and hurried movements on their behalf. And again, at 9 o'clock, we'll be doing a wonderful interview with our president of the ACF, Chef Rene Marquis.
So, Chef, I was told, so when you open up and talk to me, I think it mutes your mic so people don't hear us talking. So that's a good thing. Push that button again and tell me what are the interviews you're going to have? So just repeat them again. Let's see if I have it lower third. Is it Walker, his last name? Yeah, we don't have his last name, but that's okay. We're going to name him anyway. So
Right.
yeah, I just heard you say okay, correct. But that's okay. Now I know for sure when you hit that button, no one else can hear you. So we're good to go from now on.
Oh.
I will do that. See who's going to get that job for you.
And there we go. We got Chef Kang getting ready. Now, here he has 2 hours to get ready. Now, he spent 6 hours yesterday to get a 7-course menu ready to go. Now he has 2 hours to present. And if you think about it, it's kind of a formidable process because there is so much that he has to go and has to be taken into consideration. How do I get everything from my 6-hour prep from the day before into a 2-hour window and I can execute that timetable and give them the best quality of product that I have available to me. And it looks like he's spraying down a nice loaf of bread. Look at this and how he's going to create a closed oven process with the 2 pans. Beautiful. Look at that for his bread service. Which is he's doing that whole wheat sourdough bread. Wow. Nice job. And again, 7 courses, getting ready to produce in a 2-hour window. Timing is very critical, very critical. So we'll see how Chef Kang does.
This is nice. So if you want to talk about some chef, just push the button, tell me, and we'll get Sandy on it. Okay?
Okay, now we're watching Chef Jung on his stages of preparation. You know, I think maybe this is a good time if we can have them pull up their menus because we can see what they're actually doing. Okay, there you go. This is going. You're going to be able to see now, based on their basket, which I've given you already. These will be a couple. Some of the menus. There's day one. There's one menu right there.
You want to talk about it?
No. Well, yeah. The problem.
Don't say anything. Yeah. Go ahead. You're not on camera, so you could just turn
Oh.
on and read that.
Okay, so here we have for his hors d'oeuvres. He's going to profiterole stuffed with blue cheese. Now, this is a menu. This isn't particularly his menu, but just so you can see what's coming up. And the three menus will be producing them. Now, based on the basket now, this is what they've come up with. And I'll show you the other two menus as we go through. I do not actually know whose menu this is. Profiterole stuffed with blue cheese mousse, pork and fennel sausage. They're showcasing what how they're using that the
That's John's thing. If you use the sword or if you don't want to. Gotcha.
so again, this is prosciutto wrapped fluke with a lemon mousseline, salad of Brussels sprouts, marinated vinegar, here I can't even speak, Mediterranean vinaigrette, herb, chicken galantine. There you saw some of the prep on all three of them. I think we'll probably see that from all of them today. Lentils, dupai, and cavolo nero salad, roasted carrots, and pork and braised beef tongue pate en croûte. So there you see it. That's going to be the menu that will be finalized tomorrow morning. So if we can switch to, there we go, the second menu. Again, I do not know who's preparing these, but we got a seafood sausage this time, creamed leeks, shaved fennel, Gruyere profiteroles. Those are your two hors d'oeuvres that they have to. One can be warm or cold or both. Then we have the smoked fluke roulade. There you go. So that was obviously being processed yesterday for curing, for smoking. And then we have the shaved Brussels sprouts, pickled turnips, and again, all of the items in the basket have to be used in some portion of their menu. And again, we find now there's a different twist, chicken galantine with the beef tongue. Okay, so you can see how the utilization of products are. And then finally, pate en croûte. Okay, the pork, dried cherries, pistachios, great utilization. And look, here we got a little sherry vinaigrette with roasted cipollini mushrooms, or onions and mushrooms, and roasted garlic and chive emulsion. And then finally, for our last menu from one of our candidates, the herb choux croquelaine, French onion mousse, truffled boudin blanc, brioche mustard chives, pate en croûte, the pork shoulder being used there, pistachios as the garnish and so forth, and Brussels sprout salad, followed by the whole mussel, which is the fluke, and the salad of cavallo nero and fennel, roasted or toasted pecans, and then they're followed by with the terrine of beef tongue and veal terrine. Okay, and a little salads to go with that. So there you have it. There you have some idea of how they've concocted a beautiful menu like these three we just saw from the basket that was introduced to them approximately 24 hours, a little more than 24 hours ago. Like I said, they received the basket, given X amount of time to write their menu. First of all, assess the basket, put it into the proper categories of the proteins and so forth. And again, when they start to write this basket or write the menus for the basket, they're encompassing the thoughts of their general storage, their general stores of foods in the inventory that they have accessible to them, their basket, and they're looking at everything that they have to work with completely. Now, as I mentioned to you yesterday and today, in bringing it forward to today, there was chicken and a couple other items in the pantry that they could pull from, protein items, and one was chicken. And obviously you saw all three of them pull that chicken, utilize it for their galantines. And again, you're given a very limited time to be able to process. So the mental strain is, or not the actual mental strain, but if the acuity, bringing it to a proper fluidity of understanding what they're going to do for the next 24 hours with this product, it's important that they understand how they're going to use it. So normally what they would do is break it down, say, all right, these are generally items I would use for this. These are generally items I would use for this. And they would then go, what they would have, like basically their three main components. And then from there they could say byproducts I could make into my profiteroles, my hors d'oeuvres, and things like that, or into force meats, or into mousselines. And again, taking into consideration your setting up preconditions for any kind of food item that you get. It helps them to then develop those, and then from there they can put in the types of seasonings and elements that they can actually write a full, complete menu for. So it'll make that transition from just the basket to a complete menu in a very short period of time. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break here.
You talking to Marquis, right? Not Walker, just nod your head. Thank you, and I don't have his lower third. That's okay. You'll introduce him.
You got it. Mm-hmm. You know, I just had a question from the audience here, and in preparation for through the process of certification to become a certified master chef, one has to become a certified executive chef first, and that particular certification is broken into two categories. You have a written and a practical, and the question was, which one would you take first? That's a great question, and in less than about 5 minutes. We're going to have Chef Marquis come in, and he is the president of the American Culinary Federation and has been for this past year. And one of our particular topic that we're going to be discussing is certification. So if you hold that question until he comes in, then we can get his response to that. And then you'll get, I think, a much better answer than what I would give you or could give you. So hang tight on that question. Thank you for that, though. I am actually getting messages in live from various different schools now that the schools, culinary schools, are actually showcasing this video, this live streaming to their students while they're in their classrooms. And I think that is a thank you very much for doing it because it's only going to be a wonderful learning tool for any educational format, though even those the ones who are anticipating taking the exam down the road. But also, if you're in education, it's also nice to see that how the fundamental cooking and exactness of that fundamental skills is perceived and seen live right here on at the test itself. So this gives them that image of what it would take to get to this level. And their practices today, the simple knife cuts, may seem difficult at first, but through time and proficiency, they become second nature as they're showcasing here today. Just a quick update too, when we talked previously about how we showcase classical foods into modern conditions today, last night's dinner at Oakland Hills Country Club, Chef Brian Bernstein presented a beef Wellington carved in the dining room. But it was absolutely stunning and perfectly cooked and presented in such a wonderful way that you took a very classic dish promoted from 100 years ago and then reintroduced it into a process in a simple format too, because as they were coming through with the plates, he just sliced it, put it on the plate right in front of the guests, and they saw that presence, and it was absolutely stunning. Another one was a form of a consomme that was absolutely beautiful, but they took it from a regular cup and they used it a rather unusual ornate plate and made a little wider bowl presentation than the norm, and it just gave it, and because of the garnish in there was a beautiful custard and with a filled with foie gras, and then the garnish, and then the beautiful consomme poured over the top and presented. Made it stunning. But these are the examples we're talking about and why the relevancy of classical cooking is still here and usable today. And you're going to see that in more and more as we present that on Monday. Right. Good question. You know, we're noticing that they're using a lot of plastic wrap under the gallon or the meat that they're processing for the galantine. Now, one, you process that on their top of there when they're actually pounding it down, so you get what we refer to as a spread on the protein, the muscle. And what that does is it pushes it out and actually tenderizes it too. But you're going to get a nice even wrap. And by putting the saran wrap underneath, you're now able to pick it from one end to the other and create that more even roll process as you go through. Okay? Thank you very much. And let me take a moment here, and this is a special moment that I've kind of been building you all up for. We have just joining us right now is our certified executive chef, president, president of, flip it. There. Well, anyway, let's get them all in here, Mike, first. There we go. You're not live? Say something.
Say something,
You did. You're live.
but I can't hear it.
You can't hear anything? Uh-oh. We have a problem here. But that, I tell you, well, let's hold off just for a second. You cannot hear me at all?
I don't think you had the echo.
Yeah, let's do this. No? You can hear me now?
No.
No? Can you? Cannot hear me now. You can't hear me at all?
I hear you through the speakers here, but not here.
Oh, well, how about that?
We can do that.
All right, let me ask our tech crew. Can you hear Chef Marquis? We can hear you. We're fine.
Great.
We're good. We're good to go. Let's make sure your mic is nice and tight there so they can hear everything you have to say. All right, let me start that introduction once again. Ladies and gentlemen, and the public audience at large, let me introduce Chef Rene Marquis, our president.
And I said, since I'm not here, take the pulled pork, put it in the steamer. You're not going to burn it. It'll heat. It's still, you're
Well, and this has been an ongoing conversation about classical and how we're bringing that into. And we had a presentation over at the club last night. They made Beef Wellington, brought it out. Okay. Well, thank you. I'm sorry. Just this minor difficulty, a snafu there with our recording system there, but we're back live now. And let me start that introduction again. Chef Renee Marcart. Okay, well, we're going to double check one more thing before we get this thing going. But again, I apparently I'm going to continue to tell you what's going on with what's happening here. As we're introducing our ACF president, Chef Renee Marquis. And I think if I do that more boisterous the next time, I'll blow out the entire system because I am so happy to see him here. We have a lot to cover and a lot of things to talk about. And can't tell you how much I appreciate you taking the time to be here. Chef? What are your thoughts on the test so far?
Well, it's this is a process, and this process is something that has come into reality, and it's amazing to see that the opportunity presents itself the way it does, because we had such a long break and a long separation, if you would, from having the exam and then not having the exam. And for me, it was important to be here in support of the exam to make sure that we continue to build that relationship between the American Culinary Federation and the ACF. A lot of hard work has gone into this process. A lot of communications have gone into this process. And I think that this is an opportunity to get this program accelerated so that more candidates could possibly take the exam, both savory and pastry.
Correct, and thank you for bringing that up. Before I go too far with this, I have to bring this up, and this is on a personal note. Earlier today, you presented me with a pin, and I'm honoring the fact that I'm wearing this pin right now. Each president has the opportunity to put and make a pin, and to get one, I'm like I said, I'm graciously honored to receive this one. Tell us a little bit behind what you have put together here in this pin.
So a lot of thought has gone into this whole process. And it's just a chef toque, and it's stars and stripes for my years of military service.
And we thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And then the campaign model that I ran on was CIGY6. And people said, "What's Siggy 6?" I said, "It's not Siggy 6. It's Chef, I got your 6." And that's...
In other words, Chef, I've got your back.
I've got your back.
Yes.
And having that type of mentality and bringing some military structure to the organization is definitely paying off.
And you ran your campaign on that line, that tagline pretty much, didn't you?
Yeah, I had people wearing T-shirts, and they're out doing hostage videos, and people around the world. I sent them around the world. So we had chefs in other countries, and we had soldiers and sailors, airmen and Marines, and young students that I've mentored, master chefs that have mentored me, and it's just it was great. It was a great campaign, and now the transparency and living that motto, shines through.
And I thank you. The meaning behind this holds dear to me. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. I'll let you know that. This is just the beginning. You're not going anywhere.
Yes, chef.
All right. One, we're using the AMCO, American Master Chef's order, the certification covering up that. Now the integrity of that, and just so people are aware of the difference, we had ACF and we're all one. But obviously you think that what happens here with this, and we're going to talk to you about that, and we'll cover that in a little bit. But Chef, I'm going to throw this back to you real quick. Why is it important for culinarians to become certified?
We could talk about this for days, but
I mean,
before I answer that, I want to just read what was laid down before us. For over 45 years, the ACF has been the premier certifying body for cooks and chefs in America. The ACF certification program offers 13 levels of certifications to make it sure a more valuable candidate for hiring and promotion can also increase their salary. Culinarians can achieve certified based on education experiences, like from the program here. They gain willful experience and completion written and practical exams. So all of our certifications have a written exam and a practical exam, which is important.
Mm-hmm. Because you balance, you capture both sides, the knowledge base and the skill base.
Correct. The skills and the knowledge. And everybody says, well, why do you got so many certifications? And when I was coming through the ranks in the Army, we called it alphabet soup. And they said, well, you got more letters after your name. I was like, that's good. I earned those. But I have a really unique analogy. And when I'm speaking or I'm out promoting the ACF or promoting certification, I use these three analogies. And this is going to leave a mark, so be prepared. My wife, I drive a Kia. My wife drives a Mercedes. I don't allow her to take that Mercedes to Walmart to get it serviced. I make her take it to a Mercedes dealership where the mechanics are certified to do the work on the car.
Point taken.
My wife is also a chef. She's watching now. Hi, Vanessa.
What, may I also? Hi, Vanessa.
Guess so, you just did. I don't let her go get a mammogram from a doctor that doesn't have MD after his name. And I'm surely not going to get my taxes done by someone who is not a CPA. So when I use that analogy for people outside of the culinary world, it kind of puts in perspective the importance of certification. You know, at a hospital, they run around and they say doctor. In the kitchen, they run around and say chef. What's the difference? There is no difference if we're all certified. Now, for the layman and for the people who don't know, are not experienced or knowledge about our certifications, and you see a chef at the Marriott and it says executive chef. Well, everybody's the executive chef. That's the position. But if he's not certified executive chef, there's a whole different parameter of thinking. And you know, when these cruise ships and the industry before COVID required Aramark and Sodexo and Compass Group, they wanted all their chefs to be certified. Well, there was only one reason for that. The reason why certification matters, it's tried, it's tested. You've passed the written exam, you've passed the practical exam. Anybody can say who they are on a piece of paper, but
Right.
until they have that certification experience and pass those tests, then it could be very different results. And even big companies now like Delaware North, they're not looking for your resume. They're looking for you to come in and break down a chicken, peel a cantaloupe, do some julienne vegetables, and make a broth soup with some bones that they presented to you. Simple task. Comey could do that, but that's their way of testing. They're getting who they say they're getting, or who they say they're getting on paper.
On paper, right, right. And that kind of leads into the fact that when an individual who is now coming up the ranks and gets the certification, and employment now will look at this and say, I can recognize the exact qualifications of an individual based on their certifications.
Yes, and being a competitor at heart and having that first on my repertoire, because I came through the ACF ranks and my certifications through competition. For some people, it's all kinds of different kind of chefs. Some are educators, some are restaurateurs, some are competitors. It's hard to find some of all of that. And I think if you look at the certification process, the competition experience, and then coming from an accredited school, whether it's this school or the three-letter school that I graduated from, the Mecca where all these master chefs that are on that poster outside were born,
Yeah.
were incepted.
You can mention their names.
Okay. So, you know, when I was very fortunate when I was at the school to see 17, 18 certified master chefs on campus every day. And then when they had a master chef exam, we'd see 6 to 10 more come in. So I feel very blessed that I had the experience and exposure of some of those mentors, because mentorship matters. I did a post last night from day one of the exam, and the very last thing I said on there is that mentorship matters. Hashtag AMCO, hashtag certification, hashtag ACF. I would not be sitting in this chair today if I didn't have this experience.
And you're right about mentorship, and believe it. And we were having great conversations with a lot of the chefs here in the room earlier, and I was speaking to them because so many of them came to watch their chefs compete, and I said, "What has this meant to you?" And they said, "It has absolutely built a much more cohesive kitchen, because now we're seeing what our chef is going through, and as well trying to support him and setting him up, working with him. We're now transitioning and this coincides with every certification. If the more you work with people that are going towards certification, the faster and quicker you learn and get exposed to, and you're building your own repertoire and your own reputation.
Well, it's an amazing point you just said, Chef, because I just came from the Greenbrier last weekend. And for those of you who don't know, the Greenbrier has a 12-hour schedule where these chefs cook their hearts out. And they first start with hot and cold hors d'oeuvres. Then they have pâtés and terrines. And then once they're finished with that, they start a 7-course gastronomic meal. And that program is just absolutely amazing. So when they graduate from their apprenticeship program, they get a certification. And we actually invested into that process, and now they get a certified sous chef
Outstanding.
because of the amount of work and the program that goes into that process. I mean, that's their graduation. So they've already committed to that 3-year program. So after that 3-year program, that menu that two of them presented to us last week, they automatically get the certified sous chef.
I want to applaud you on that because that's actually thinking outside the box and encompassing what's going on today and recognizing efforts that are moving the culinary in a vast movement forward. And in that case, recognizing that, you give them that certification. I applaud you.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely applaud you. That's wonderful.
Yeah, and just to put the ice on the cake, we also have some categories that the pâtés and terrines that don't fall into the apprenticeship certification.
Mm-hmm.
We put those as wild card categories.
Explain that, please.
So the pâté and terrines, the apprenticeship graduation, they create the menus. But for our apprenticeship graduation, it's just like our certification. There's a set menu and a set meal. The pâtés and the terrines and the hors d'oeuvres they do in advance ahead of time, we made that a wild card category. So if they score a silver medal on their apprenticeship, potentially if the numbers match up on a score sheet for appearance and taste,
okay.
they get awarded medals as
Great.
well.
Great.
The great news is both candidates last week scored gold medals, so in turn they scored gold medals for their hors d'oeuvres and the pâté and terrine, and then also for the apprenticeship graduation.
Okay, that's great, Chef. And obviously you're reaching out. And the more this happens, the more we understand what's going on today in the world of culinary and what people are doing to build their staffs and so forth. Where do you see the ACF moving forward with certification? Is there any down the road thoughts?
There is down the road thoughts, but what we have now currently works. And if they say if it's working, don't fix it, we're going to have to make some adjustments and a little bit of retooling. But as membership goes up and sponsorship goes up and members keep coming back, I'm starting to see, especially now, because we know we have a labor shortage. Well, not only do we have a labor shortage, we have a very shortage on skilled labor. So as we see this on the rise, we have to come up with, resolve and answers. Being an NCO in the Army, my boss always came to me with a problem, and I always presented him a solution. So we're not at that stage yet, but as I see the need for more certified, and companies are going back to it because it worked. They were putting certification requirements on the candidates for them to apply for the job. So if that has a trend upwards, we're going to start seeing a lot more people getting certified, a lot more people obviously becoming members, because, and this is just another crazy thing. 1 minute we'll get to you. A lot of people don't understand that in the ACF, once you're a member of the ACF, certification costs are 50% discounted.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, a lot of people don't know because we have we have people who are not members.
This is live.
We have people who are not members, and they're outside of the ACF, and they want ACF certification. The fees are doubled. You get a 50% reduction if you're an ACF member to go through the certification process. Mine's on. My light is on. Yeah. Oh, we're up.
CMC. Transition.
Can you hear me?
I
Yes.
can hear. Yes.
You're back now.
Okay. Sorry. One second. We know you have a question, we'll get to you as soon as we get first opening. Thank you, Chef. We're back up live again, and what we're going to do, we're following up, we're finishing up on where you're seeing going forward with certification.
Yes.
You feel comfortable, and is there anything else more you'd like to add to that?
No, I just want to say in closing, a lot of companies are reverting back to having certified culinarians and certified chefs. Cruise ships are also back on the rise because, again, if they know they're certified, they've met these said requirements written and technically, then they don't have to worry about them. They don't have to babysit them. And I hate to use the word babysit, but that's really what I see when we have more certified chefs in the military. Because I can be like, hey, you're a certified executive chef. Go take care of this 3-course meal.
There you go.
And you don't have to worry about it.
And again, that was my point earlier about the fact that once an employer looks at the two candidates and they say, I'm a chef and I'm an executive chef, or I'm an executive chef but I'm a certified executive chef, there is a knowledge base behind what they know.
There's an expectation.
Or expectation of what base knowledge they have and so forth. Yes,
Absolutely.
I absolutely agree. And we're talking about that from the master chef's level too. It's the same thing. Master chef, chef. Someone who thinks they're a master chef, one certified. There is a big difference out there. And you can see from the expectations, it qualifies them to have a broader base information, skill, and knowledge, so forth. Chef, before we go, we have a question from the audience that we'd like to cover. You've watched the program. You know what the program is all about. You know where we come to a point where certified executive chefs get to a certain point with knowledge and so forth. There's this, between assessment or the CEC and the CMC, we're looking at assessment programs where they build a little bit further. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, this has been a long time coming. Since I've been helping repair the relationship between AMCO and the ACF from something that happened before my tenure. Seeing this program and seeing where it went from a 10-day exam at the school to an 8-day exam and now a 5-day exam. This has been a great collaboration between the ACF and AMCO, starting with Russell Scott to Kevin Walker now to Dave McGinnis. But I told them, I said, if you have to understand something. 8 days is too long. You can't expect anybody, to be gone from their family or their kitchens for 8 days. 10 with a day of travel on both sides. I said, if a chef can go on vacation for 5 days with their family to Disney World, the chef should be able to take the exam in 5 days. And they said, well, and there was a lot of conversation, a lot of pushback. And I said, listen, costing can be done in advance. Menus can be done in advance. Requisitions can be done in advance. You don't need to be in the kitchen to do that, especially in my role. My role as a corporate chef, I mean, I'm doing most of my things before I even arrive.
Correct.
My homework, my mise en place, my shopping list, my menu that I'm presenting, all that's done before I even get on the airplane. And then when I boots on the ground, I start to execute. And I think that this assessment program, shy of seeing this the first time since the new format, my question to AMCO was, these candidates have spent all this time, all this money, and all this energy to get ready to the assessment process. They come into the process with a red light, they go to the yellow light when they're almost ready, and when they get green lighted, which 3 candidates have been green lighted, I said the success rate of that program should be 99.5% success.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a discussion about it this morning. The only thing that should stop any candidate from not being successful is if they cut their finger off, serve you raw chicken, or have a heart attack in the kitchen.
And I think it should only be two of those. The chicken or the finger or the heart attack. I don't think they'd be serving you raw chicken, chef.
Well, so it's trending. Japan is #2 sushi in Japan right now is chicken. So
Oh, that's right. I did hear that.
it is
Okay.
crazy.
Yeah,
It is crazy. It's a whole different kind of bird, though.
Yeah.
It's chemically produced in a lab, whatever.
Well, we'll bypass that. But again, so you're seeing the value in the assessment.
100%. I think
Okay.
when I was competing and winning championships with the military team in the World Cup and the Olympics, we called it practice perfectly to achieve perfection. And
Practice perfectly to achieve perfection. Very good.
yeah, well, that was something we put in our kitchens, and every time we walked in and walked out, we had to touch or salute that sign, and it builds character, but it makes you think differently. Why am I doing this again? Why am I doing this again? Why am I doing this again? You're doing this again because you want to be perfect at it. Perfect is hard to attain, but once you become perfect at something, you move on to the next thing, and you put all the perfects together, and then you put them as a symphony for a meal, and that's basically. We're up.
Okay, sorry about that. We have a bad storm running. Are we? Yeah, we had a bad storm running through here, and we think we're picking up some of the repercussions of that on our technology. So, Chef, one last question I'll throw at you at this point. So, what I'd like to do at this point, Certified Master Pastry Chef is being talked about, brought back up. Any thoughts?
We're looking at the same process, 5-day
Okay,
exam.
right. Okay, but you're happy to see it.
100%. You know, I think at this pinnacle and at this level, even to our brothers and sisters from the True North who are interested in getting involved in this process, I think that we need to continue to grow this. If we don't grow it, we will definitely be at a very soon short loss for our highest level of certifications in America.
Well, thank you very much, Chef, for that point. I appreciate that. And I assume you're talking about Canada?
Absolutely.
Had a wonderful conversation with them. And yes, you're right. The collaboration needs to be built and made stronger. And fortification of that will help
Oh,
everybody in the long run.
only until the end of May will the Marquis rule the chefs in North America.
Au contraire, you will be an everlasting image in our hearts. So
No,
how's that?
but Ryan, my cousin, is the president of the Canadian Chefs Association, and
Oh, I
we
did not know that.
yeah, we're 19,000 chefs strong between the two organizations, and we go to conferences, and they say, "What's your last name?" Marquis. What's your first name? Rainey. They see Ryan or they see Rainey, and there's two Marquis, and we get each other's rooms. It's kind of fun. He's got a family of like 12, so Vanessa and I get like a suite with 7 bedrooms, and he gets stuck with a queen size bed. Works out great for us.
Well, anything you would like to add, Chef? Or
No,
I'm sorry, we have one more question here. Go ahead.
Just repeat the question, please. Thank you.
I will repeat it as soon as he finishes it. Go ahead.
So
All right. The question though, can, to recap it, I couldn't quite catch all of it. I'm
So
sorry.
he's from the West Coast, and he wants to know there's not enough judges to do the certification exams on the West Coast. There's a shortage. So a couple of corrections, and just to
Sure.
set the record straight. Judges don't do certifications. Evaluators do certifications. Judges do the competitions. And some people do both. Um, I think the cool thing about that is, and again, I can't take back history, but the West Coast and California used to be very highly ACF populated. Las Vegas, California, very highly populated. It has since gone down. A lot of people don't know that 2/3 of our membership lives from Detroit down to Texas and to the East Coast. So we're growing the evaluators. We're having classes because you need to be certified to be an evaluator, a prerequisite. And then you have to take the class to become an evaluator. Then you have to do shadowings because we want to make sure that the people that are evaluating these individuals, again, they're volunteers. We want to make sure that they have been properly educated and properly schooled on what to expect, how to present, what their end goal is, and we caveat all the details on paper. For one CEC, it takes 4 people, 3 evaluators and a proctor, and 46 sheets of paper for one exam. And again, we need more. We want more. We want more people to become evaluators. We want more people to become trainers. We want more people to become leaders in our organization, and it'll help across the states. I can't do anything about the population and about the chefs and the country clubs and the resorts not being members. Hopefully, as we continue to grow the ACF and make it more enhancing, we'll get more people to come back.
Great. All set, Chef? Anything else you want to throw in there before we take off?
No, I think this has been great. I want to thank you for the opportunity. It's been a great experience for the first 2 days, and I see and feel, and it's okay because I have no stakes in the game, but I see and feel that these candidates that are actually going through the exam right now are set up for success. And I see, after seeing the food yesterday and seeing the score sheets and seeing we call it battle rhythm. When I see the battle rhythm going as well, I think these candidates should be very happy from their progress from where they were to where they are now. And hopefully come Tuesday, they'll all be successful.
And we do as well. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart very much so. First of all, for the pin. Thank you. And taking the time to come out and see us.
100%.
My friend, thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Chef.
that.
Thank you very much.
And we will take a quick break and we'll be right back.
All right, Chef. Thank you.
Okay, and now you can see, there we go, plate up by Chef Kang. And his plate upstairs window is just about, actually, he's a hair bit, no, I guess not. Just about a hair bit in front of his 10 o'clock startup, according to my thing. But look at this. This is timing. This is what you need to make sure you have is the timing down so you're ready to go with that. As soon as that window opens, that first course goes because he does have a 7-course menu and 45 minutes to plate it up. And obviously for his first course, he has his Maple Leaf Farms duck terrine with a quinoa and lentil salad with pickled shallots and dill creme fraiche. Boy, look at this. Nice little formidable presentation. Wow. Yes, and his consomme is number 608, Consomme Rochelle. Gosh, those, I wonder if those dishes are for those or for his consomme. That would make sense because the salad was going out front of that. So
I have the Corby Hall logo. Do you want to talk about that?
sure. And as you know, Corby Hall has been a wonderful sponsor for this. They actually sent all of the candidates their own specialized dishes that they chose out of a catalog so they could present their food. So a big thank you to Corby Hall China. And believe me, that's a to get the catalog and then just figure out each day of the week what do I want to serve my food on, and get the final beautiful the most out of it that they can with the presentation on the plates and be able to choose that for themselves. That's a huge asset to have, and thank you again for Corby Hall allowing that to happen. And actually, we're 3 minutes out from his actual plate up time starting. So he looks as though he's in pretty good shape. If you've got his second course already being lined up for finishing. So the consomme would be his second course. And then obviously that he has a charred cabbage with a basil yogurt roasted pepper sauce. And then he has his whole wheat bread. Remember we saw that earlier where he used the 2 cast iron pans to get that nice full round coloring on his bread. And then after that the Arctic char. And then we're going to go to a nice beautiful Lola Rosa spinach salad with Fuji apples, red radish, and mustard vinaigrette. And then following that we have the beautiful roasted Colorado leg of lamb with braised shank, russet potato croquettes, rutabaga puree, spaghetti squash, red wine reduction sauce, and then finally, the final plate up will be a vanilla ice cream, Cara Cara orange passion fruit coulis with roasted crushed walnut crumble. Wow, nice menu. Very nice menu. And again, this is a great time to be able to thank some of our other sponsors, Maple Leaf Duck, Colorado Lamb, Foley Fish for many of the foods that they were able to provide for us. And I have a quick question from the audience. Is how important is the today important for them for their presentation for tomorrow? The CMC candidates is the question. I guess the importance of it is look at it this way. At tomorrow, I have 25 guests coming, and they're going to be here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have 2 hours to be ready to serve them. How disappointed do you think they'd be if I wasn't ready for them? So that in that point, yes, your question is very valid and very question. But again, think about that. I know I'm striving and working hard to become a CMC, but again, it's the same. It's no different than you're in your job place. Executing at that perfection level and that thinking process all the way through to the service level of everything that you do. That's a very valuable. There we go. We got the consomme being poured. Oh, yes. Oh, nice setup. Look at that. Already presented. Boom. One down, one down, one down, one down. So now, 10 o'clock, the window is open. So guess what's already left? His appetizer. The ductarine is already out. And that was already on the plate. Now we're getting ready for the consomme to go. As you can see. So he's got now 2 courses out, ready to go. Chef Olivier Andrini, certified master chef, helping on the delivery of these consommes. Look at this. Whoa. Question is, what is his window? It was 10 o'clock. Yeah. Now this is kind of exciting, and when I was going to school, if I could sit back and watch this while I was in class one day, that would be a phenomenal experience, wouldn't it? And here we are able to watch this from everywhere in the United States to be able to capture this exciting timeline because it is. I mean, you may look at this and go, oh, that looks like, well, you can create opinions, but this is where you'll start to create that interest and the excitement of the interest. Oh, I can do that. Well, sure I can. I can start practicing that. I can start looking into this, researching that. The exposure this right now, what we're giving you is the opportunity to truly understand what's being asked of you as a candidate, as we are asking these candidates to do, to showcase what it takes to become a certified master chef. Huh? Now, just to let you know, too, that there was a separate requirement or basket given to our assessment candidates, and that's where you're going to see veal shank in there, and that's where you're going to see Arctic char, prawns, and some of the other items that are not reflected on the same in the CMC's basket for classic or for the baskets. So That's why there's a little bit of difference you may, so I want to try to alleviate any confusion. So for the assessment, which is being presented right now by Chef Kang, rather, and he has a separate basket for his presentation. Okay. Five minutes into his window, he has 2 courses out, 5 more to go. Okay, there's Chef getting ready to showcase the first 2 plates or the first plate. He said, okay, you got this? Good. Now, again, that's where the confidence between the commis, the apprentice, and the chef, where they have to build that confidence so they understand the exact process they want the chef to go. Their minds become one. Now, the chef's confidence level is high, so he just turns over to what he needs to do as far as cooking goes. Boom, he's ready. Okay, this is probably the finishing touches now for this particular dish. So he'll be his 3rd course in. This next will be the bread service, where he just has to set it up. Now, slicing it in advance, or however he wants it be portioned for the individuals. Pretty much all he has to do with this will be his charred green cabbage. And again, he's got a basil, yogurt, and roasted red pepper sauce with his charred green cabbage.
Chef, I have a question in reference to how important is it to make sure that your plates are organized when you put them in the oven? Are you doing that by course, or are you just putting your plates in the oven? What temperature should you have your oven set at to just for efficiency?
Okay, a question in there is obviously plates have to be organized, and temperatures are very, very important as well. A lot of times, if you're just using cold plates, that would be separated but saran wrapped so that nothing falls on them if you're using it in a refrigerator, or at least put saran wrap over the top one. Yeah, from that perspective, again, wasting any time, and you're trying, there we go, a nice shot at the roasted cabbage, is you don't want to waste any time having to clean something that shouldn't have to be cleaned. So those are things, how do you protect it? If you're going in a refrigerator, if I can get it on the top shelf, I don't have to worry about it, I'm fine. If it's on the bottom or another one shelf, but where potentially something, you have to be cognizant. And that's where pre-planning goes into play. If they're warm plates, something like that, what I would do is, again, how hot do I want them to be? You know, I may just only want them tempered. So I could actually still get away with using saran wrap because then it was just warm. It will not shrink around that. So it's a temperature at that point. It's knowing what you're going to be serving, like the cabbage, roasted cabbage. This is an in-between course. Do I want that piping hot? No, or do I want it tempered so that when they eat it, all the flavors are melding in my mouth at the same time? So it's being conscious of the flavor profiles you're developing in there as to how the heat will affect that in the ultimate outcome of the eating of that product. Something might be the cabbage might be too hot. I have to wait till it cools before I can eat it. Or the sauce is cold. Now I've got a problem because I got a hot, cold, and then just waiting for them to mute together to. So you have to be cognizant of everything on the plate and temperature, so forth. Hopefully that captured your question. Thank you. Boy, he's moving along smoothly. Wow. Now, if you think about it too, his choice of poaching his char following the bread service, he could have his pan ready to go, fish ready to go, pour the warm stock on it, and as the bread's going out, he's starting his poaching, setting up his plates within 3 or 4 minutes, depending on how thick he's ready to start plating. So again, these are those mental thoughts that you put into your menu and menu present development. See, there he is. He's setting up his bread now, as I mentioned before. Now he's going to that middle course and then getting ready to get his fourth course out, his poached Arctic char. See, as we talked about before, timing is everything, and assisting him to get to the ultimate of getting everything out in the time that he has to work with. So his bread service is ready. Boom. Now he's going on to the cooking of the next stage. He's 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 ready. Question is, will we ever be able to see the candidates who are the CMC candidates that are preparing bread starters? Uh, are we going to be able to see them? No, they do that in a time where we're not actually filming, so that's either before or after. And if they do feed it, sometimes it's during, towards the tail end when they may be cleaning. So that's not. That's something we leave up to them because they're the ones that know when they need to feed it and how to feed it. So we're not going to make that part of the presentation. I'm sorry to say it's just one of those things we'll think about for the future because I think it's a valuable lesson to see. So I will definitely make a notation of that. Thank you. And we have sitting in our audience today, certified master chef Joachim Buchner. How's it going out there, chef? I got a nod. It must be going okay because he's still smiling. Now, if you think about this next course that Chef Kang has presented on his menu, he has the poached Arctic char, prawns, mussel mousseline. Oh, a prawn and mussel mousseline. So this is something that's been made in advance that he will warm or put on the plate warm, and then put the Arctic char on. And so again, in the thinking process, it eliminates him to have to cook too many things at the last minute. He has this pre-prepared warm on the plate with his, then all of a sudden, and then finish it with his wine butter sauce from the poaching process. Or if he has a uh, pre-made stock, he may have already reduced that. Then it's a very simple process. If he got it to the flavor where he wants it for his butter sauce, taste-wise, boom, all he has to do is finish it and he's ready to go. But he looks pretty, doesn't look too hurried now, does he? There's a very calmness in the kitchen area right now, and he seems to have everything very well under control. And this is where a higher success rate is expected because they know exactly what's going on. They feel comfortable, and they're showcasing it. Ah, here we go. There's your sauce. Now he has only 3 courses to go, and he has 20 minutes to serve. Actually, 30. No, 20. 25. And the next course will be a salad. Again, his timing has been exquisite. Really, very very nicely done. And the nice thing about this is you can always go back to YouTube, pull this up, and rewatch this. And this would be a great learning exercise in execution of a nice menu dish. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back.
Yeah, your mic is live.
Yeah, just want to let everybody know we were talking, had a really nice discussion going on here with some of the chefs in the audience here. As we notice, these chefs are plating up the hot plates on tablecloths and so forth, and which again, will this give you enough time or give you enough heat to keep the products warm? And some of the conversation alluded to the fact that, hey, if you look at some of the plates, what causes delay in service of them is the complexity of of how much you're putting on them. But if you are going to get these, if 6 plates out, 10 plates out within a minute to a minute 30, you really shouldn't have to worry too much about the heat as long as your plates are coming out of the ovens warm. Another factor, as we were just talking about, is one of the candidates brought in a little rollout rubber mats, which goes across there, and they're plug-in. They come up to temp in within 90 seconds. You have it up to temp. The beauty of that is you're going to be able to, if your next course is cold, roll it up, put your tablecloth down, your heat dissipates very quickly. Now you can go to your cold plates. So there are a lot of different ways of looking at it and thinking about it, but again, it's a process a thought process you do want to look into, and so you're comfortable with. And that's how you're going to get your food in time wise and still maintain the proper heat on it. Did I cover everything? Good. Okay, and we're moving right along. He is truly moving along beautifully here. Boom. So he's in it. Looks like his salad course is coming up, and then he has 2 more courses after this: the lamb and the olive cake, and still plenty of time on the clock. All right, now he's turned this over, showing exactly what he wants his commis to do and how to lay everything out. Goes back to the primary concern of how he's going to get the last attention, to put a last attention on his finishing of his main course leg of lamb. Oh no, actually he's slicing his radishes and Fuji apple to be put on there. Now that's maintaining the integrity of those products to the last minute before he puts them on. Didn't pre-cut them too far in advance. And we just had certified master chef Kevin Walker walk in the room. How's it going out there, chef? We were just commenting on Chef Kang's smoothness of plating today, and definite the control factor. And we're using this as a primary example of how and why this is so important to have your thought process put down in a very nice format so that you can just walk through it, and you're just smooth as can be. Oh, this, I'm sorry, this was the entree plate that he's finishing up right now. Salad was already out. I apologize for my confusion there, but obviously he had when he was slicing, he was just slicing the meat to finish this up. And this is where he has roasted leg of lamb, and he has a little veal shank and russet potato croquette, which is the round ball that you saw on there. Then he has a rutabaga puree, which we saw placed on before, spaghetti squash, and then a red wine reduction sauce. And now it is plated and just about there you go, out of there. And with plenty of time to spare, his dessert. Again, his cake is already done. His coulis is already done. His crumble is ready to go, the roasted walnut crumble. The only thing he has to do is scoop the ice cream. Yes, question? Well, the question was is specifically to the tempering of the ice cream and the importance of that. And I would have to say that that's a good question because we've already seen yesterday there were some frozen items that were supposed to be served on some of the desserts, and you could tell a difference between some of them in the sense that some were tempered a little too long as soon as they were scooped, even though it makes it easier to portion and get that beautiful and set that on there. But it was actually starting to melt by the time it got to the judges. So you have to be careful. Timing is critical. Timing is critical. So that's why I want to tell you that that everything you do when in the thought process is timing, and it's as to how you know, especially at point of service. That ice cream should be tempered to the right degree so that when you are forming it in this particular process, you're not having any difficulties. If it's too frozen, now you've got to go back and warm your spoon. So you're losing time and all that kind of things. But that's why it's important. The question you ask is it's important to make sure you understand that process of tempering. And that way you'll get a nice, beautiful, consistent product that holds long enough so that it does get to the customer. Important thought process. Thank you for the question. Thank you. Oh, we're watching. There we go. Somebody's filling their en croûte. Louis, Chef Louis, yo. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back with you because we know that Chef Kang is has his whole day under control. He's got still 8 minutes or 7 minutes before his window closes and he's finishing his dessert. And this is one that I know that in time, for all those out there watching, you can go back to YouTube and pull this up and it would be a great exercise in showing how timing is important for when you go into plating and the process that entails that process. So thank you very much. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, we're back, and oh, here we go. Chef Anthony Jung is getting hit. Looks nice. Prosciutto wrapped force meat. Great job. Okay. Shortly, we're going to have one of the kitchen judges coming in, Chef Sean Loving, and just to give us a quick, brief update on how things are going in the kitchen in general. So, hmm. Oh, this is his fish. Wow.
Your mic is still open, so whatever you want to talk.
Okay, good, thanks. Red. You can see now we're having Chef press down his dough, crude dough for his pâté en croûte. And look at the precision, making sure that seal is precise.
I'm here. You need some.
We're good. Ah,
Put that on the iPad. Sounds good.
thank you. Well, hey, as a yeah, Chef, I'm going to ask you to put these on just very quickly. Yes, I know, I know. It takes it. Yeah, put that on right there. There you go, Chef. Okay, and you can have a seat if you'd like. Let me take a moment here. Now I'm going to introduce somebody. This is Chef, Certified Master Chef Sean Loving from the DAC. You can't hear me?
No, sir.
No? I can hear you. Okay. Uh-oh. Can we check his mic real quick on that? Can you hear me now? Can't hear me. Okay. Oh, we doing good? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
we're back live. Okay. Let me introduce Certified Master Chef Sean Loving from the Detroit Athletic Club. And Chef has been here all week with us, or actually, I shouldn't say all, yesterday and today.
Yeah.
And you've been one of the kitchen proctors or kitchen chefs that who are judging the both the assessment, and you're looking at what's going on with
With with the cold.
the cold food. Yes.
Mhm.
All right. In your opinion, now you've been to a couple of the tests before, correct?
Yeah, I've been a few times.
A few
Yeah.
times. All right. So you got a pretty good background knowledge about what's going on. And one of the conversations that we've been having recently is how important these assessment programs are and how they begin to develop and nurture the understanding of what it takes to become a CMC chef. My question to you at this point today is that showing a fruitful outcome?
Without question. I mean, the assessments are what I believe to be the backbone of future success. It gives you sort of like the practice sessions necessary to hear all of the um, small details necessary for you to go to the next phase of things, and just the energy alone
Mm-hmm.
is really important for you to get sort of the muscle memory, as well as just the pieces of the puzzle kind of around you. It's sometimes not necessarily your program, it's the whole energy and things going on around you that help you find rhythm and flow.
Right. Now, you and I have both been through the former test and
Hmm.
so forth, but now as I think back, and you might want to think back, how do you feel that this change is really, it's really benefiting them in the long run? Because now, as you see because if you look at what they're asking these assessment chefs to do, a
Hmm.
7-course meal, all of it, and it has to encompass components of the actual test
Hmm.
and putting it in there. We just witnessed Chef Kang put out a 7-course meal,
Hmm.
and it looked like he'd been doing it all his life.
Absolutely. I mean, if the great thing about the assessment from yesterday to today was to be in the kitchen and to, witness the chef try to find his rhythm and find his pace, um, to get his bearings, and when there's not such a good moment, to be able to really reflect on it, and there's enough time to do that,
Hmm.
and be able to the next day shake off any of those things, and then find rhythm today. And then obviously it visually looks like he's been doing it his whole life, but internally there were struggles, but those were able to be coached, through conversation and through just being around the vibe of it. And that's what's interesting. You see evaluators inside, and from the outside looking in, it when you see conversations and things of that nature going on, they're not negative conversations.
They're nurturing
they're
conversation.
nurturing.
Yes.
They're moments of innovation. They're moments of this is different, and this is an opportunity to grow the program, an opportunity to grow the guild, the chefs, and things of that nature. So I find it really healthy, and I find it extremely professional to have that feeling inside the arena.
Oh gosh, that's great. Great feedback, Chef.
Yeah.
What any other thoughts you'd like to throw out there?
Yeah. Just don't let go of the gavel. Those that are interested and want to do it. I mean, there's it's very, very comfortable to watch it, but it's also great to go inside that arena and feel that,
Hmm.
and not worry about what externally the conversation is, because the only person in there that you have to feel good about is you and what you're doing. And if you love cooking, then passion will show, and it'll feel good.
Well, that's great. And what, as what you're saying to recap, get yourself out there, start doing this, get into the assessment
Hmm.
program, understand what that is, do the live assessment. Now you're really beginning to grasp what the chef is saying and the feeling of what you're where you're at, and the nurturing that's going along with this. Then finally,
Yep,
your true passion comes to bear.
it does. And everyone desires success. There's no one in there evaluating that doesn't desire success for all. And once that feeling, it feels good. I'm looking at somebody that mentored me, so How could I not believe it? Besides the fact he said that, this was, chicken on the, the earbuds or whatever it is that I got on. I feel like I'm in Nassau right now. This is not normal for me. I'm looking to hear some Kenny G or something in these earphones, but I'm going to take these off now. And I love you, man.
Love you
All
too,
right.
Chef.
All right,
Thank
Chef.
you. Thank
You're
you so
welcome,
much
man.
for your
No
time.
problem.
I know he's got to get back
Yeah.
in and actually do some further mentoring with our assessment group out there, and he's been one very much. I got to tell you, much respect to you, Chef. Thank you so much. You're a champ. Thank you. All right. Hey, let's see. Maybe we can get another master chef up here and we can do a little talking. Would you like to start, Chef? I throw three ringer at you there. You ready for us, Chef? Okay, great. All right, I'm proud to take this moment to introduce you to Chef Robert Mancuso, certified master chef, and also the lead judge for Garde Manger. This is phenomenal. But tell us a little lead in on why you chose, tell me about your lead role first, and what that means.
Well, it's keeping all the hens in order.
Yeah. With this group, yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, really the role of the lead is just to answer questions if the judges have any concerns. We don't want to bother the candidates all the time, asking them questions. What are you doing? What are you doing this for? What kind of flour to use in your dough and those sorts of things. We want them to focus on what they're doing. So if the judges in the kitchen might have a concern before they go to score, they would consult the lead judge. The lead judge would walk them through the process and say, yes, I approved the candidates in the kitchen to be able to do XYZ today, and then that allows a little transparency for the judges. So we're just giving them a little guidance, making sure everything's being scored properly, and when it comes to the tasting room, we want to make sure it's anonymous. None of the tasting judges know, who's being served what food in any of the days, really. So,
right.
And that's the way it should be. But, it's the role of the lead judge to keep everything in order.
Well, great. And now you choose the basket items, right?
Yeah.
Give me a little lead into why you chose some of the items or the items for today's basket and what you hope to see that they'll achieve from that.
Yeah, that basket was designed intentionally. Every single ingredient in there, a lot of research was done in the local area here in Michigan, also pulling some ingredients locally. But it's there to test the aptitude of the candidates in the cold kitchen, which is quite different from every other competency that they go through in the exam. It's mostly all hot food. It's easy to take a pork butt, rub some salt and pepper on it, stick it in an oven for 8 hours. You come out with a little carnitas, and it's delicious. You don't have to do much.
Say no more, right? Say no more.
But when you have to transform that into a pâté en croûte, that same pork butt, that becomes challenging. And that's the art of the Garde Manger kitchen, is to be able to transform these kind of secondary cuts of meats and byproducts from the main kitchen into these elegant displays of creativity. And that's up to the chef to be able to understand how to do that. The basket ingredients that we gave them today was a bone-in pork butt, and that bone-in pork butt allows us to see the candidates exercise their ability to butcher the product, take the bone, remove the bone, then what are they going to do with the bone? This exam is structured in a way where we're allowing candidates to pre-prepare items from previous days to tee themselves up for greater success for the days to come. As long as they're taking that bone, roasting it, maybe making a nice pork stock or pork jus, labeling it, for market basket day.
So you're saying that from this point on, now in starting this competition or starting this venue for cold food, they were given 2 hours last night to do some initial prep.
Yep.
And then now they're coming into today. So a lot of their butchering was done last night, but in the future thought of where they're going to be 2 days from now, that's when you could say you could either start the stock or you could have the bones ready to moving to day 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay.
Yeah, which I think really, once again, the redesign of this exam is to create some structure to allow the candidates to produce better food. And I'm not saying we didn't produce great food. I mean, just take a look at everything I did when I was in my exam. Produced some pretty good food.
I thought, I don't disagree with you.
With the structure of, well, and many of us did, under that structure. But now this structure is really allowing them to build flavor as they go through the exam.
And I agree, because one of the things that we have noticed, and one of the conversations we've had with the audience here, is that we're allowing them to stay in their kitchens, the same kitchen, all the way through. And one of the questions that came up, it says, "Why did you do that?" And I said, "Well, it builds a comfort level. B, because when you leave that kitchen, it's just like leaving your kitchen wherever you're working. You know what you're walking into the next day." And that's pretty much what we're trying to do, is simulate what you're going to be doing in your operation every day, and become second nature. Then to bring it into this arena, showing how well you've perfected or upgraded your second nature to this level.
Yeah, agreed. And in the manual, they're required to produce a pâté en croûte, a terrine or a galantine, and a whole muscle product. That could be like a gravlax or a smoked salmon or a copa or whatever they want to do with a whole muscle. They just can't grind it or chop it up. It has to be the whole muscle. So those are the 3 main items, and then they get to support those main items with 3 salads, and that's where the rest of the basket comes in. Well, we gave them a beef tongue.
I was just going to say, so there's a couple little twists that we're going to catch up on here shortly.
We gave them a fluke, and when I wrote the basket, I have this vision of what I think I would have done with the products, but it's absolutely never the case. I'll never receive back what I think was going to be created from my vision of writing this basket. But, we gave them, some turnips, some butternut squash, some cavallo nero. We gave them some Bosque pears and some Brussels sprouts, because they have to do 3 supporting salads. And then they have to do 3 supporting sauces to support the 3 main pieces. And then they also have to do canapes, 12 of 2 different types of canapes.
Which can be hot or cold?
Yeah, they could be hot or cold, absolutely. But one of the requirements in the canapes is to do a shoe, like a pâte à choux, a shoe-based vessel. And that could be in the form of a Paris Bresse or like a savory eclair or a profiterole, something along those lines, because there's not a baking pastry segment to the exam anymore. But what we did was we took all of the competencies, all the proficiencies that were required by candidates in the baking and pastry section in the past, and we split them up and we added them into the different segments in the exam.
The feeding of the bread, their dough, and they're going to showcase on day 5 rather, and then so forth. Yes.
Yep. They have to produce a plant-based dessert on plant-based. They have to do a souffle on classical. They have to do the profiterole, and then I think they got to do a dessert on market basket too. So we're not missing out on the pastry end of it. We're just incorporating it into the rest of the exam, and I think it's brilliant, really. So the basket was done with intent. There's a supplemental item in that basket, too.
I was going to get to it. Thank you. Because it became in watching last night for the 2 hours that they have preceding to today, that became apparent, because when you look at the basket, I don't think that item's on there, is it?
No, it's kind of a little twist.
So please elaborate.
So we are allowed to put 1 supplemental item in the basket, and the candidates don't really know what it's going to be until they get their basket, and that was sheep casing. Now, nowhere in the manual is it required for them to make a sausage. And I just thought, this is the Garde Manger kitchen. This is, the art of Garde Manger. I'd like to see him make a sausage and see what they'll do. So I gave him sheep casing, because what else are you going to do with sheep casing? You have to make a sausage with it. I mean, there might be a couple weird things that you could do with it. I'm not sure what that is.
Well, I'll throw one more thing, because there's a par stock as well. And they're able to pull from the par stock, but they have to use everything that's on the basket list, correct?
Yes,
in some form or way.
A proportion, yeah.
Yeah. Now, going to the fact that all of a sudden I saw chicken being used, but I didn't see it on the par stock.
No, there's a whole chicken on the par stock.
Or on their basket.
Not on my basket.
On the par stock I saw it, but I didn't see it on the basket. So Ergo, was there an intent there to try and see how they would utilize their par stock with their baskets?
Yeah, actually there was.
Okay.
Because I intentionally didn't give them poultry or an item that they could use to make a galantine with, like a whole duck, turkey, a pheasant, or something like that, because there was chicken in the par stock, and I wanted to know how many people would take the basket and incorporate it, and how many would grab a chicken and make the galantine.
And lo and behold,
Yep.
have you seen what they've
Two guys made a galantine out of chicken.
I saw that. I'm like going, oh, I can see where that's going
Uh-huh.
because they boned it out, they skinned it, and they got, and I'm thinking, yes, pounded. And in those 2 hours last night, going into today, how important are they?
Oh, I think the way that the new exam's structured in allowing them 2 hours to pre-prepare, the 12 hours today, and then 2 hours tomorrow to serve, allows the candidate to do their dough work so their dough can rest for their
Right.
pate en croûte, any marinades that they need to do with their meats to develop flavor, or grinds if they want to do grinds, because maturity in garde manger is very important. You want to mature your farces before you cook them, and then after you cook them, it's nice to let them sit overnight, for the next day. More time is better when it comes.
Absolutely.
And so, and garde manger is very technical. There's a lot of really areas where you can incorporate a lot of finesse into your plate up, especially with the canapes, and of course the decorating of the pate en croûte and those sorts of things, and allowing them enough time to do that in advance to really kind of get those 2 hours out of the way and tee them up, get all their butchery out of the way, get all their marinade out of the way, scale out their ingredients. So today is the focus on really making it nice.
Right. So there shouldn't be, in a timing wise, shouldn't be any scrambling.
No, not
Because
at
you've
all.
got that base development going on and mise en place going on, so that this should be a smooth transition moving in. One little question, a twist might be that when we give them that break at lunch, we're giving them a new apprentice.
Yeah.
So now, from your perspective, how does that change your focus as a candidate?
Well, when I went through the exam, when I did all my practicing prior to going into the actual exam, I never practiced with an apprentice. I always felt as if I could complete that day in the time period allotted without an apprentice by myself. I washed all my own dishes, did all my own mise en place,
Wow.
scaled everything, and every time I practiced, I did it that way. So when I got into the exam, an apprentice was like a bonus, for me. And I knew I could do it without the apprentice. And then with the apprentice, it was just managing, a process, just like I was managing myself. So not everybody practices that way. So, a lot of people, when I went through the exam, we got a different apprentice every day. They didn't give us the same apprentice day to day. So we had a different guy every day.
Yeah.
And it was
we had a
challenging.
different kitchen every day.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But that was challenging, and it'll present the same challenge to these guys. So we'll see how they work through it. But, we're not going to work, a student for 12 hours, 14 hours. It's nice to break it up, too.
I agree. But from the fact of how you approach this, and the fact that you have a complete control over it, now it's where I develop an understanding with my apprentice, and I show the case the faith that what they understand, I can give them to work with you. But you have that complete control all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I was just curious if there was another thought, in switching. Now I'm showcasing that I have communication that I have to do. As chefs, we are always in communication, making sure it's never a question, and if you never assume, you always ask.
Yeah, well, I think with the apprentice sometimes also, well, it is not often, almost always, it's a different skill set from person to person.
Correct.
And that's the way it is in a kitchen. When's the last time you walked into your kitchen, and you're managing 8, 10, 12, 25 people? Not everybody has the same skill set, so you have to approach them all differently. And you have to find out where their talents lie quickly so they can succeed, which
Right.
allows you to succeed. And this is the same when we're switching up apprentices. It allows those candidates to manage, their team, how small as it may be,
Or-
the way that
exactly.
they need to.
That line of communication is critical. But one of the other factors that comes to mind as we move forward, garde manger, as we've known over the years, and where it's going to today? How do you see Garde Manger being moved into today's world of culinary?
It's definitely evolving. You know, I don't want to say the days of, the great buffet platters are over, because when I was, my 20 years experience in private clubs, holidays, you know, big receptions, we were putting out wonderful handmade canapes and great buffet platters. And I was doing a lot of pâtés and terrine work. And we had a great Garde Manger department that was putting out the cold salads and things like that for those buffets. So that still exists today. Maybe not on the scale of like the 20s and 30s of, the French chef in America kind of thing, or the French chef in France. That style and approach, I think, is gone, but not the fundamentals and foundation of the Garde Manger kitchen. That's not gone. That's showing up in different ways in the modern kitchen. You go into restaurants all the time and there's ceviche, or crudo
True.
on the menu. This
True.
is all Garde Manger work. This is not, cold. There's always cold appetizers. Garde Manger kitchen too, is often like the area where all the byproduct kind of goes from butchery, or we got some, whatever, we have this left over from a banquet, we're going to take it to the Garde Manger department and they're going to make something cool out of it.
But the economics of what it brings to a kitchen is it helps every operation's bottom line.
Yeah, cost saving center.
Absolutely. And I don't think enough people really view it from that standpoint as something that if we learn it, we build on it, it has other side benefits that we hadn't considered, that economics of it.
Yeah, it's also a way to keep, the way I view it too is to keep quality up, like on the hotline. So say, 30 orders or 10 sides of salmon that the purchaser, the chef, brought in for hotline service, a la carte service. They don't do the volume that they want. They got 2 sides, 3 sides left, and now they're thinking, well, it's 2 days on this fish now. I want to get some fresh fish in so I can keep the quality up. But I have these 3 sides of salmon left. Off to the Garde Manger kitchen they go, and they turn them into gravlax.
Gravlax again. I can see where you were going with that. Absolutely.
Right, so there's a lot of different applications for the Garde Manger kitchen today. And whether it's a club, hotel, or even a freestanding a la carte restaurant, there's Garde Manger work being done all the time. And if you look at mainstream media, it's coming back.
That's what was my next. You're seeing this more, and the fact that in the contemporary form a lot more today. But the other question really leads to this one: the fact that how do we ensure the next generations understands the importance and the foundational techniques of for our fast-moving culinary world?
Okay.
And I want to tell you that I'm gonna let the world know I got that question from you, and I got to tell you I have been just enamored by it. So I'm looking forward to hearing your answer on this.
I thought it was a good question, and I gave it to you without an answer, and I thought about the answer.
Well, we do work well under pressure.
It is a fast-moving world, but this is how it's going to remain relevant indefinitely. Is, as with any trade, I'm going to parallel this to masonry, stonework.
Okay.
In masonry, there are apprentices. There are fellow crafts. There are masters, master masons, fellow craft masons, apprentice masons. This is the operative mason, the one who works with their hands in the quarries. They have tools, squares, plumbs, levels. This is a trade that you work through to get to a master. And if you don't lay that stone perfectly in the foundation, the first one, your edifice is off. It's not right. It's not level. It's not going to last forever. So in culinary, the foundation is what drives everything. Perfection, the ability to move through our profession, through apprentice, through line cook, through sous chef, chef de cuisine, into executive chef, and hopefully into master chef. It should be everybody's end goal, is to try to achieve, the highest designation that we have to offer in the United States. And that's mastery level. And you can't get there without a foundation. So it's up to us as master chefs to be the mentors, to be able to coach, to be able to guide, to be able to inspire all culinarians across the United States, hopefully one day, to
Someday.
know that there is a channel for them to achieve the highest level that they can get to. And becoming a master chef is, for me, never was the end game either. It was a stepping stone to continue to grow in my education. When you're a master chef, you don't know everything. I don't claim to know everything, but I continue to learn.
Well, hence forever the student.
Forever the student.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But anyway, that's what I think. It's the foundation. We have to continue to press upon the foundation on the youth coming into the culinary profession.
Wow. Thank you. Great answer. Hey, I'm going to throw it out. Any questions here from the audience? Uh-oh. You two. They're not paying attention.
Guys in the back, you weren't prepared. You didn't have a question?
Yeah, remember I said, oh, we have a question here. Yes, Chef. Now, give me the question. I'll repeat it because we're going to take it live with the question. And
Maybe it's for chefs that haven't done that, but how do you feel the dynamics or atmosphere is of this test compared to years past?
the question is, what do we feel the dynamics of this test are by comparison to the past? You want to field that one?
Yeah, well, we've had really 2 days here to evaluate the candidates, but I want to say that the assessment program has really been the testament to what we're seeing in the
Yes.
kitchen today, the confidence in the candidates, and you can see it up there on on the screen. These guys know what they're doing. They know every step. They've practiced this stuff many times. That assessment program has built a lot of confidence in these candidates and confidence in us, in AMCO and the master chefs. We know that before they walk through these doors, they have the aptitude and skill to pass the exam. What we don't know is, can they do it now? When they're in there. Nobody knows the answer to that, not even them. When I walked through the exam, I made tons of mistakes, and sometimes it's how you recover from those mistakes. I'll never forget, one of the mistakes that I made, which could rattle anybody. I forgot to put the baking powder in my cornbread. And it didn't rise. And Steve Hunter was one of the kitchen judges. She goes, "Chef, what is that?" And he's like, "Is that cornbread?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "What are you going to do with that?" I said, "I'm going to make a bread pudding with it." So I poured milk over it right away, just soaked it all up, whipped some eggs in. I made a bread pudding. I didn't know what I was going to do with it. I had no idea.
He's thinking,
think on your
like,
feet.
oh my gosh, that was quick thinking.
Yes.
That was great.
But you got to be able to recover. But these guys have been through assessment. They know it. They have been trained for a couple of years now to
Right.
get to this point. So we
Yes.
have a lot of confidence in them. They have confidence in themselves. And to answer your question, that's the overall tone that we're seeing right now. Is just another layer of confidence.
Great. Got a question? Did I answer your question, Chef? We had a question over here.
Chef Dylan, I got a basic generic question. For somebody looking at this exam as a whole, it looks rather daunting. What would you tell, a young culinarian that wants to take it but doesn't know where to start? What would you tell them?
Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Okay. And for those out there, where would you tell a young culinarian? Because the test in itself, as a whole, does look a little daunting. So the question is, where would you start a young culinarian? What would you tell a young culinarian to start?
Yeah, to start,
To do?
What would you recommend, outside of your work-life balance? Because, as a chef, you already are working long hours. You already are working for a company or a club or some type of brigade.
Right.
What would you do? Because it seems like rather you're taking this like it's a lonely kind of road to take.
Oh, I'll capture the last part of that and then bring it forward. It's not a lonely part. The question was, it's kind of a lonely part of the road to get to this point. And I'll capture that in the sense that what happens now is, and I'm seeing this, and this is very true, and is any chef out there going for certification, the biggest mistake they make is they don't include their entire staff. Or I would say that would be a big mistake. When you include the staff, what you're doing is you're including them in a hand-built or already made learning process for everybody as an individual. So if in your operation, if you started to go for a certification, you would include your entire staff in that. And the reason for that is the more exposure they get to it, the better they understand what the whole picture now is and how it's broken down into the various different stages of learning it. So, and then what would you say for a young culinary today coming up?
Well, I think the American Master Chef's Order has done an amazing job over the last few years building mentorship programs. And we are very approachable. If you call any master chef, cold call them. Hey, introduce
True.
yourself. My name's Jack. I saw the master chef exam, on live feed. I'm really interested in pursuing that. Where do I start? There is not one of us that would hang up the phone on you. We would say, you know what? Let's put some time together. Let's get on a Zoom. Let's really talk this through. Let's see where you're at in your career. Let's see where you're at in your skill set. We have assessment programs that can help you. I can help you one-on-one. Take some of these, take the manual. Start with the manual and say, look at Garde, for instance, and say it says, a pâté terrine or galantine, a pâté en croûte. So start working on your pâté en croûte skills in your kitchen. Everybody works in the kitchen. You have to have an outlet for pâté and croûte, even if it's just, your staff cafeteria. I used to serve a ton of food in my staff cafeteria when I was practicing for the exam, because I'd go in there and I'd find out what was left over, or they didn't like that. you know? But,
a critique, a nonverbal critique.
Exactly. But there's definitely help out there for you, and that's our mentorship program, and everybody's involved in it. Everybody that's active in AMCO is gonna embrace you open armed.
Did I answer your question, or did I miss it? I want to make sure we get you completely covered.
So call me if you're interested.
Right here. Got another question right here. Speak.
I live in California.
The question was, do you have any contacts on the West Coast by this gentleman, the chef here? And it just so happens this gentleman is on the West Coast. You live?
I live in Monterey. I do. So, I mean, and if it's one-on-ones that you're interested in, we can always arrange for something like that. A lot of us are willing to travel, time permitting. Right. Oh, are you looking for a vacation on the West Coast?
No, actually, he lives in the West on the West Coast.
Yeah, no.
He flew out here to watch this. Okay.
Great. Yeah, I'm there. I'm in Monterey. Reach out to me. I'll give you my card when this is all over. Monterey, south of San Francisco. But I'll drive anywhere. I'll help anyone.
Great. Great. Well, then,
Awesome.
all you have to do now is hook up, and you're ready to go. Any other questions out there? Chef, anything you'd like to add?
No, thanks. This is a great interview. I really appreciate it.
No, we appreciate it. Thank you very much, and thanks for taking the time. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, as does our audience, and believe the audience that we don't see are also very appreciative as well.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thanks, Jeff. And I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
The American Master Chef Order has developed the Certified Master Chef Exam Assessment Program to provide a structured pathway for qualified candidates to prepare, refine their skills, and gain critical insights before undertaking the full examination. The AMCO Assessment Program from the American Master Chef's Order is designed to eliminate ambiguity and provide clear guidelines for the CMC exam process. Every qualified candidate is automatically enrolled and guided through 4 progressive sections that build the necessary skills and confidence. The first 2 sections are required for final approval to take the CMC exam. Once completed, candidates may either proceed to sections 3 and 4 for deeper insights and additional feedback, or register for the next available exam date. Although optional, completing all 4 sections significantly enhances the preparedness and increases likelihood for success. In Section 1, candidates must craft a 7-course menu utilizing a predetermined market basket and a common kitchen stock list. The menu must showcase basic culinary fundamentals like distinct cooking techniques, classical knife cuts, a vegan course, Garde course, consommé, just to name a few. Menus must follow strict formatting guidelines and be presented at a professional standard. Any submission with more than 3 grammatical errors will not be considered. Weekly Zoom meetings with the assessment committee provide candidates with feedback and critical discussion along the process. These sessions offer valuable insights into menu progression, execution, and presentation, key components of success in the CMC exam. In Section 2, candidates undergo an intensive in-person cooking assessment held at select culinary institutions across the country. This critical stage integrates key elements of the CMC exam and provides evaluators an opportunity to assess technical skill, execution, and overall readiness, as well as organization and preparation. Going into Section 2, candidates receive a market basket 10 days prior, allowing for menu development and order guide submission, both of which contribute to the final score. The cooking assessment then mirrors the evaluation criteria of the full CMC exam, with clear points of evaluation designed to showcase candidates' strengths and skills deficits to more effectively prepare. Throughout the assessment, real-time feedback is provided by the American Master Chef's Order's Certified Master Chefs, helping candidates identify strengths and areas for improvement. Upon completion, candidates receive a detailed evaluation report, including an estimated readiness score based on the evaluator's expert analysis. Keep in mind, ultimate success at the Certified Master Chef exam is solely dependent on the candidate's individual preparation, training, and execution under pressure. The American Master Chef Order Assessment Program is more than a prerequisite. It's an invaluable experience designed to sharpen skills, eliminate skill deficits, and refine the precision and mastery that is required to achieve certification as a Master Chef. Regardless of where you come from, the path to the Master Chef exam begins here. We look forward to welcoming you into the kitchen.
The excellence in South Bend from a manufacturing standpoint goes all the way back to pencil on paper. From the first time that design is laid out, we're already thinking, what can we do better the next time? How can we improve it? How can we make it faster? How can we make it more efficient? So we're constantly analyzing all those things from a design and manufacturing standpoint as well. The artisans and craftsmen that we have working here to form and forge everything that someone else will end up cooking on is kind of a magical thing. Food creates a memory. When you have a very positive and exciting food experience, it creates that mark, and the goal is to create that every time we have someone walk in the door. We are always looking to improve that next thing. Even though we may have just finished an oven, we're already looking at what that next generation of that piece is going to be. And what are going to be the needs of customers in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now.
put this on? Do you want it on? Okay.
Okay, we are going to be wrapping this up in a little bit because at about 12 o'clock, that's when the sous chefs are going to be, or the chefs are going to be taking a quick break. And that's when they're all going to go take a lunch break. And then following that, remember, as I mentioned before, they're going to be switching their assistants and their commis. They're going to be moving from these commis and bringing in brand new ones, and they have to get those ready. So it's a mandatory break for all these individuals to go through. So at that juncture, well, let's see, we'll give them a couple more minutes at noon, so it's 5 minutes from now. But that's what's going to be happening. Now, as you can see, each chef is going to be rapidly trying to get themselves ready, because as they walk out, they can't leave anything cooking. So in their mindset, they're getting themselves set to break everything down, get everything cold, chilled, or whatever they're going to have to do. And then leave the kid, go quit. We got to nourish them. They can't let them faint on us. So, as well as we want to get these sous chefs reintroduced, so they may have their former sous chef work with, or their commis work with the new commis to bring them up to date on what they've got done so far, and then the chef will take over from there. So you can see they're busily getting there ready for finishing and tidying things up before they take their break. And again, I want to put a big thanks to some of our sponsors, especially Foley Fish, Colorado Lamb, Maple Leaf Farms Duck. They have been all very instrumental in supporting us with many of their products, in helping these candidates succeed in achieving their goal of becoming a certified master chef. Yes, we have a question in the audience. Yes, the question is, after today, when they come back, their execution is just pretty much on plating and presenting. And yes, there may be some last minute things for, depending on the type of hors d'oeuvres they're going to be putting out. That may be an a la minute finished cook. It's something you don't want to have cooked. If it's a small item or something, might be poached, in the first hour, let it cool, and then serve. It's something of that nature. Again, the thought process of maintaining and achieving the highest quality of service of the products is always going to have to be in mind. So when and what that is, I couldn't tell you, because I won't know until later what their exact, well, I do know, I just got their menus, and we'll be showcasing those right after they come back. So we'll all be able to see what they're actually producing and for whom. So, but thank you for the great question.
Some of those, is that a good time to run this commercial?
Okay, well, they're finishing their cleanup, and I have no more questions from the audience right now. So I guess we can pretty much start our break here, and then we'll see you all back here in approximately half an hour. And in the meantime, please watch some of the commentary and things that are coming up on the screen. Thank you.
Nestled on the beautiful campus of Schoolcraft College, the newly renovated Vista Tech Center has all the latest amenities to make your next event a success. Highlighting the new space is the Collaborative Learning Studio, a state-of-the-art demonstration kitchen available to rent. This space allows for a flexible and unique environment for your next event. If you're hungry while you're here, there's always something to eat. Visit the American Harvest Restaurant, staffed by our culinary arts students, or the brand new Craft Grill, featuring our award-winning craft beers and signature menu. Looking for a quick bite? Check out the Main Street Cafe, offering plenty of grab-and-go culinary creations. Schedule a tour today and see how the VistaTech Center can take your next event from ordinary to extraordinary.
What's it take to run my kitchen? Let me check this out.
Hey, what's up, Chef?
Hey, what's going on? We good? Yes, chef. All right, let's go. Bring it. Yes, chef. Food's huge for sure, but long ground beef, chef. Order. I got you. You gotta make it that easy to order too. I want beauties like that every single time.
What I'm talking about.
One sucks, we all suck.
I don't suck.
Oh man, I love you, baby. Order's in. 2 chicken, 2 ribeye, 1 mid, 1 well.
Yes, chef.
Behind. Yeah, I got you.
Menu check, chef.
On the left. Oh. My left.
I got it.
Ah, but isn't my favorite sales rep. Yep, I see his pretty face right now. What's up, Pete? We got everything?
Yes, chef. Got everything right here.
On time as usual.
Absolutely. All right. See you next time, chef.
What's it take to run my kitchen? U.S. Foods. We good? Yes, chef. All right, let's go.
Looking for a new hangout spot? Check out Schoolcraft College's Craft Grill. Featuring award-winning craft beer created by Schoolcraft's brewing and distillation technology students. The Craft Grill is a great place to watch a game with a cold drink. The grill features a unique menu of dishes, including signature burgers, wings, pizza, and more. It's the perfect spot to spend an evening chatting with friends and enjoying some of the best culinary offerings. No reservations required. The Craft Grill is open for lunch and dinner and is located inside the VistaTech Center next to the American Harvest Restaurant, right here on the campus of Schoolcraft College. Stop in. There's a table and a brew waiting for you.
In the wide open West, life still follows the land. For Peter John Camino's family, raising lamb is more than work. It's heritage, carried on through care and connection.
Working with my family is great. I was taught how to work sheep. I turn around and I'm teaching my sons and my grandkids how to work sheep. This land has been home to our family for generations. Every sunrise reminds us why we keep doing this, raising sheep with care and respect. We choose this lifestyle to be with our family, and we want our lamb to be part of meals that bring families together around the table. Sheep are not only the underpinning of our family, but in a way, an extension of it. Passed on from generation to generation is our commitment to care and protect our sheep and our land.
Our story of stewardship stretches far beyond these hills. Across the country, others are discovering the power of sheep to heal the land. At Maidon, Chef Rose Previtt brings people together through fire, blending cultures, ingredients, and stories into one shared table.
Back in 2017, I wanted to open a restaurant that was a tribute to my cultural background. I'm Lebanese American, and how I learned to cook was from my mom and grandmother. I knew the best way to honor that food was to do it on live fire, because that's the original way. So I found this beautiful building where I could put a large hearth inside. If you do travel in that region or you're of Middle Eastern descent, I'm sure you're well aware that a lot of everyone's favorite dishes and the most traditional dishes are lamb-based. And that's how I grew up. It was the special occasion food. It was the backyard barbecues in the summer, or your birthday or Christmas or a holiday.
From her family's Ohio fairgrounds to the hearth of DC, Rose brings forward generations who cooked with care.
Our lamb shoulder is our most signature dish here. It's in our cookbook if you need the recipe, or you can have it any night of the week. It's usually around a 60-ounce bone-in shoulder that's sous vide for about 18 hours and then hung over the fire to finish. We rub it with Syrian 7-spice and eat it with bread, herbs, onions, and harissa, making your own bite the way it's meant to be. Most people go into a restaurant like Maidon thinking they're gonna get like a rack of lamb. Like that's just the most popular common cut. We like to do it here as a special, but it's not as traditional to the region. And it does turn out that if you explore other cuts of lamb, it actually can be quite affordable. And so I encourage my peers to not be afraid to cook with lamb or to try different dishes off the beaten path. Amazing to use rack of lamb, but there's a lot more out there. But the heart of using American lamb is that knowing that we're supporting our farmers, that we're supporting U.S. agriculture. I've been doing it my whole life, growing up in a small town. I know the farmers, like I can see them. I know the difference it makes in their life. Everything here has a story, and as much as we can, meet the makers behind what we do, the better.
Every flame continues the story begun in the field. Each plate becomes a conversation between the land, the maker, and the moment. This is the heart of it all. Simple moments shared with the people we love. Whether shared in a bustling restaurant or a quiet kitchen, lamb has a way of gathering us, of reminding us what it means to come together. Each meal is more than flavor. It's a reflection of the hands and hearts behind it. Across America, shepherds, makers, and chefs share one purpose: to honor the land, the craft, and the care behind every bite. Join us in discovering American lamb. Taste the land, taste the craft, taste the care that spans generations.
Are you inspired to create healthy and delicious meals and menus for your restaurant? Would you like to brew your own craft beers? Schoolcraft College's award-winning culinary arts program and brewing and distillation technology program have stellar national reputations. While learning in the state-of-the-art teaching kitchens, you will study with our faculty of certified master chefs and certified executive chefs. You can choose to work in dietary operations management or get a certificate in baking and pastry arts. With the brewing and distillation program, you can jumpstart a career in craft beverages or brewing operations, or get the knowledge and background as an entrepreneur who is interested in opening a microbrewery. Known for its award-winning beers, the program is designed with direct input from brewing professionals and owners of breweries, brew pubs, and distilleries. The faculty are in the industry and have real-world brewing experience to back their knowledge. Culinary students gain experience preparing meals for our award-winning restaurant, and brewing students are producing award-winning beers for beer competitions as part of the SC Brew Pub. You can earn a certificate or go for a degree and get started in the creative, fast-paced culinary or brewing industry in as little as a year. Then take your education to the next level and earn a Bachelor of Science degree in Culinary and Dietary Operations Management. Craft your future. Discover Schoolcraft College.
The American Master Chef's Order is a guild made up of the highest level of certified chef in the United States. This certification is only earned after successfully completing a rigorous 8-day test, which tests craft mastery in all aspects of cuisine, business, and mentorship. Our mission is to improve quality of life through the power of food, while working to promote, sustain, and perfect our craft, constantly evolving to meet the ever-changing needs of our industry.
Just drive, will, hunger. It's a concentrated learning that no one can take away from you. You own it, and it's yours. It makes you have more of a great appreciation for cookery.
A master chef is somebody who has perfected their craft but continually learns.
It's humble.
Fundamentals. Is forever a student. Mentorship. Is willing to help other people. They're an open book for anybody in the industry.
Like any other master of a trade. If it were construction, you might need to drywall. At a very high level, you might also have to do framing, door installation, electricity, these kinds of things. So I look at the master chef in that same way. As chefs, we need to be proficient, well above average level.
A relevancy, how to be relevant and how to keep up with what's going on today.
The certified master chefs who make up the American Master Chef's Order are behind the largest names in food in all facets of the industry. The cutting-edge technologies, processes, and systems, education, training, and networking. We represent the pinnacle of the culinary craft in America.
That's needed today, and that's what I think that is forgotten. You'll be relevant forever if you fundamentally are sound. You'll never go hungry.
Master of fundamental skills and constantly polishing and pushing yourself to better perfect the craft of those fundamental skills, but also a mastery of organization.
The maturity, the experience, the skills, the passion for food, and I think that's part of what shapes a person for the future.
Because I believe that if we join forces to continue to push for excellence and continue to push for true fundamental mastery, then we will be able to continue to shake off what people are believing is going to become a lost art.
Let's work together to strategically build the industry of tomorrow.
Thank you. And give me well, we're back, and in a couple minutes we'll be having our assessment candidate, Chef Holtgrave, going up with his classical menu. So we want to be back here for that to see how that's going. And as we're doing, oh, there we go. Chef Holtgrave is getting last minute preparations done, finishing up his menu. As I said before, he's going to be starting out with presenting in souffle, but he's going to do a savory. There you go. Look, I think that might be it. I'm not sure. The candidate has a choice to do a sweet souffle or a savory souffle. So obviously, if it's a savory one, you will start out with a savory souffle, and that is in the oven prior to your window opening, hopefully, so that as soon as that window opens up, it's the first item out. And remember, we talked a little bit about how timing is so critical and important, especially when it comes to that window of service. And then following that, he'll have his consommé raviolis and his salmon d'Epoise, pomme de terre naturelle, and then palais d'agneau à la boulangère and the carrots glacés. So these are 4-course menu. He has 30 minutes to present. And his window, again, just now, I believe, if I'm correct, just now opened. Oh, wait. Yes, I'm actually wrong about that. I have a 1:30, not 12:30. Am I wrong, or is he 12:30? Okay, and just so you know, my mistake, I misread my little sheet here. He's got at 1 o'clock, but if you saw, he has everything lined up, prep, ready to go. And again, 1 o'clock, he'll be starting out with his first course, which will then be the souffle. So we've got approximately 29 minutes before that even starts. So again, 15, 20 minutes for that souffle to bake, so that'll be going in the oven pretty soon, so not too long from now. He'll start his cooking process so that the timing for that to come up right at the opening of the window, so he has plenty of time for the rest of the other 3 courses. I do have a question in the audience. Go ahead. Well, the question is about one of the candidates has a parchment over their food, and I guess I have to catch up to see which one now. Is it the one that's now getting ready to dish up? Oh, Chef Holtgrave, yes. Could I get this gentleman that's right in front of me? There, yeah, thank you. No, I just asked to add, because he was in front of my camera and I couldn't quite see where we were going with that. I'd have to say, I said I missed it. I'll check it and then we'll get back to that as soon as I catch up with it, because I'm not sure how to reference that exactly at this point in time. So. I still don't see it. I'm sorry. Well, let me look behind me, because that's a bigger. Where exactly are you looking that he has? Oh, over the top of the stock. Oh, yes. That's the keep. And there's a great term for that, and I'll think of it in a second. But it's held so that the stock or whatever's simmering is held and keeps it moist on the top. If anything's exposed, and keeps it from drying out. It's like a lid, but it's cut out of parchment paper, and basically you're cutting a little circle, and it sets right inside of there. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Yes. And again, it's helped to keep the product moist on the inside. I have another question in the. The question is, we have a person, a young chef. Are you a chef? Okay, a chef came in and he's new and he wants to see what's going on. They're going to do a real quick update. So the chef that's right in front of us is an assessment chef. Now, assessment chef is one who's working towards their CMC. And in the assessment process, they will go through and develop menus. Right here, Chef Holdgrave out of St. Louis, and this will be his second time through on the assessment. First time through is to do the write a menu for a 7-course, which will include Garde Manger, bread, and dessert, and Garde Manger, bread, and classical. So those 3 items are imperative that they showcase those items in that menu. Then they come in and produce that product. He's already done that, but this time he came back and yesterday he produced a plant-based cuisine, which is basically a vegan, in 4 hours. And now today he's doing classical. He's actually given the menu, whereas in the plant-based, he's given a basket. From there, he has to develop a menu to where he can then produce that. He's given 4 hours to produce it and 30 minutes to present a 4-course. Today, the next step in the assessment will be presenting a classical menu. This is where we actually give you, the candidate, or the assessment candidate, the items from Escoffier's cookbook. And you have to replicate that in a 4-hour window. Now, there are obviously some areas that are going to be challenging for that, such as a consomme. A consomme you can never get done in 4 hours from start to finish. So what we do is we just want to see if you understand the process of making a consomme. So we will give you the stock. We will ask you to fortify it. Bring it up to the flavor level you need, but it's already done for you. And I will say I'm thankful for the people at Proper Sauce and Stocks and Sauces. They provided a nice, beautiful veal stock and a chicken stock for us. All you have to do is take that stock, fortify it to the flavor profile that you're looking for. If it is in the beef area, you would use the veal and then fortify it with some type of shank meat or shank. Or for chicken, you might, if it's a dark, you roast the chicken and chicken bones, add that to it, bring the fortification up, reduce it slightly. Then we're going to ask you to showcase how you would clarify it. Taking the lean protein, grinding it, aromatics, vegetables, whatever, adding egg whites to that, bringing that into that process, and then making sure you get that done in that 4-hour period of time. So that's where that would come into play. But again, we're looking, if you go back to the classics, it would take actually literally almost 2.5 days to get just the soup done. So, did that help you with understanding that? Okay, great. Did you have a question, Chef? The question is, what does fortified mean? Well, it increase the flavor profile. Like I said, if we were going to make a chicken consomme, I'd use a chicken stock. Then, to increase the flavor profile of that, I'm going to roast chickens. I'm going to roast the bones of the chicken as much as I can. I'm going to put that in there and allow that to simmer. Now, in that process, in this process here, I've got about an hour, hour and a half to maybe do that. So I got to get it on, get it going quick so I can develop those flavors. And then I want to strain that out, reduce it a little bit if I have to, or let it continue cooking if I've got time for it, to get the fortified, stronger flavor profile that we started out, than what we started out with. Good question. Any other questions? Chef, where are you from? Oh, chef from Ross School of Business. Good. Do you know any of the candidates? Okay. Oh, well, while we're at it, maybe we can, while he's, Chef Holtgrave is finishing up here, he's got a few more minutes before we have to worry about him starting to dish up. Maybe we can check to see how our other candidates are doing. Now, the other candidates are involved with Garde Manger, where they have, oh, they're not. Okay, well, we'll catch up to that shortly then. But the other candidates is an explanation for the people in my audience right here, is we have 3 CMC candidates. They are working towards their certification as a master chef. Today they're doing Garde Manger, which is a complete 12-hour day. And in that responsibility, they are asked to produce in a 12-hour period of time. Well, actually, they had 2 hours yesterday to do some fabrication and get some processing and marination done. And if they're going to smoke something, they can brine it in the day before, in the 2 hours last night, and they'll get all that done. Then they have 12 hours with a half an hour break in between, which is mandatory. And then they change apprentices in between there, so they start out in the second half with a brand new apprentice. But again, they're asked to make a pâté en croûte, a whole tureen or a galantine, and then showcase a whole mussel in some form. It could be just a fish, a whole mussel of fish. It could be a breakdown of the pork that they broke down, okay? And you also have in their basket, they had a beef tongue. It's a whole mussel. They could just present that as it is, and so forth. And in that, they're also going to be asked to make 3 salads, and they're going to also be asked to make 2 accompanying 2 canapes of some kind. One has to be housed with a potager vessel, which is a dough that we're looking to sue, because in the process of shrinking the test timetable, we've asked our candidates to integrate baking and pastry into every day that they do this. And what we're doing, why we're asking that is because in reality, a chef has to do that every day. The breads, baked goods, pastries, they're integrated every day, change every day. So why ask them to do something just specifically where we can showcase what you would do normally in an everyday operation? So that's what's going on here. Now, in a few minutes we'll switch out, but again, that gives them, and I did, the opportunity to showcase all those skills. Now, this is what Chef Holtgrave is doing. He's got, he's going to showcase, again, in classical. He won't be doing any breads or anything like that. He's done that. He would have done that in his practical for the basket, which much we saw before with Chef Kang. Okay? Remember when he did his whole wheat bread and he domed it with the 2 iron pans so he get that nice beautiful browning on the inside? And that was where he had the 7-course lineup. This is what Chef Holtgrave has already done, and now he's moving to the second phase of what we call the assessment program. Now again, you saw him put the parchment on the top. That's just so it doesn't brown. It holds the, keeps the from coloring, but maintains the heat. Now it seems as though he's moving comfortably. It doesn't look like he's hurried or frantic in any way, shape, or form. And I do know that he readdressed an issue where he might have had some concerns, and that was with the raviolis he made earlier. And his filling looked as though it might be a little loose, and it started to spread through. And if you lose that seal on a ravioli, guess what comes out? All that filling. So I think, and I apologize, I walked away and I couldn't quite catch it, but I think he remade the ravioli, so we'll see how that works out for him. But see, he was ahead of he had his timetable planned very well, and sometimes we have to look at, hey, can I save myself 5 or 7 minutes here in case something should go awry? You hope, you obviously feel you've been trained enough that you don't have to, but we as chefs, we all realize we have to think on our feet sometimes when something happens. The comment from the the group was, yeah, something happens all the time. This is where it looks like he's tied his lamb, and what he's doing right now is he's cutting the strings off of it. Okay, we still have a few minutes before Chef Holtgrave is going to be dishing up, so we'll jump over and showcase the menus from the candidates that are out there. So let's go ahead and see what we've got for them. And here we are, starting out with number one. Or not one, these again, we don't know whose they are, but you can see from the basket that we gave them, profiterole stuffed with blue cheese mousse, pork, and fennel sausage. Remember, we had the sheep casings thrown in the basket, so this is a way of utilizing them there. Prosciutto wrap fluke with lemon mousseline. And now, again, this is a kind of a unique little format. They're going to actually wrap it with the prosciutto on the fish. Salad of Brussels sprouts, marinated shallots, herbed chimichurri. Very nice. Kind of a fun little finish there. Chicken galantine. Remember, we had a couple of questions they brought up about galantine. Where would that acquire that from? Because the chicken wasn't in the basket, but it was part of their par stock. And they have the ability to use everything that's in their par stock. So it was kind of one of those question things. How are they going to? So they're smart enough to realize what they have to work with. They said, chicken. There's my galantine. Lentils with that. And then we got the roasted carrot vinaigrette, capers, and then the pork and braised beef tongue pate. This is where they took it, braised, and then now they're going to fortify flavors, build flavors into these things, chill it, and then incorporate it into their pate en croûte. Okay? So, utilization. And they have to use a little bit of everything. If we can hit the next menu. Oh, seafood sausage. I didn't realize it popped up already. Seafood sausage. Again, a different approach. The other one was using meats and leftover trims and things like that to make a sausage. Here, this person might have had a little leftover seafood, said, aha, my leftovers can go into this making of a sausage, a seafood sausage. So, creamed leeks, shaved fennels, lemon jam. Oh, interesting. Parmesan Gruyere profiteroles. Remember we talked about you have to use a dough, pâte choux dough. This is where the profiterole comes into play. Then we've got the smoked fluke. Now this is where, maybe last night, they took this, seasoned it, salted it, cured it, and they got it ready for smoking, and then they smoked it today. Let's see, pickled turnips. Again, they could have pickled those last night. Harder vegetables take a little longer in a kind of a briny type pickling solution, so they would have wanted to get those in last night or very first thing this morning. So they got at least 24 hours to get that nice flavor profile and soften them a little bit. Apple and pink peppercorn vinaigrette and honey mustard and caper sauce. Remember, they had to apply sauces to each of the areas that they're presenting. Chicken galantine, the second one. Number 2. Okay, watercress salad frisee, roasted butternut squash, poached Bosque pears, candied. Ooh, walnut can. Okay, very nice. That'll be interesting. And if we can see the next one. The pate en croûte with the pistachios, carbonaro salad, roasted cipollini, onions and mushroom sherry vinaigrette, roasted garlic and chive emulsion. Again, going back. Here we go to the last one. We got the canapes. We got herb choux. Now this is where they're taking a pâte choux or craquelin with the French onion mousse. They're going to prepare the mousse and put it inside the pâte choux and bake it. Then you've got a truffled boudin blanc, brioche. Oh, brioche. I wonder if they're making their own brioche. Interesting. Mustard chili, pâte en croûte with the pork shoulder, farce gratin. They're garnishing it out for you with sour cherries, pistachios. And then you got shaved Brussels sprouts salad, golden raisin sesame dressing. Okay. Whole mussel terrine. Whole mussel. Okay, they're using the fluke, the fish, as a whole mussel. Very interesting there. And then we got the terrine of beef tongue and veal, lentil squash, turnips, and so forth. And is there anything else on this? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Well, there. That kind of brings you up to date to where we are. And it looks like we are going to be able to see shortly, I think, if my timetable is correct, Chef Holdgrave getting ready to plate. Okay, I think I got a couple minutes to take a quick break and I'll be right back.
Chef, do you need anybody else? No, that's it. Just silverware? Just silverware is what we need for the camp. You cook. So he goes up as long. He's going up in 5 minutes. Yeah, he's going up in 5 minutes. I think she's ready now.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're about a minute and a half out from our first plate up because he's actually looking at his watch too and going, oh, I'm just about there. Oh, well, this way. So obviously, with the first course that's coming up is his souffles. And it's mandatory that they showcase a souffle either sweet or savory, and it has to be accompanied by a sauce. So we'll see what he's got coming up. It's Chef Holgrave is coming up at 1 o'clock, I believe. And I think what he's doing is just waiting for those souffles to be just perfect. And here they come. Ta-da! And his timing is pretty good. 1 minute, before this window opens. So this is what you're looking for. Look at this. One. Let's see that they're going to hold up. Make sure they don't start falling. Oh, there you go. 1, 2, and there you go. Look at that. Nice. Again, this is a savory souffle. And they have that, like I said, they have that option to start out with a souffle and or finish with a souffle. Well, the question is, what am I looking for in a souffle? Well, first of all, in a savory souffle, and this is a souffle au parmesan, so this is a cheese souffle, basically. In that fact, and Parmesan is not what you call a heavy or dense type cheese, so yeah, I would look to see a little more lift out of there, but again, it's a savory one, and then there you go from that point on. So, and it's an hors d'oeuvre now. You're not looking for a volume of a souffle, looking for, and it looks like it's held its crust. I see one that fell a little bit there. That might have been one they poked their yeah, see, as you can see, the chef's going through, and right now what he's looking for is he pulls everything from the side to make sure that it's baked properly around the edges. He had the right amount of heat going into that souffle. Looks like he had pretty decent color on that. So now it all comes, basically, he's performed the objective of making the souffle now, and could it be, a couple things different? Yeah, it could have been, but so it's a passing process right now. But again, how does it taste? That I couldn't tell you. But then, like I said, timing wise, now he's wide open. He's got 3 courses in a half an hour, or actually 28 minutes. Oh, there he is. The chef's tasting it. Look at blowing. So it must have the right heat. So he's holding off on that. And also, too, they're going to look to see how long it holds. So they're going to have one off on the side. Well, you do have Chef Andrini, who was there tasting, he is definitely knows his classical cuisine. I've had wonderful opportunities working with him and discussing classical cuisine, and it's incredible how often I've had the opportunity to work with classical cuisine. Yet after you start talking with other chefs, you go through and you know what? How did I miss that point? And then you go back. Ah, there it is. Yes. The word puree. Oh, I'm sorry. You had a conversation with something about coulis. Well, this as we get back to Chef Holtgrave here, I should say. Now he's getting ready for his soup. This is his consomme, and this is the raviolis that he's putting in the base of his soup cups. And we hope, well, if we can get a close-up of that, I'd really love to see those raviolis. Ah, there you go. Look at that. Oh, they held. Looks like we might have had a little break in a couple of those. It's hard to tell. But now it was smart. Now, if you notice the vessel he put his consomme in, right there. And if I'm not mistaken, he's running it through off the, so it doesn't splash. He's running it against the back of a spoon so that it separates and doesn't create a, there you go. See that? He's got a garnish down below. A lot of times if you're doing a custard or some type of a creme holding garnish, you use a spoon and it doesn't go directly on it and break it up. So it does a disbursement of the liquid coming down on it. How many years have we had consomme? Scoffier. That goes back to the, because the question was how long have they been doing it? If it goes right back to Scoffier's days. And Cesar Ritz. Cesar Ritz and Scoffier developed that whole new process. And when they, because they were hand in hand talking about this together, not two people that met, they developed it together. So. Okay, now consomme's out. 2 more courses to go, and we're only 6 minutes into the window. This is what you call timing. Actually, he's actually could have taken a little more time, but that's okay. He's out there. Now we got the salmon coming up shortly. Four ounces, roughly. And I'll quantify that by saying it depends on the garnish as well. How much garnish is in there. So that may go from 4 to 5 or something of that area to 6, depending. Oh, there's the salmon ready. Look at that. Now going back to live with, that's a pâté en croûte. Now, in the classics, they would do a tremendous amount of garnishing on the top, so to showcase this. Also, too, if you see that there's little holes on the top, those are for venting. See that? Now he's really gone to an extreme of creating. In the older times, this was a feature. How can I masterfully create a specimen that, and the question was, do I really want to eat it because it's so beautiful? You'll see what he's done. He took the slice of salmon, poached the whole thing, only because the bone was still there and the flavor profile, and then he's going to take the skin off and then pull it out and put it onto the plate.
made time for something else.
I'm sorry, you had a question? Well, yeah, again, I'd love to be able to comment because I can only see this from the TV, and I can't really judge it. So I prefer not to try and critique what the outcome with that, because the judge, the evaluators are doing that in there, and I wouldn't be fair for me to lead the public into a position where I can't give them 110% of my. Yeah. I think Chef's adjusting something there so we can look over. And here we've got Chef Anthony's looking at rolling out his dough that he's probably let wonderfully rest for a good amount of time so it doesn't become tough. So he's working this into his process right now. As you notice, some of them have already gotten it. Now, maybe he made his dough last night or maybe he made it this morning. Now, if he made it this morning, then this would make sense that he's waiting till now to roll it out. But one of the others rolled it out, made it last night. So he said it's had time to rest, and that's why he was able to put it together so fast. And then one earlier. The question is, how long do you let it rest? You can let it rest for 4 hours, or you can just let it rest overnight. In this case, if you made it last night, it's going to go overnight. But if you give yourself a good 4 hours, you're fine. Here's just a second, one second. Here we're finishing off on Chef Louis Young. He's actually getting ready. It looks like he's pâté en croûte. He's going to start putting the top on it. He's had that wrapped in some. I'm not sure if that's bacon or prosciutto, what he's got in there. But you can see. Oh no, it's again. No, that's not his en croûte. That is his galantine. Okay. And Chef Gio's, again, I'm not sure where he's at, but he looks like comfortable, clean, nice tight environment there. Where it looks like he's working very comfortably. So, again, now he's into that second half of this 12-hour day. Again, he's got a new sous chef working with that. Communication becomes a very important factor. So they're both working as one in sync and working together. There you go. Okay, I think Chef Holkate's getting ready to plate up. Now remember, he's already got the first 2 courses out. So, and he's only 15 minutes into his window. Yes. Question, is there a big difference in cooking with copper and stainless steel? Absolutely. Copper conducts heat a whole completely different. Completely different. So, as you may well know, there's a tremendous expense in using copper, but originally that's all they ever used. But and there is a huge difference, yes. I had somebody in the back audience there shaking their head. Yeah, there's a difference. Do you work with copper in the back? Have you? And you noticed the difference? Well, yes, the uniformity of the heat distribution is tremendously different. Yep. And here we go with the prawn on the top and his sauce, and he's getting this ready to go. Along with this, he's going to put the potato that he's chosen for this dish. And these are the mussels. There's his potatoes. Now while he's finishing up his salmon, remember when he had his commis helping him take the strings off of his lamb? What he had done, pulled it out, and it's going through that resting process. Important to remember, roast meats need time to rest. So all that heat activation going on and moving that moisture on the side so it settles so it comes nice and firm, and so that when you slice it, you won't have loss of moisture coming out of it. Notice if you roast a piece of meat and cut it real too soon, you have a lot of weepage. Here, keep in mind those are those little elements that they're going to be looking for. Did he roast it long enough, soon enough, so that it had plenty of time to rest, so that when he sliced it, we're not looking for a hot piece, we're looking for it cooked properly. Now again, with the assessment program, it's different. We don't have blind tasting. The judges that are, I shouldn't say judges, my apologies there. These are evaluators. They're assessing the progress of these individuals. And it's a little bit different than what we just call an exam, because we're showcasing how and where they can improve through the assessment process. Because, like I said before, this gentleman had already gone through the basket, made that, went through the same process of assessment. We have 3 to 4 different judges that watch them all the way from step one, as soon as they walk into the kitchen, right on through to the tasting. So, and now the benefit of that is so that they can see and say, okay, here, remember when you were reducing this sauce? You probably could have gone a little bit further. And these are the things that you'll look for when you're reducing it, so that you know when it's ready to be, when it's almost ready to be pulled off, or stop the reduction. Here, when you're poaching your salmon, one of the things you might want to consider is the cartouche. Thank you. My God, I had a meltdown there. Forgive me. The cartouche. Did you put that over there? Did you cover it completely? That type of thing. So those are the things that happen in the assessment evaluation of their work in the kitchen, and then finally into the tasting. They're able to talk them through from, if you started this way, you'd end up a little stronger this way. If you right here where you were doing really well, but you kind of went this way, pull it back this way, now you're going to do much better. It's encouraging, not discouraging. Now there's his roast, already untied, ready to go. Oh, there we have it on croute being processed right there. You do these enough, you generate a feel. And the feel is the fact that there's not a machine to compress it. It's you who's compressing it. So you feel for that final pressure point going through that. You can see where he's coming down with his fingers now, actually saying, I feel this, I got this, I know exactly how much pressure I'm putting on that. So I know that the compression coincides with the fact that I've got to cook this. I'm going to have movement up, and then I'm going to have movement coming down when it settles. When it settles, is it going to be solid or loose? So that, therefore, you got to be careful. All these little cognizant things you got to be aware of. Back to the chef. It looks like he's going to be, there we go. He's ready to start slicing. Looks good from here. Oh, yes. And I'm out here. I can't go in there and taste it. That's just not fair. Okay, this is his last portion or last course. He's got 6 minutes or 5 minutes now. But he feels comfortable. He's not hurrying or scurrying around too fast. He knows what he's got to do. There we go. Here come the plates. Hot plates out of the oven. You can see by the towels he's using to move it. No, he's got 6 plates. The question is how he only has 2. Maybe he's just bringing them up 2 at a time. Obviously, and there's some rationale behind that because if you notice, maybe sometimes in previous ones they're working over other plates. This way, he brings up 2. 2 more come right behind him. 2 more come right behind him. This was his format to go through. Again, we look, we assess. We figure that this could work, that could work better, or this is working fine. Well, technically, he's just going to go 2 tasting plates in. Sorry? Was there a question? I'm sorry. Yes, the Dutch oven does go to the tasting judge. There he goes. He's done. And so finito. Now the tasting judges will go through and score that out. And then we're ready to go. And what we can do in the meat, there it goes. It's set up to go as a platter to the tasting judge because it has carrots on the side. Put the meat on top of the potatoes, boulanger. And then carrots on the side for 6 people. Oh, that would be for, no, yeah, 2. Okay, let's check in and see how we're doing with the rest of the candidates out there. Oh, here we go. Chef Anthony's working on pâté dough. Look at that. En croûte. Now the sealing this obviously is very important. You want to concentrate any steam to come out through the center, not through the sides. If you start creating moisture to come out through the sides, it will not bake properly. So you as the chef have to understand how the heat is or the steam moisture is released from this, so that's why he's taking so much time. And we noticed with chef before, making sure that their seal is really tight, and then as you saw, they cut holes in the center so that steam moisture will leave through the center, not interfering with the baking process of the dough. Yes. Very good question. A question from the audience came up and said, for the assessment candidate that just played it up, are the evaluators looking at the portion sizes that they're putting up? And not only just the portion sizes, but the slices, the amount of garnish that or the accompaniments they put on there with it, potato, carrots, are they all the same? Yes, exactly. They should replicate equally all the way across the board. And that is a critical part because that's your skill. Am I slicing this evenly all the way across? Yes. Am I giving one slice too big, one slice smaller? It may give you the same portion size, but it doesn't show the same skill. So that's what they're going to be obviously looking to showcase that to that individual. You need to work more on that skill development so that we can judge you. Now you can see, remember I told you about the venting? There you go. That's what he's doing right there. And I guess I could honestly say the first time I ever made an en croûte, I did not do that. My all sides were just blown out completely. Now, many, many years ago, I will have to say, but I can attest to the fact that it does not help you if you don't put those little steam release. Looks like he's got some type of a sausage. What is this? Yep. Well, that might, seafood sausage looks. What he's doing is he's making sure that he has the right pressure in coming in on his sausage, and he's maneuvering it up and down, feeling the texture all the way up and down so that there's no gaps, so that when he apparently is going to either portion this or he's leaving enough leaving it whole, so I'm not quite sure. I'm guessing, but if he's going to cook it whole, then he'll slice it and it's a garnish. I'm not sure. But again, it's important that you have the same consistency of filling all the way up and down so that it does cook and not with air gaps in it. Because when you slice it, you don't slice through an air gap. Yes, you can. The question is, can you use a teasing needle? You can, so it releases any air. But in that same process, if there's a big enough gap, it doesn't fill the gap always. So that's why you want to get that even consistency going up and down. Oh, here we go. Yes, look at, he's going for the full blown out garnish of his as well. Now he's egg washed it on the top so that any of the dough that he puts on top of that will adhere to that again. Question on the floor is, would the candidate lose points for all the extra dough that's on there? It's borderline excessive, but no, I wouldn't. I would not. You know that, and again, I'm just not saying that he will or he won't, but again, it doesn't seem to be an excessive amount. Depending now, if he were to make florets, flowers, then he's got more than an ample amount of dough to do that. But then again, if he doesn't, then you kind of look at what kind of finish garnish they're going to put on there as far as the dough itself. Okay, listen, I'm going to take a quick break and we'll let you continue watching, and I'll be right back.
up the flours within the midst of that. When I had true Russian turkey, it's like, you know good and well that you could serve it to anybody right now. Like I could serve my Russian product to anyone at my house. At all. Chef, they would look at me like, what is this? What is this show? And, you know, I learned a lot from it, though, you know, just how to not believe 3 courses is some yarn. No matter how much you practice these different things, it is not a yarn. Talk about carbs.
I don't think anybody I've talked to, anybody said they in my past, we don't feel good about it. I
mean, you know that you can do better. You know, like I felt, and I know I can do better, but all of a sudden that window opens, and it's like, don't forget all of the pieces that's required, because that defines you. Sure. What you would want to do. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you got it.
You change the technique because you know better how to do something. No way. Or the amounts. You know, if you just go to the garnish amounts, and anything like using a thickening agent that's to be used in a pate or a tureen or something like that. You know, panade or farce. It's like, you follow that exactly. Your head. Your tureen comes out like that, the hardness of that kitty cup. It's like, it's done. It's like, oh.
Okay, I am back, and here let's do a little round robin on the kitchen, see what's going on, and see what they're up to. Oh, here we go. Anthony Junga's finishing up. Well, obviously, we just saw him finish up his pate en croûte there. Oh, and then we have Chef Louise Young. Just getting a few things cleaned up and put away. He looks very calm, very collect, so he probably feels like he's got things under control too as well. And we've got Chef Gio doing some kind of a cooking under a foil there. Could be a poaching. Huh? Oh, you know what? Thank you. He's actually smoking under that foil. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, now that's not fair. See, he gets the benefit of being able to smell it, and I can't. Okay. Well, come on up. Come on up. I've got a guest that's going to be with us here. Can you, to your left on the, there you go. All right. Well, first of all, tell me who you are.
Hi, Chef. My name is Michael Shannon. I'm the executive chef at Philadelphia Country Club.
Wow, wonderful! And what brings you out here to the Schoolcraft College?
So I'm actually here to support a really good friend of mine, Chef Gio Linez, at the Patterson Club, and we came up cooking together. And he's taken the exam, and just kind of wanted to talk about a lot of the people that are behind the scenes helping these guys out. It's really, really important and a great experience.
Well, that's why you knew exactly what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So you obviously have been working with him a fair amount recently.
Absolutely.
So have you? Well, first of all, what do you think of this the test in and of itself?
It's really I mean it's a mastery level test. I think really what I like about it is it just brings you back to fundamentals. as executive chefs, we have a lot on our plate. It becomes about service, and it comes about financials and all that. But what the CMC does is it gets you back to your base fundamentals, and that done at a mastery level. So that's it just kind of gets you back to why you started the cooking to begin with.
Now, how long have you been working with Chef? I mean, on this particular project.
So he started the process about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And I've been involved in the process as well. We both cooked under Chef Joe Leonardi.
Oh, so you've had the opportunity to work with a master chef before.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And you've worked for other chefs?
Yep. So Chef Joe Leonardi and Chef Tim Bucci.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, that's great. Obviously, I'm going to ask you an obvious question. Do you see a difference working with a chef who's not a master chef and a chef who?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just the dedication to their craft. That's the seriousness of which it's taken is really unparalleled. And just again, the level of skill and the amount that they go through throughout the assessments, just putting yourself out there to begin with is a step. So it's.
Well, now you say you've been working with Chef Gio for how many years now on this particular project?
So 3 years, and I've known Gio since culinary school. So
where'd you go to school?
So I started at Joliet Junior College and then finished at.
Is that how you knew Chef Bucci?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Competed as a student, and then I moved out to the East Coast with Joe Leonardi.
Oh, that's great. One transfer to another.
Exactly.
Huh? That's a great move. Great move.
Yeah.
And then now in working with Chef Gio on this, you work together, or do you have? How did you?
It's more. I mean, we both run our own operations, so
that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, okay, how did you connect on this? This is the interesting part.
So we came up together. We cooked together at the Somerset Club. When I became the exec chef there, Gio was actually my sous chef, and I helped him with getting onto the Olympic team and all that, and he's been pushing really, really hard. This has been a goal of his for a really long time, and when it was time for him to start getting ready for the exam, you're there for your friends. So
I tell you what, this is a unique situation here. You and I started this conversation yesterday, and this is like we've met before, but we never had much of a conversation. You brought up an aspect of this working together, and to the point where it caught my ear in the sense that camaraderie was the word I kind of pulled out of that conversation. You want to elaborate a little bit on that and why you felt that strong about this relationship in culinary and what's happening, and kind of fill in where it's developed and benefited you, or others that are around you, because it hasn't been just you, has it?
No. I mean, there's a lot of other people involved, and whether it be competition or just our work environment in general is high paced. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of we go through a lot of things together, in a lot of ways that a lot of people in the military go through things. There's a strengthening and bond when you go through adversity together, and kind of seeing him go through this process and all the ups and downs. You just build close relationships, and I've kind of been through this process before with my mentors and seen them achieve goals. Those are lifelong relationships, and that camaraderie will never go away, and it's extremely strong in the CMC community too, and everyone knows each other, and the support that you see with all the CMCs and the openness, and I've never been afraid to ask a question. It's really just it's unbelievable.
Well, it's nice to hear that point of view, because in our world we always value the phrase forever a student, because we can never stop learning. But what caught my ear again in our conversation is you were building this bond but the bond was just not. It was about culinary, it's about food, and it was about competition, and it was about support.
Yep.
So how is it you continue, and how do you feel? I know it's almost, I'm almost afraid to use the word. How did you benefit from all this?
Well, I mean, having really close friends is always a great thing. But for any young culinarian coming up, being with your mentors and being able to see, I mean, there's no other way. Like if this is your goal one day, there's no better way to see the CMC exam when you're with a chef who's taking it.
Mm-hmm.
You get to see the entire process from when they're in the kitchen to, even more importantly, when they're out of it, and you're working on requisitions for them and getting their equipment set up for the next day and keeping them calm and all of the things that go into, I mean, at this point it's more mindset than it is anything.
You've become a mental support mechanism
Mm-hmm.
in what you're doing. But I mean, I know the physical attributes are such that but the mental part, now that's where I know that we can help people out. We can jump in board and be assistants and so forth. But you've taken it to a kind of a different level, a higher level.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to be that voice. I mean, we have someone who's staying at our Airbnb, a very special gentleman by the name of Chef George Opalenik, who is really like all of our mentors, and having that calming presence. And he's just, he cooked us like a really nice dinner last night.
No kidding.
And
Really?
we get to come home and enjoy that, and just trying to keep some normality around this very high pressure test really helps. So so I know it helped Gio last night.
Oh yeah. Now I don't want you to give anything away. How did you feel when he came back?
This morning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was focused. We got a lot more sleep. And when you have people that you trust, there's a couple people here that Jansen over here who's also there and has been working with Chef Gio for throughout this whole process as well. When you have people that you trust who can help organize equipment for you, you get the that extra couple hours of sleep that can help improve your focus the next day.
I know about sleep,
Yeah.
and I know about focus, and so I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah.
110%. Trying to get sleep, it's
Yeah.
not always easy. Now, for you,
Mm-hmm.
where does your satisfaction of all this come from? Is it the knowledge, just the support, or is it all the above?
Well, it's definitely relationships. I've seen this a couple times now, so I know the exam pretty well, and I intend to take it as well.
Well, that was going to be my next question, but we'll get to that in a second.
But really, this is just I've like I said, I've known Gio since for 15 years, in total. So when it was time, you do what you have to do. You make the time, and you help them become successful.
Yeah, it begins to sound like it takes a village,
Mm-hmm.
and that you're actually living that scenario, that statement. So, and I can't tell you, this was just when we talked yesterday, and it was just briefly, and I just said, wow, that kind of that brotherhood or that development of camaraderie and bonding. You don't often hear that.
Yeah.
Nor do you really see it that often, because in our kitchens, a lot of, and I don't want to use this in comparison to what you're doing. Chefs sometimes, and this is going to have a statement that I'm going to ask you to clarify, but chefs sometimes think that they can't show vulnerability, can they? Or they feel they can't afford to show vulnerability.
Yeah.
But in reality, the honesty of saying, hey, can you help me with this? Because I don't think I can do this by myself.
Yep.
Or can you help me so we can work this out together? And then by doing that, you both gain.
Yep.
And anybody getting involved gains. So that community now gets bigger and bigger and broader, and the word's passing out. And we're now looking at not just being the best at something, and I'm going to keep this for myself. We're sharing.
Yep.
Sharing that knowledge and sharing that experience. And I can't tell you how much what else would you like to add to this? This has just been a very eye-opening interview, and
Yeah.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate you taking the time to talk about this.
Of course, of course.
So keep going. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a learning process for all of us.
Yeah, I agree. And, brought up a good point with the vulnerability. I mean, we do this in micro doses at our establishments. We put ourselves out there. We get member feedback or guest feedback. But you're putting yourself out there for other, professionals at the top level. So innately, you're very vulnerable. And having people around you that you trust and support and will support you just makes that process a lot easier. And I think for me, when I saw my mentors do that, and people that I really looked up to as kind of titans of the industry, put themselves out there and get like really harsh feedback and be able to bounce back and improve. You already have high regard for people, your mentors, but when you see them go through that process, it's even greater, because when they show that vulnerability, there's that trust that's been built.
Oh, very well put.
So yeah, I just wanted to kind of talk about the community that's involved outside of the chefs that are taking the exam, and give a shout out to all the hard work that goes into the behind the scenes. So,
but as this information I felt was very valuable for young culinarians coming up, because as they move up the ladder, they need to carry this understanding forward that it takes more than just themselves. It
Absolutely.
takes a team.
Yep.
And that's how you build a team, is through trust and through understanding that vulnerability, that we all have vulnerability. All of us. I'll be the first to admit it. I'd be up here for the next 10 days trying to tell you all the mistakes I made in my life. But the reality is that honesty always pays off in the long run.
Absolutely.
And like I said, this is one of those things behind the scenes that we never really bring out to the forefront. And I think it's a tremendous value.
Yep.
So I can't thank you enough for bringing this forward.
Yeah. Thanks for having me up here, Chef.
Oh, it's truly my pleasure. Really.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you. Okay. Wow. Chef, where are you at again? Philadelphia Country Club. Thank you very much. Well, now that was fun. That was not more than fun, but valuable. In the sense that, you forget about that camaraderie sometimes and you don't bring it to the forefront, but it really takes a village to make things happen sometimes. And these behind the scenes things that we never really hear about or understand until we live them with somebody else. But the more you see this as culinarians, and this is going out to all those people out there we're talking to in schools and in restaurants and clubs and things like that, this is valuable information. And like I said, behind the scenes, you just never hear about these things until now. And that's what we're trying to do, create what we call transparency in this whole process and developing. So, poor Gabby says, I was going to get one of our commis up here, but she's apparently says, Chef, I am tired. I'm going to sit here and just watch you do all the talking. Thank you. Thank you, Gabby. All right, moving on. But we'll do a quick round robin in the kitchen. Oh, here we are with Chef Anthony and see how he's doing. We'll catch up with him. Well, now he's getting through a motion. No, he's just hanging pots just the way he wants them. But again, check out the kitchen. Look at how clean that is and organized. And he's on to his, he started at 7. It's now 2:07. So he's on 7 hours now. So he's pushing it. So he's only got 5 hours to go today. But look at that, keeping that kitchen organized like that, and then continuing to communicate with his commis, very important. Okay, and here we have Chef Louis. Chef Louis. Gets a little tongue-tied here. Young. And again, calm, just moving in. Okay, so what's he wrapping here? Is it a seafood? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think it's a seafood roulade. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, where are we at? All right. But again, all the kitchens now clean, neat, organized, keeping control of their actions. Now remember, these are all brand new commies that they have. I mean, I've only had them for a little more than about an hour. A little more than an hour. So look, not much conversation needed to be going on here. I want to ask a question to our two commies that just came off. Was there a transitional conversation you had with the new commie coming in? And that was the question I asked them, and they both agreed that yes, you both discussed with their new commies. What was the critical points that you wanted to bring up with them? Leaving where they left off so they knew what to pick up and what was important as far as a priority item next for them to complete or to keep an eye on. Very good. So their communication line was, and it looks like you did a good job because it doesn't seem much like there has to be much conversation going on. So I applaud you both for that because it seems like your two commies, and I can't speak to the third because that third person's not here. Who's the third commie? Oh, come on, get over here. Oh no, you can sit over here so I can talk to you in front. There you go. All right, what was your experience like out there? And you can just tell me, and I'll tell the world at large because you're all afraid to come up and sit next to me. I don't bite, you know. Oh, okay, I got that look. Anyhow, how was the transition? How long did you speak to him for? How much time did you have to talk to him? The three of you, the chef as well? Okay. Okay. So the three of you discussed, all three of you, again, one of the reasons why I bring that up is because the chef in the mindset where he's at, you had time over an hour before you two even started, right? So, but now the transition was 15 minutes. So how do you make somebody comfortable in 15 minutes? You know that now the two of you were able to, or the three of you were able to do that, just that. So it's important. So that's something you're learning now as young culinarians. Communication, how important that is. Okay, great. We have another one. How did everything go for you? Did you just finish? 20 minutes ago. And who are you working with? Oh, okay, Chef Dan Holtgrave. Right, thank you very much. And how did that go? How did you what was the experience like? Because you're on the hot side. Okay, thank you for bringing that point up. He said it was a little nerve-wracking because earlier they had a little problem with their raviolis, but as I understand, and I was able to partially view that you were able to circumvent and redo that, and they turned out okay. Ah, look at the big smile on his face. Yes, chef. Yes, chef. He's saying it turned out just right. Good for you. Now that's again a lesson learned. In looking in that timetable, what you're doing and how it's doing. Let me move this real quick. Okay, and you were able to recover. But being a part of that, you learned a lot. Correct? Okay, good. This environment that's being presented to all of you is just a huge learning environment. Anything else you'd like to add or think or comment on? Do I have to drag more out of you? Is that what you're saying? You're just all glad it's over with? She's tired. Okay, thanks. Well, thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. All right, now we're at that point too that we're getting caught up, and we're just about okay. Timetable wise, where are we at here? Okay. Okay, I'm going to take just a quick break here, and I'll be right back.
live feed on YouTube. And yeah, today is Garde.
you. No problem.
Okay, wow, we're pushing into the 8th hour here very quickly with about about 4.5 more hours, 4 more hours to go. And so let's do a little quick round robin and see how they're all doing. And then let's pop those menus up to remind you what's going on. See, he's baked off his croûte, and it seems like he's heating up the sides with a little torch. Very much, yes, yes. Oh, nice little move in. Thank you. Now you can see the parchment paper put into the stacks. That absorbs heat, and as soon as the steam comes up, it evaporates much quicker. So that helps. As you can see, we talked about how detrimental if you don't put the little. Oh, he's just doing a round robin of just getting that color a little more even. Okay, here we go. And Chef Louise there.
I think the calmness is what we really do.
Oh, he's getting that perfect coloration on there now. Chef Gio, how are we doing now? Communicating with his sous chef or his apprentice there, making sure they're all set. Now remember, that was quite a fast turnaround, and the amount of time they had to get information from AM group to PM group, about a third of the time that they normally would have in communicating with a startup apprentice. So, but the benefit was, as they indicated earlier, they had two people talking at the same time, all at the same time, so they were able to pick up all the information where they started and finished and then took over. So it looks like it was a pretty seamless transition there.
Chef, do you want, Chef Kevin, do you want me to have those menus up? Do you want to go through those or no? Yes or no? Nod your head or you can talk. No menus, gotcha.
I'm sorry, Chef, one more time. Writing at least I can do them right now.
So what we're going to do, Chef, we're going to, when it gets close to having Chef Chris come out, we're going to kind of set it up, talk about behind the scenes, and then
how calm everybody seems 8 hours into this process. Isn't that something? Movement, cap- timetable, everything seems to be holding its own all the way through. Doesn't seem to be a nervous look on anybody's face. Oh gosh. That comes from understanding exactly what they're doing and their preparedness and everything else in here. Even Nicole Mead, chef showed her something, and now she's going to follow through. He continues on. Again, nice fluidity in all the process, and also the continued effort to maintain sanitation and neatness and cleanliness. Ah, look where he's at now. Chef Anthony's checking, scratching things off. I'm done with this. I'm done with this. Oh boy, look at that. There was like 4 scratches on that sheet. I have an unexpected guest here.
Not unexpected.
Oh, come on. I put that so they could see. Let me take this moment here, if I can.
Where's that? They can't hear me?
No, you gotta flip
No?
it. Flip it so it's on this side. There you go.
Oh, look at this.
I know. It's
All this education I'm having.
education.
You think this is my first?
Well, this is all about learning, right, Chef?
Yeah, it's all about learning. Yeah.
Let me take a moment here and introduce a very special person at Schoolcraft College, Chef Christopher Misiak.
Hey, how you doing?
I am doing well, Chef, and I got to tell you, it's an honor to be able to sit up here and talk about you for a moment.
About me? Oh my.
This is the guy that takes his time throughout entire days and weeks to do things for everybody else other than himself. And I'm not saying that lightly. He's the man behind the scenes, literally behind the scenes. Go ahead, give me an applause. Come on.
Don't look behind the curtain.
There you go.
Don't look behind the curtain.
And I mean this sincerely, because one never takes time to really understand. And we were talking before about behind the scenes and how other chefs help other chefs and sous chefs and kitchen operations, how they stop and they work with somebody who's going for the certification and or assessment. And it becomes a round robin of learning and so forth. But in this environment now, coming into getting ready for a CMC test, you are going to get a crash course in what it takes to get the finest ingredients put together in the shortest window of time and securing, and I'll go just short of saying 100% accuracy of getting everything the way it should be at the level of quality.
Well, Chef, I have a philosophy about the CMC assessments, and it's a simple thought, and it's you want the candidates that are here working their way through their CMC experience to be the ones evaluated, not me.
But they can't be evaluated if they don't have the right products.
Right. Well,
That's where I was going with this.
What I mean by that is you know, they're the ones that the focus is on, and the focus shouldn't be on, you know, we can't find this, or this isn't the right quantity or the right quality, and that stuff is not acceptable. You know, and so the focus is on the candidates. That's what that phrase does, and I live that phrase every morning when I come in and get ready for each day of the exam. Is they're the ones that I want to be the focus, not me. I'm not being evaluated, they are. And so I do everything I can to prevent the mirror from turning towards me. And so that creates a lot of responsibility and a lot of commitment. And it's the right thing to do. The candidates are obviously under a lot of stress.
Right.
And they've been practicing for a long time, including going out and going to other chefs' places of work and practicing and assessments and that you've been involved with. And so it all comes down to just 4 days, 5 days. And so it's a very important time for them, and I want to honor that time that it's spent focused on them. And so we want it to be as seamless as possible. So that's my goal, is to make it seamless for them.
And I think you've mastered that goal, my friend, because
I try.
I'm sure that I know and I've heard the appreciation from every candidate back there that they're saying they never have had such an opportunity to work with such quality products. So there you go again. I'm just reiterating what they said. I didn't say anything, but eventually you're going to have to accept it. But
yeah.
You've done a great job, Chef, and thank you so much. And this is where we're going to lead into understanding. We had some of the apprentices and commis out talking behind the scenes again, talking about them. We had sous chefs out there talking about this behind the scenes, what they're doing to help their chefs and so forth. And communication and dedication that you've all given your chefs and support in working with. And we talked about the fact that this is a huge round robin of learning for everybody. And the other part of this is we're changing the philosophy of the test.
Well, that's kind of what I am going to be leaning into with the second half of my stint here, because you know you're finishing up your day today, and you're going to be heading home. You deserve it. I mean, it's been awesome. It is hard to continue drawing from that base to keep things moving forward. So I'm glad I could come in, and we're all set up for tomorrow. So I'm happy to be here for the last 3 hours. And
thank you, Chef.
But I did recognize something.
What's that, Chef?
I'm looking at our feedback here at the camera, and I just realized the older I get, the more I look like you. I'm looking at him going, which one's me? Am I on
Chef,
the right
you
or the
have
left?
more hair than I do.
We go back a long ways, 1985, you and I.
Is it really that long?
Yeah, 41 years. Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep. So it goes by quick, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And let me just end it by saying thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we actually have a great video that we're going to play here in a minute about what I do behind the scenes to kind of take off of what you explained and what goes on. And I think it's really interesting. So.
Well, hey, do you want me to go ahead and play it now?
Yeah, Chef, if you want to give the word, let him play it now. We'll let you go home.
Ta-da! Let's fire away.
Fire away.
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Hey, Chef. Hope you had a nice weekend.
Yeah, I did. I'm working on the Certified Master Chef exam, and I have the mystery baskets here, the Garde Manger, the World Cuisine, the Classical, and the Market basket, and I'm in need of some high-end quality fish shipped out from Boston, Massachusetts, or out of Maine.
Absolutely. We'd love to be able to help out with that.
The preparation of the Certified Master Chef exam starts really a month before the actual exam. The master chefs put together the actual mystery baskets that are going to be given to the candidates and people that are having an assessment done. And so they have to develop them, and they take things into consideration like seasonality of product. You know, right now we're in the beginning of March. There's some things that just aren't available now. Other things are just coming into season. So things like rhubarb that are just starting to show up would be something they would probably consider incorporating into the mystery baskets because it's easily available and at its peak quality. Same thing with the seafood. So there are certain species of fish that are better than other times. And so right now you wouldn't want to do swordfish or tuna. They've migrated south. You want to do the native species like cod, or even domestically like walleye or perch would be excellent things to put in mystery baskets. So the development starts with the master chefs. The master chefs have one person that's a lead judge for each one of the days that the candidates are in the kitchens. The lead judge determines the mystery basket and puts it together, gets it approved from the rest of the master chef team that's involved in it, and then it gets shipped to me. Usually I get this about 3 weeks in advance, exactly what's going to be on the test. Then my research has to start. So for example, one of the items that's on the exam is chestnuts. Well, chestnuts are a fall harvest in Michigan, and so I have to make research, and if it doesn't work out that I can't get them at a high enough quality, they can make some slight adjustments. So far it looks like we're able to get the chestnuts. We're going to find out. So I have that amount of time, 3 weeks, to line everything up. So I just called Boston, and I have them line up the boats to go out and get the fish that I want. So when a boat goes out to fish, they leave for 5 days. The first day's catch is on the bottom part of the boat, and the last day is on the top. So I always, when the boats come in, I always request the last day's catch because it's only 1 day old. And so from that, they actually pull it off the boat for me and ship it directly from Boston via shipment that's going to Chicago to the Ritz-Carlton, and they drop it off here. All of that has to be coordinated, and I can't bring them here too early because then, of course, the whole problem with purchasing for anything, even in a restaurant, the day you sign for it and it goes in the cooler, it's starting to spoil. So I have to have the ability to coordinate everything so that it shows up 1 or 2 days before the actual baskets are handed to the candidates, so that everything is the best quality. And not only quality, but quantity. Produce is a challenge too, because this time of year, a lot of stuff is coming from South America. However, there are some hothouses in Ohio that have product available for us. So things like baby carrots, baby turnips, dandelion greens, those types of things are coming hothouse from Ohio. But I use all of those connections, and I use the Detroit Produce Terminal for connections that are further away, like California or Texas, and pull in all the product. And that takes weeks of planning because some of it is unusual stuff. They don't pick normal stuff like salsify root and sunchokes and things that are not normal mainstream. So there's a lot of pre-planning that goes into it. Then we have to accept all the product, make sure it's the right quality and right quantity. And then we have to do the actual mystery basket setup. So I have a team that actually puts together each individual basket the day before the actual evaluations. We actually put them all on carts, label them, and do a triple check to make sure there's nothing missing. So not only is there a mystery basket that has to be set up and bought and purchased and here on time and distributed, there's also product that's always available to them for every day. And that would include what we call the par stock list. So this one page is just a par stock of vegetables I have to have on hand at all times. So if the candidate wants to have eggplant or fennel or fresh ginger or shiitake mushrooms, hedgehog mushrooms, cipollini onions, all the way to the berries, raspberries, strawberries, blueberries, peppers, different sizes of potatoes and varieties, different kinds of hard squashes, all the herbs. That's here 24/7. That's not in their basket. And they can draw from this list of produce anytime that they want. They also have a par list of dairy, cheese, and protein. So I have to have these available at all times. Butter, buttermilk, eggs, half and half cream, a variety of cheeses from Gorgonzola to ricotta to Gruyere to feta to mascarpone. All the stock has to be produced and ready to go. And all the protein, there's proteins that we have to have. Because if they're doing a consomme, they're going to have beef shanks so they can make the clear meat to clarify the stock. And that's the veal shanks. I got to have prosciutto on hand and pork butts and pancetta and shrimp. All that has to be here. Then there's also the dry good par stock list. So all this has to be available 24/7 for the candidates. Would include all the spices, dried sugars and sweeteners, legumes, rice, breads, flours and starches, an Asian pantry, a regular pantry, vinegar and oils, and flours and nuts. All that has to be available 24/7. And then there's another list. It doesn't end there. Then there's another list we're responsible for. We have all the alcohol, beer and wine and liqueurs. Of course, they're going to use a lot of brandy for reductions and sherry wine for flavoring. But we also have to have specialty things like dried porcinis, truffle peelings, truffle oils. And then for the pastry part, we got to have all the purees here. So raspberry, strawberry, pear, passion fruit, coconut, mango, white peach, strawberry. All those have to be available. And then this year they're doing a vegan menu. So this is new. So I had to have all the vegan products available as well, which would include the yeasts. They're going to make their own tofu, so I got to have soybeans that are organic that they'll soak, and then I need the actual nigari to actually change them into tofu from raw beans, and vital wheat gluten and Vegemite and anything that they would need for a standard par stock for the vegan menu. So a lot of stuff that's going on even before it starts. All right, well, one of our dishes, one of our mystery baskets contains a lamb leg. And what's unique about these lamb legs are that they're bone in, meaning that there's nothing been done to them. The shanks have been cut off at the bottom, right here. So there used to be a shank here, but the rest of it is intact, just the way it would come off the line, the assembly line. What we're going to do is I had these come in a week early for the exam, and I'm going to give them an extra 14 days of aging, which is very important. During this aging process, we're taking a product that's been aged for 14 days already and giving it the ability to reduce in water content to increase flavor. And also the enzymes in here for the next 14 days are going to break down those muscle fibers, acidify them, and give them a much better flavor, and will allow the candidates to remove the different muscles from here much more easily because it'll be more pliable. I guess the way to look at it is as it ages, it breaks down the collagen, it breaks things down, makes it softer and easier to handle and easier to get off the bone. And of course, we got them with the bone in because we want to see if the candidates know how to debone a whole shank. That's part of the competency that they have to acquire, is breaking down of an animal carcass. And so that it serves two purposes, because the bone can then be used to brown and make stock to fortify whatever dish they're making. So there's a lot more behind it. So it's knife skill, it's about utilization, and it's about the quality of the product. In addition to the lamb being here 14 days early, I also had the beef tenderloin come in. It's 10 days before the exam, and I just had the Fairway Packing drop off our bone-in tenders for the Master Chef exam, and you'll notice that it's a much different looking product than what you find at the store. So you can see the actual bone is still attached to this tenderloin, and the reason why they leave the bone on is so that it can age properly. If you were to take a knife and debone it, you actually can see the tenderloin this way. It runs the whole entire part of this animal. The purpose of aging this for 10 more days is to dry it out a little bit to give it more intense flavor, and also for the enzymes, just like with the lamb, to break down the muscle fibers and fat and other things that are in here. We call it silver skin, but it helps break that down so that when they cook it, it's more tender, has more flavor, and it just eats better. And so it's more than just about ordering food, it's planning way ahead. This one's 10 days, the lamb is 14 days, dry aging them, bringing the quality level up, just like you would have a dry aged steak at a prime restaurant. The same process here. And we do lose a little bit of this through aging, because it's over 70% water. So, a lot of it evaporates away. So we have to allow for loss too before we give it to them. So if they need a specific weight, we got to build that into the loss during the aging process.
Boy, that's something else. It tells you a lot about what's going on behind the scenes. Not a lot of people get to see all this kind of stuff. In fact, the candidates don't know they're getting a bone-on tenderloin. So I think if they watch this broadcast, you're gonna tell them, huh? You're gonna tell them, aren't you? No. Yeah, it's actually not until Tuesday is the shell-end tender. So I'm praying that I don't get in trouble, that they could figure it out. But I think they know what's coming. And in addition to the food part, I also want to describe a little bit about other things besides food. The kitchen itself has to be designed early as well. It has to be cleaned and polished, and make sure the ovens are all calibrated, so that when the chef turns it to 325, it's actually 325. All that has to be done before as well. We had to move certain pieces of equipment to make it available to them in that room. So that room normally didn't have a freezer, and so we have to bring a freezer in, because a lot of their items, especially the charcuterie stuff that they've been working on, they have to chill the meat in a freezer before they grind it. Otherwise, I think Chef Kevin mentioned it many times, the force meat won't stay together. it'll separate, because as you have mechanical grinding in the grinder, it creates heat. And if your meat is not partially frozen, not frozen, but just right on the edge, if it's not that, then that will break. The cream will separate and the meat will break, and then you got all kinds of issues going on. In addition to the equipment and the room, all the candidates that you've seen, the plate ups now, if you've been watching, you've been seeing that the plate ups are on these beautiful plates. Well, all these plates were pre-ordered by the candidates, brought in a month before. We had to clean them, polish them, make sure they were all there. No chips, no scratches, no runs, no drips, no errors, right? And those have to be prepared for the candidates, wrapped in cloth and handed to them. And that had to be pre-done. Every chef that's in there right now also has a commis. Those commis are actually all part of our students here at Schoolcraft. And those students are all in our competition groups that we send out to compete all over. So they have experience in the kitchen, but yet they have to be, trained on how to actually work with the chef and what they're allowed and not allowed to do. And so I think sometimes we forget that it seems so seamless. You're watching it on television, it seems so seamless. Things are just happening and the sous chef is moving around. There's great, well, those students have been prepped a week before on what their expectations are. And so that's also some behind the scenes stuff that happens. And then lastly, probably the one that gets the least amount of attention are these wonderful people listening to me through this microphone. Our media department here at Schoolcraft College. They've been working on this for over a month, meetings, and that thing, the video you just saw was produced by them, right? We do this all internally, and sometimes we forget to thank them for their service. And so thank you everyone in the truck and people running the cameras. Without you, this doesn't happen either, especially at this level with the media. And all of us know that this is being broadcast nationwide, and the exposure is important, and media is important to that, and I just want to make sure they get recognized for all their hard work. The money you can send to my offices anytime you want, guys. It's my safe is in there, just slide it right in. Before we go, I have a plan of action here for these last 2 hours of today's broadcast. I have a lot of historical data back from the very first MasterChef exam, and I have chefs that have participated in the middle years, and then I, of course, have these current ones. And I want to go through the evolution of the MasterChef exam with Chef Milos leading off, and then continuing on to Chef Dan Hugler and Chef Fritz, and then talking about the modern way it's being done now to kind of give everybody a good grasp on that. And then I have Leo Savaggio coming over to visit me at around about an hour from now. And we're going to talk about the new collaboration between Schoolcraft College and Nino Savaggio's, which is across the street. And we're going to talk a little bit about that and some promo videos for that. And then, of course, in between, we'll be talking about what's happening in the kitchens. And so we have a pretty jam-packed couple of hours here. Let's go back to, let's see what's going on in the kitchen right now. And then I'll talk a little bit about the basket. So I'm sure all of you are aware that the chefs are getting ready for their platters for tomorrow, their show pieces. They've had all day of preparation. This is a very unique day. Usually they get a basket in the morning, and then from that basket they will produce an item. A lot of times the item is given to them what they must produce, and sometimes they get to choose. But this one's different in that they received their product last night, and they started prep work, and then came back today. And of course it takes time for the beef tongues to brine and for them to smoke them and all these kinds of tools. They have all day today to complete that. And then tomorrow they will do their presentation, and then at noon tomorrow they will get their next basket, which is the classical basket, or I'm sorry, world cuisine basket tomorrow, and I can talk a little bit about that as well. So right now we're looking at the individual chefs in the kitchen, and they seem to be very organized. I mean, they're constantly moving, but very organized. 3 great candidates. I feel that they've done very well so far. They have a few hours of prep yet today to get done before we let them go home and rest up and be back here tomorrow at 5:30 in the morning. But you can see the sous chefs, the seamless reaction that they have there. And yes, chef, no chef, and I'm very proud of our students, by the way. A lot of these students I knew as high schoolers, and I recruited them here to Schoolcraft. And it's great to see them in their evolution. Yes, we have a question from the audience. how they were chosen. The commis were chosen based on their experience level, and all of them are on our, what we call our salon team or our competition team. And so they're very used to timelines. Like you have to have a certain dish done at a specific time. And so in the industry, we call it having a sense of urgency, that, you know, things must get done. And you can see it as they're working here, that there's a sense of urgency in everything they do. And so we have almost every single one of our salon team people participating. Today was unusual in that halfway through they got a new commis. That was kind of different. And it doesn't look like they skipped a beat. They get a brand new commis and it's just like nothing ever happened, and that's really wonderful to see. And there's Maya right now. She's one of our students. A lot of talent in that room right now. A lot of master chefs wandering around. It's good to see them. A lot of them are formal faculty members here from Schoolcraft. It's good reunion. Some of them are retired, coming back. So it's a nice way to meet all my friends again, and in a venue that we live this. We live culinary, so it's fun talking with them. I said earlier that we have the World Cuisines tomorrow, and I do have the mystery baskets that we had set up today, and I do have all of the supplementals, so the chefs know these menu items. This isn't a mystery anymore. So a little bit about the supplementals. Every chef gets a mystery basket in the morning, and that mystery basket has specific items and specific quantities. However, they may want to add to that. And so, well, if they're adding carrots, onions, celery, parsnips, that's there. That's that par stock that I talked about earlier. But a lot of them will say, well, chef, I'd like to incorporate this type of pepper, or I want to incorporate this type of herb or spice, and it's not on the approved list. When the supplemental comes in, I get all of those things that are not par stock, and I go back to the evaluator for that day and I say, chef, they've requested, you know, Amarillo, or they've requested this or that, and the chef will say, most of the time they'll say yes, and I'll say, chef, but I don't have it. But we'll get it for you. And that's some of the behind the scenes stuff. Not everything is here when they order it. We have to make sure I have all these outlets available to fill these orders for the next day. And so I have people, besides setting up the baskets, I have people running around, like Marguerite, who's my part-time, full-time, pretty much full-time helper. That's how we get things done. So it's a very, and like I said earlier, my goal is to have the evaluations on the candidates, not on Schoolcraft, because and it can very easily shift if something's not there, and we don't want that. So we do as much as we can to avoid that. So let's talk about the baskets tomorrow that we're setting up for them. We just had the shipment of red snappers come in. I had these special ordered out of Chicago via Florida. So we have some beautiful, genuine American reds, not the subspecies, not the vermilions or the silk snappers. These are the real thing. So the chefs tomorrow are going to they're going to be quite pleased with the quality of these fish, and those came in today. We also have beef hind shanks, which are going to be tomorrow. They have to debone those. And then we have plantains, both ripe and green, that are going to be in the basket tomorrow. So that's another thing. When you buy a plantain, it's not ripe. So I had to buy them 2 weeks ago and put them in my office along with the passion fruit that comes in green. And so every day I walked into my office, I opened the door and I'd say, do I smell anything yet? And about a week ago, I could start to smell passion fruit. So I knew it was starting to get ripe. So then I knew to put it in the cooler. So we had the plantains, both green and ripe. The spinach, you go to the store and buy spinach now, it's flat leaf spinach, or arrow spinach they call it. And most people don't know that that's not really spinach. I mean, it is, but it's because it grows easy and it grows fast and it's cheap. Well, the real spinach is curly spinach that has flavor and doesn't fall apart when you cook it. You ever cook spinach and it just disappears? Not the curly spinach. And so I had to special order the curly spinach 2 weeks in advance. It was hand-picked just for this event. So again, you got to pre-plan. And if you go to a grocery store, you'll never see curly spinach anymore. It's special order. So we have to do that in advance. Scotch bonnet peppers are on the basket tomorrow. Chayote squash, coconut milk, and of course tomorrow we'll have a nice video of all this beautiful stuff for the actual day's presentation. Queso fresco, kidney beans, and long grain rice. So they're going to have some really nice stuff tomorrow. And again, there's just a little bit of history of what's going on with the behind the scenes and setting up the baskets. Of course, I have fresh lobsters coming in eventually too. Can't get those too early because they don't really like it out of the water. They'll last for a couple days. And if you know anything about lobsters, if it's a sleeper, we call a sleeper, or it's not alive, it doesn't cook right. And so I can't have that. And so that has to be coordinated as well. Eventually, we're going to transition to the Chef Milos interview and a little bit more about the Master Chef exam. But let's take a look at the kitchen for a few minutes before we transition to the Chef Milos interview. And you can see they're all hard at work. And the evaluators in there, they're looking at many things. They're looking at technique. They're looking at cleanliness. They're looking at how the sous chef, the commis and the chef communicate with each other. Are things orderly? And they're all taking notes, sanitation being one of the more important ones. Because they've been in there all day, they have a lot of notes. The chefs are walking by and making notes and asking questions, and they're doing a very good job making sure that they know exactly what the candidates are preparing. I noticed a lot of the candidates had their stuff in the oven when I came up here. And did you notice they have these little like chimneys on top of all their, again, to get the steam away from the puff dough? Another behind the scene thing is all that puff dough was made here at Schoolcraft. We didn't buy the puff dough. We made it from scratch and did it ourselves. So we wanted nothing but the best quality for them. So we actually handmade the puff dough here as well that they were using for all day today. And you can tell when they were working with it, they had smiles on their faces because it was very pliable, and they were putting the egg wash on there and doing all their roses and everything. It came out just beautiful. And I saw some of the finished ones come out of the oven, puffed up all even. That's the other thing. It comes even. The stuff you buy in the freezer, sometimes you have, it goes up and down. And so we made sure that that candidates had nothing but the best. Well, I think we're capturing some beautiful video here, but I think we're ready to introduce Chef Milos. Now, I've been doing this since 2017, being up here on stage and talking, and we did since 2017. I've been doing interviews every time and one of them always stood out in my mind, and it's with Chef Milos Szelka. And Chef Milos was in the very first graduating class in 1981, and his story about his experience to me is very inspirational. And after you listen to Chef Milos talk about the test, I'm going to have the chefs kind of talk about how it's evolved since then to what we have now. So let's take a few minutes here and let's listen to that interview from 2017 with Chef Milos. And look who I found, Chef Milos Szelka, Master Chef, the very first class of Master Chefs in the United States. Welcome. Nice of you to be here to take some time out to talk with me. 1981, the first class.
Right.
What was it like being there for the very first one?
Well, it was, you don't know what to expect, of course, since you are the first one, and everybody, all the people who try to pass, everybody has high expectations, but doesn't always work out that way. And we never were told how we were scoring, what our score was, how we were doing. We were never told that. But sometimes during dinner time, the chiefs came over and said, you pack your bags and you are done, in front of everybody, which was kind of scary, kind of embarrassing and scary. And so every day somebody was dropping out, and we started 8 of us and finished 4, but out of the 4, 1 still had to come back and retake one of the classes. So it was really just 3 at the beginning, but then ended up 4,
And that's still true now, that candidates can come back again and again, and as many times as they choose to take the certification exam, the MasterChef exam. And not everybody passes the first time, but they learn a lot and they grow, and then they're able to come back and be successful in the evaluations.
Correct.
Now, when you were there in 1981, they gave you a mystery basket. I would be interested to know, what was your mystery basket that you had, and what ingredients were in there, and what did you do with those ingredients?
Well, the mystery basket holds a tremendous amount of food of various kinds, but not very much of anything really. And so there is a lot of pasta and legumes and vegetables and all kind of stuff. And when it comes to the protein, those are very small items. So you have to prepare a dinner for 6 people, and there is one little fried chicken, okay? And then there is a piece of veal from the hind leg of a veal, and when you cut it up, you wind up with about 3 ounces per person of veal. Same thing you get for fish. We got striped bass, whole bass, little small fish really, and you had to bone them out and fillet them, and again you wind up with maybe 3 ounces per serving, but it's sufficient if you add everything else to it. So first you have to take inventory of the mystery box and write a menu. And once you write a menu, the menu is in triplicate, and the instructors get 1 copy of it, and there's nothing you can change anymore after that. And you have to take out of the box anything that you're going to need and send back everything else. And once you send it back, you can't get it back anymore. That's it. And you have to utilize what you have selected out of the box, and be very careful that it works out.
Now the veal that you had in that, what did you eventually do with that veal?
I made like a little tiny cutlets, 2 per serving, like scallopini, and I sauteed them, and you have to give a name for every dish. And I didn't want to give classical names, because then you are bound to make sure that it's exactly the way it's supposed to be in a classical dish. So I just gave them whatever name. So I call it veal cutlet California, and I sauteed it, and I had some garnish on it of I think orange segments and things like that, and it turned out pretty nice. Yeah.
And then you had a small sea bass as well that you had to butcher.
Right.
And then what final product did you come up with for that menu item?
Again, I sauteed it, and I forgot what kind of a sauce I had, what kind of finish, what kind of garnish, but that was one of the items. Then I had clams I selected clams for appetizer, and I got 18 clams. So I figured, well, I have 3 per person, And then when I was opening up, I found that 2 of them were spoiled. And now I didn't know, should I ask for replacement, or will I be told that I should have checked them before I send back everything, So you are kind of hung in between. Well, there was another contestant, Austrian chef, and I asked him, what are you doing with your clams? He said, I'm going to chop them up. I said, can you spare 2 of them? He said, sure. So he gave me 2 clams, and I had my 18 clams again,
What a great story.
Yeah. You have to do whatever you can,
Yeah. And Chef, after you became Master Chef, of course, you were here in Detroit.
Right.
In the Detroit area, metro area, and the Golden Mushroom.
Right.
Your home base, your home restaurant. That you ran for so many years and so successfully. It was a benchmark here in Detroit, the place to go for the best food. And mushrooms were your specialty, especially the morel, which is a specialty northern hemisphere mushroom. And I always loved coming over to the restaurant and having your soup. It was beautiful stuff, and the lobster bisque, my favorites.
So there's a little bit of love I'm sharing with you here
Yeah,
because
okay.
you're an inspiration to a lot of
Thank
chefs
you.
in Detroit.
Thank you.
You actually brought them in and gave so many people a great chance here in Detroit metro
Right,
area. So
right.
some of the chefs, could you name some of the chefs that were mentored underneath you that have, like Chef Brian Polson, who's one of our instructors, is one of yours.
Paulson, yes. Joe Decker worked with me for a while. Even Kevin Gawransky, not very long, but he worked with me for a while also.
So all three of those are faculty members here.
Yes, and you know, I was fortunate. I like to hire young guys who had the ambition to become chefs someday, who were willing to work hard, you know, and so it was not easy working for me. Definitely, I would be the first one to admit it, that I was kind of a taskmaster and I was a tough person to work for. But those that made it, well, the top ones, I even got jobs for them, you know, and I negotiated a salary even for them. And they got chef's jobs in various places, like Chris Hessler, you know, I got him a job at a country club in Grosse Pointe and so on. And Brian, I got him a nice job also. And so people who kind of graduated from my school, as I would call it, I took care of them after they left me. And you know, Steve Allen, I sent him to France for 6 months to study there at a 3-star French restaurant, and then there was also, gosh, what was his name? Another young guy that followed him to France, and so I was fortunate to have people who really were dedicated to the trade and were willing to pay the dues and do the work.
Well, you were fortunate, but they were also fortunate that they had you as a mentor to train them about, really, this business is not easy. There's a lot of hours, and you're always under pressure, not only to perform and meet a timeline, but also financial pressure as the owner of the restaurant. And you did a very good job because they're all very successful. So there's a, you know, you should be congratulated. And as one of the first class graduate from 1981, Master Chef, to now, and all the things you've done for the Detroit metro area, I want to say thank you, Chef, and thank you for taking the time to visiting us. How about that? It's awesome, isn't it, seeing Chef Milos talking?
Yeah, he got a lot of us started, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did. I'm joined right now by Master Chef Dan Hugler, who actually was on our faculty here for 25 years or so, weren't you? We worked together, and
I never had to wear earmuffs like this.
Only in the wintertime, walking to your car. And I brought you here because of your insight to the Master Chef exam, as well as your professionalism in this industry. And you know, Chef Milos described it just now. When he went to the very first one, they were informed that they passed or didn't pass over dinner. They didn't have scores, and they just said, you didn't make it, pack your bags and go home. And that was the original way they did that. And obviously it's changed a lot since then. And if I could find out a little about when you took the test and how it evolved from that to when you took it, and then since you're involved heavily with the one now that we're doing, including the plant-based menu items, which is new to the exam. So maybe a little bit about your experience with the MasterChef exam, so some feedback to our audience and guests listening out there.
Well, I took the test in 1988. I never aspired to take the test. I didn't really want to. Ferdinand convinced me to do it in support of the program and the team. I was 3 times on the Olympic team. I did dozens of mystery baskets. So when I took the test, it was 10 days. I was happy to leave the hotel for 10 days and just cook. and not have to go to the executive committee meeting, right?
Well, that's one of the
Yeah.
big changes. It used to be 10 days.
Yeah.
Can you imagine doing that now?
I liked the 10 days.
Did you?
Because there was a break in the middle where we cooked Asian cookery with a Chinese chef, and it was kind of a break in the middle of the program.
Okay.
And so the test today, it's different, and it needs to be. Our customers are different. The market's different. Cooking is different. We have so much more technology now.
And the evolution of it.
Oh my gosh. So, I took the test in '88. I loved it. I had a few days of challenges. You don't get to sleep much. You're just always on the go, go.
I think that was part of the test too. They wanted to test your endurance.
Yeah, for sure. And so for anybody out there that wants to take the test, regardless of how many days it is, I do think you want to be serious about developing your knowledge, your skills, and your physical stamina before you even attempt it. Some people get in there and they realize right away they were not ready for it.
Yeah.
So the transition to the new test, there's a couple issues. When I took the test, I felt that the stocks and some of the ingredients that the CIA had for us could be better products. And I love the CIA. I call it the chef's heaven, right?
Yeah.
But I moved to get the test, moved to Schoolcraft College, and I know you were involved. You helped me with that. We got the national office involved and successfully moved the test here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we have more resources available for this exam here. I know how the college financial structure is, and they pour a lot of investment into this program. I'm just grateful for it. I've watched not only the test evolve, but the industry as well. So when they shortened the test to 5 days, they really put all of the subject matter into the 5 days and allow them some lead time ahead of time to know what their menus are and plan for it, The test is just as rigorous, I might say more rigorous, because it's crammed into the 5 days. And this is the first time we're running this test with the new format. Coming into it, we all had expectations and perceptions. But as I get into it, and I'm working with Kevin Walker, Jerry, and Olivier, some of the chefs that have been working on new score sheets, for instance, and the composition of the test itself. Really, we have a better program now. I'm convinced.
Yeah, and as Milo said, you just got told at dinner. Now you actually have competency requirements, and they're recorded, and you're observing, and then that also allows for the tasting feedback. Like you were in the tasting room yesterday.
Sure.
And that also allows you to be. It really helps the candidate out much more, because you have actually competencies that you can actually say, well, this is this, and you have it's organized, it's structured, and
we had to look at ourselves. We're chefs, we're cooks, and if you haven't noticed, sometimes we can be a little moody. But we had to really look at the process and say, how do doctors do it? How are they certified? What's involved?
Mm-hmm.
We had to look at the evaluation process, which the benefit of me teaching here for 24 years was that I learned more about that too, and about people, and about how to transfer that information to the student or the trainee. So into this whole new format, we've got this assessment thing.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the assessment candidates.
At first, I'm very leery of this. It's not my belief that you can train a master chef with classes. I think you need that experience, And I think theoretically, you could train someone to pass the test successfully, but boy, it's very difficult, because when you get in there and the clock's running, and you can have the latest technology, cooking instruments, everything, but it's going to boil down to what you know, what your experience. How can you pull it out at the last minute? Because in the kitchen, things happen
that you don't plan for. That's
ovens go out. Apprentice drops a product.
Stuff
I had
boils
an
over.
apprentice. I had an apprentice. His name is Jerry Vachon. He's in California, and he's a chef instructor. Jerry was my apprentice for the whole 10 days. On day one, I gave him some potatoes, and I wanted him to make some Parisian scoops. And he didn't know how. I want round potatoes, not flat spot on them.
Right.
He ruined the potatoes. And I had to change my menu, which they allowed. And I quit. He had glasses that were very thick. And I called him radar, joking around, but Jerry was a good man. And he had a heart of gold. And he was nervous. He was nervous as a bad person in church, right? And so the rest of the test, I said, Jerry, you hang with me? We're going to change it up, and I want you to learn. And I had to work harder. But Jerry came around toward the end of the test. He was calmed down, and I didn't realize how much we scared the hell out of these apprentices. We don't mean to.
Right.
But it's a lot of pressure on them. And now we even have on our score sheets, how are you working with the apprentice? Are you leading them? Are you directing them? Are you utilizing them? Because all of this doesn't matter unless we have people following us, carrying on the craft,
Yep.
And so I hired Jerry. I told him, you come to Grand Rapids, I'll hire you and give you a job. And I hired him and rotated him through different kitchens, and he learned a lot. And at Christmas time, his parents bought him an ice carving set. We were plating up in banquets, and he said, Chef, there's a block of ice tempered. Can I? I said, Jerry, not without me. He said, oh, come on, Chef, I'll be careful. 5 minutes later, EMS is going down the hallway toward the loading dock.
Oh, no.
He put the chisel through his wrist.
Yeah, that's a dangerous thing. They are sharp.
Jerry left the hotel. I didn't see him for years. And one day here, I looked, and there's this guy with real thick glasses, with a beautiful young wife, and like 4 kids, all with thick glasses. And it was Jerry. And here's why I'm telling you this. Jerry, I said, Jerry, is that you? And he said, yeah, Chef. And he told me, he made me cry. He said, Chef, you were the only person that believed in me. And I have a thriving catering business in Ohio now. And I started crying.
Well, that's what it's all about, Chef. It's about the next generation.
So, chefs, we cook, we manage. I mean, the computers now, the administrative requirements that we put in on these guys would be a challenge for me today. But this is a different generation. We could not bring books into the kitchen or the CIA. Those stay at your hotel room. We didn't have a Google or internet. We had Apple computers, and how limited I am with computers. And I had a book, GW Basic, a programmer's book, right? Back then, was it Bill Gates didn't do it yet,
No, that definitely has changed. And you brought up something that really should be expanded on. And the commis that are in there, the students, we're watching, some live footage right now, and then you can see them. This is Judith right here working, and
Just look at it's a seamless, and they're learning, and
oh yeah,
and look at her. She's got a timer going at the same time. She's multitasking right now.
Sure.
And what a great experience for these students.
For all of them. Even I bring the dishwashers yesterday and today some water. They're quietly busting ass over there.
Yep. Yeah. Those
keeping
are all
our kitchen clean. Really, it's not about one person, And I think for a chef, Kevin asked me a question. He said, "What is becoming a master chef done for you?" And I didn't even want to take the test.
Yeah,
so,
there's a whole story behind that. I don't know if we have enough hours to talk about that story, which was documented in Detroit City of Chefs. I replay it and listen to it over and over because it's so inspirational about how you covered the national team when you were over in Germany, and how that all evolved is quite an amazing story. And maybe if we have time later in the week, if you're still around, we can bring that up. But very inspirational story about you not wanting, you being involved, but you wanted to be. I don't want to take the test, and then you have that all Fritz.
Well, the nice thing about it was the unexpected credibility and opportunities to consult. I worked with Kellogg's, Andy Boy, Morning Star, some big companies, and so suddenly I find myself in need to study food science. Well, yeah, you're a master chef, but you're not a master at everything. This is just a 10-day test.
On only limited subjects.
There's a 95-year-old Japanese noodle maker who's been making noodles since he was like 8 years old. He's considered the best in the world. He says, I almost got it down perfect.
After all that time.
That's the attitude of a true master. That you know that you don't know as much as you know, maybe even more. And a lot of the younger chefs, they win a gold medal and they think they're it, they're God's gift to the culinary world. And you know why they won that medal? Because someone who cooks better than them wasn't there that day.
That's true.
And so, you need to, I think, keep yourself in check a little bit with the ego, with the expectations. And we have a saying for our Amico or Master Chefs group, forever a student. And we need to foster that, not just with our apprentices and cooks, but with ourselves.
Excellent advice, Chef.
And when I got the Master Chef, suddenly people are coming to me and asking me questions like I'm some kind of a master. I go, wait a minute. It can be overwhelming, but be truthful and realize, that it's only a step. It's a test. If I hadn't gone into teaching, I would have gone into food science because there's such a need for that, And
no, I mean there's a big trend now with processed foods and moving away from the processed foods and going to more natural ingredients. And
that's a nice story.
They need chefs for that. Let me tell you, there's a lot of bad stuff going on out there that people should know about.
Well, a lot of people don't realize too that many of our master chefs have migrated to some pretty impressive positions in our industry. Steve Junta is chef for Cargo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just talking to Frank. He's worked in R&D and food science. He was also a cook before he became a pastry chef. And I didn't know Frank before, and I'm talking to him. I'm just so grateful to have today to talk to him. The guy is so smart.
Well,
but he looks at baking and pastry like a cook. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And he has food science degrees. So when he talks to you about hydration of the dough and all of the technical things it's amazing. So if you are in a room with 10 chefs, and you shut up once in a while, you give an idea, you get 10 back.
Well, I was in the room the last 2 days, and I just kind of sit in the corner and I listen to you guys talk and about your experiences and about the dish, and I see you flipping through an Escoffier book, you know, looking at Escoffier this and Escoffier that, and going back and where's the sauce, and you know, the Bible, our Bible, right? And you're talking to them and saying, we got to find this, we got to find that, because that was part of the evaluation.
Sure.
Was right out of Escoffier, and I'm just sitting there listening and just soaking this all in, you know. And I'm very fortunate that I'm in the kitchen, and it's almost, I wish I could have a microphone that I could actually hear the conversations that are going on in there, because they're very, very in-depth and detailed and experiences. And I had a conversation about, you know, Mangalista pigs and how much fat they have on their back and what they feed them. You know, there's all this information just being flooded in that kitchen with all those master chefs in there.
I asked the group when I first arrived yesterday. There was the master chefs. I said, why are you here? What the hell are we doing this for? I could be trout fishing or tapping maple trees up north, you know? And they looked at me, and it took a while for everyone to think up an answer. What we ended up concluding was two things. That first of all, we love food. I dream of veal sweetbreads and lobster and foie gras, you know? I mean, we love food, we love craft, we love the architecture of it, but we love people. Even the toughest, meanest German chefs in there are like putty when it comes to the student, because we talked about it and we realized we love to mentor. We like to share ideas. And if you do it openly, you'll be shocked that the cook or the apprentice or a person off the street you're sharing that with will share something with you that you didn't know too. And it just goes on and on. But most of those guys in the lab coats, they look real stiff and mean. They're not getting a dime for this. We came here for free because we love it. And we all booked the flights. We came down or drove down, whatever, and then they got here and I said, "Why are you even doing this?" And it made them think.
Well, Chef, you know, I could talk all day with you, really. I mean,
could I go?
Well, not quite yet, because I have to thank you. Not just about the CMC stuff, but, you know, Chef, when you invited me into your home to go hunting with my son, he's 12 years old, and we'd go over to your house and we would hunt. And when we would come back, and you would have rabbit and pheasant for dinner for my son. And
venison.
And venison. He remembers those days of those beautiful meals with fondness, and it always makes me put a smile on my face when I see it, because you shared everything, not just your knowledge, but your time and your family and Katie and, you know, and everybody, you know. And so I just wanted to thank you, besides this interview, for everything else, because you're truly a special person, and to me especially. So I wanted to thank you for taking the time.
Chris.
And,
well, Chris, you've helped us build this program and brought this school to where it is today. And you have done more than any of the chefs here in that regard. We all depend on you for product, for how to operate our damn computers when we can't figure out the software. Or, I mean, you get in your car, you drive across the state to get us a trout, you know. I mean,
it's happened. It's happened.
So, Chris, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Chef. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and everybody give a hand for Chef Dan to helping out, and beautiful stories. And I knew you'd have a lot of good news to share us, Chef, your knowledge and everything. So thank you again, and we'll see you again tomorrow. You're going to be back, okay? We're going to go back to the action in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then we're going to transition to a Schoolcraft College promo video, talk about Schoolcraft College, and then we're going to transition into our new endeavor across the street, Nino Savaggio's, and I have the president here and family
czar, the family guy, the man Leo is here, and we'll have Leo come up and we'll talk a little bit about the collaboration between Schoolcraft College and Nino Savaggio's, and we have a couple video promos for that, and then we'll continue on with the rest of the coverage for today. Right now, if you're looking in the kitchen, you can see that the students and the candidates are starting to kind of wind down. Now, they do have some time yet today to finish up and get ready for tomorrow's presentation. Again, a very unique thing today is that they've had all day to prepare, which is not normally the case. Tomorrow morning, they're going to be responsible for the presentation. So let me turn this microphone down real quick here because we're getting a little feedback. And then we'll transition to a little promo on Schoolcraft College, and then we'll do the promo about Nino Savaggio. So right now you're watching the candidates doing some fine Garde Manger work. Now, a lot of this products are already baked off. So I've seen, well, the very first thing they did yesterday was they took every chicken I had in the cooler and took the skin off of it. And they skinned each chicken. They spread that chicken skin across, and they scraped all the fat off of it. And then they put it in the freezer and then they brought it out of the freezer, and then they stuffed them with the mousseline from the legs and thighs and put it in there. And those were baked off, and those are going to be on for tomorrow. So I went through a lot of chicken. There's going to be a lot of chicken on the menu tomorrow, along with all of the terrines and pâtés. I saw a lot of pâtés. I saw a lot of really delicate puff dough work, flowers and chimneys, and I could see them with the little paint brushes and to get those final touches for those presentations. So it's going to take them all day, and of course you just can't pull out a pâté and then cut it. It's got to sit. All those juices have to be reabsorbed into the meat. It's got to solidify, and actually when they cut them tomorrow, there actually would be what we call gelée, or jelly, that is formed on the inside of it as well from the collagen and all the gelatin that was in the meat, and that is all part of the presentation as well. Well, that has to set overnight. Be like it's the same chemical as used to make Jello at home, and so that has to cool, obviously. And so a lot of them were doing an interesting technique where they were actually wrapping the terrines, the chicken terrines, in saran wrap. This is very common, and then when you roll the saran wrap, it creates a tight fit so that there's no air gaps. Well, a couple of them put those in the blast chiller, chilled them, pulled them out, took the plastic off of them, and then rolled them in cheesecloth. So it's going to be interesting for me to see, is it going to hold its shape, and what the methodology was in going from saran wrap to cheesecloth, because I really don't understand that process. I've never transferred it to a cheesecloth. Is it for about absorption? If they're going to cook it in a chicken stock, is that stock going to be able to get through the cheesecloth and actually flavor? That would make sense to me, the terrine, as opposed to the saran wrap, which is a barrier. And so I'm thinking that's the reason, the methodology. I see them going, yes, yes, yes. So again, cooking is flavor. And of course, part of the assessment is not just do they do it correctly, does it look nice, but they actually taste it and eat it. And that's where a lot of the score comes from. All the scoring is done behind scenes. None of us know what the scores are. It's kept behind scenes, and it's done purposely so that the candidates are kept neutral. They don't know, and so nobody can say, well, this guy got this and that guy got that. Doesn't happen. It's all behind closed doors, and that's going to happen again tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow, after they perform their dishes for the judges for evaluation, they're going to get their international basket, and I have each one of their baskets right here in detail, and this would include all the specialty items that are going to be offered to them in their baskets. And that'll be at noon tomorrow. So when Chef Kevin's on the air tomorrow, in the morning, he'll be doing the presentation of the plated items that they're making today, and then transitioning into the mystery basket for tomorrow. And we'll have that on video so you can see exactly what the ingredients look like. And then 12 o'clock, we're going to start with the next round of international cuisine. See Chef Gio there doing some nice. Anybody notice all the fine knife work that's going on right now? I mean,
when they filleted out, did anybody see them filleting out those fluke yesterday? So efficient. The fluke, they had those large 6-pound fluke yesterday, and they had these knives. They must have spent all night sharpening them like razor blades, and they followed that seam, just one motion. One motion. Of course, they took where the head is. That's an angle cut, so you get all the fillet. If you cut it straight, you miss part of it. So they angle cut it around the gill, and then little twist with that flexible knife, and then one motion, the whole fillet came off. Just done. The other side, little bit, and then all one motion. I even had one candidate take a spoon and scrape anything that he missed off of it, and the spoon barely had any flesh on it. That's how tight to the bone. So they were careful not even to waste that little bit. Of course, when the judges see the bones, they say, well, there's no flesh on this. Well, of course, he scooped it all off. I'm sure they noticed that. So I think right now would be a good time to do a Schoolcraft College promo video, and then we'll follow up with a little more action, and then we'll have Leo come on up, and we'll do an interview with Mr. Salvaggio over there and talk about Nino. So let's do that Schoolcraft promo right now.
I did it my way.
Look who I found. You were just working over at the new store over there.
Absolutely. We're so excited. We're in the final phase of opening this store. We're going to open it on Wednesday. And,
so that'd be Wednesday the 10th or
Wednesday
11th.
The 11th. We have a 9:30 ribbon cutting, and
I'll be there.
Right.
I'll be there.
We're going to open to the public at 10 o'clock, and we're so excited to be part of Schoolcraft College. It's this incredible campus. I grew up in Grosse Pointe on the other side of town, and I had never been out here this much. And the community is incredible. The campus is awesome. The school, the students. I mean, we are just really taken back by all the affection to us and wanting us to be here and help you teach the young chefs of tomorrow.
And I just interviewed Chef Dan Hugler, and you were here for that. And
yes.
And these collaborations, whether it's with a master chef or whether it's with businesses like yourself, this is how we transfer knowledge to students and how we make the future students into professionals. And,
absolutely.
And you're going to be playing a very important part of that. And we have a beautiful promo video we're going to do in a few minutes about the collaboration. But I wanted to talk about how it even evolved. We were sitting having lunch together in the restaurant.
Yep.
And you had this idea, and maybe you can expand about what your thought was in that, and how this whole thing started.
Well, I met Glenn, the president of the college. Incredible guy. You guys are really lucky to have him. We sat, we talked about the collaboration with the school and us, and how we could help the students and the chefs actually take their knowledge and apply it in a functioning business to where everybody benefits. The students learn more. We knew that we needed to up our game because of the culinary, what's going on in the future, prepared foods. This is becoming a huge aspect of our business. I mean, 20 years ago, we weren't even cooking anything. Now we're got industrial kitchens. Now we're producing our own soups from scratch. The students here are going to be able to come and learn from us and watch what's going on and utilize their tools from you. But we knew that we needed to up our game in the prepared foods.
And one of the things we always tell the students, you're in culinary school and you're learning from a chef, and you're in class and you learn how to do one dish and you know how to do it well and you know how it should taste, and the next day you do something different. But you have to do more than that. You have to actually be in the industry at the same time.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't win in this business by just being a student. You win by being a student and going out and learning on the job. And so we always encourage them, and that's where places like yours and for you, the students can walk out of class and just walk right across the parking lot when we can see it from here.
Right,
it's
right
right
through the
there.
window,
It's
right
beautiful.
there. I mean,
you got the lights on. And
a year
everything
ago,
now.
it was concrete.
It was concrete. And do you remember right after that day, Glenn, the president of the college, said, we've got this parking lot, and we want you to do it. And then and you said,
when I met with Glenn, we walked around, and he says, hey, I want you to come over here on this side of this on the campus, and I want you to, maybe build a Nino's. What do you think? And then we can have the students help us, and we can collaborate and educate not only students of culinary, but the accounting, audio visual,
and marketing too.
Yes, the students to make video. The whole thing was so exciting. So I'm walking with Glenn, and we're on the other side. I says, Glenn, I thought about it. I went home. I came back a day later. I sat out in the parking lot in my car, and I said, oh my God. I says, we got to be right here, right on the other side. I mean, the jewel of Schoolcraft is the Vista Tech Center. The Jeffries is right next door. I said, the students can walk right out and walk right over to the store. And, even if they're cooking something, we've got everything they need. The collaboration with the students and the cafe to help us grow this concept. We knew we needed Schoolcraft. I was so excited when Glenn came to me, and I said, Glenn, I think it's got to be on this side.
And because originally it was all the way on the
other side of campus.
And
I said,
and then you're walking the next morning. You're walking around campus. The people are saying,
he's
walking
at me
around campus. What's going on? Then you stopped over here.
Yeah.
And then you came and you grabbed Chef Gabriel and myself, and you said, guys, we got to go for a walk.
What do you think?
And then we walked over right to that
over
parking
there,
lot.
and he says, absolutely. I mean, right across. I just cannot. I still can't believe. I mean, this is our 5th store. We build 50,000 square foot buildings, and this is our crown jewel. It's the most in-depth market that we've ever built. It's got more bells and whistles. It's got a cafe. I would love to be in the restaurant business. It's my passion, and I wanted to build a restaurant right there, but we kind of toned it down to a beautiful cafe in the center of the building. So, a lot of cool things. I'm excited about the students who are going to come walking around, and we have classes that are going to take place in the building.
Correct. Yep. Is my class being one of them, and the wine tasting classes, and
yep.
And not only culinary, but the marketing division, supply chain management are all doing
all of it.
collaboration.
We're going to teach. We're going to take some students to conferences down in New York where we go to our food show. I mean, there's so many things that we as a company now do, and has changed. I mean, my business has changed from 10, 20. I mean, it's ridiculous how fast this business changes. And even, COVID really threw us for a loop. So how much this business has changed to where we're at today is incredible. My father, God bless him, he died in 2003. My family's been in the produce business since probably the turn of the century, 1900. My grandfather came from Sicily, sold his horse and wagon, brought the whole family to the country. They came through Ellis Island. They came here to work for Ford, and that lasted a hot 10 days.
Then they said, this isn't for us.
They said, this is not for us. So they went back, they got a truck, and we went down to the Eastern Market and started peddling produce. So lo and behold, it evolved into Nino Salvaggio's. We started on Common and Groesbeck at Nino and Ray's, and then it went to Nino's on Harper, and then it went we've been doing this. It's just in our blood. I've been doing this for 56 years. I've been working for my dad for about 50 of them. So
you started when you were 6? Is that what you're telling me?
Absolutely. Running down, chasing them at the Eastern Market, chasing them through the terminal, buying produce. It's just, I have been very fortunate that I have a job that is not a job. It's a passion. I get to get up in the morning, come to work, and enjoy. I see all my smiling faces of my employees and my associates. And my father was so he says, listen, son, I learned from the buggy boy. I learned from everybody. I listen, I take in the knowledge, and I move. So we lost him in 2003, and my sister and I have been progressing this business ever since. It's a family operation. We got 6 children. She's got 3, I got 3, and they're all working in the family. My son's in college in Miami right now. My nephew Joseph just graduated from Michigan State. He works with us. We're running about 1,800 associates over there, and the future is pretty cool. And cannot tell you how excited I am to be here at Schoolcraft College.
Well, we're going to see a video here that you and I had produced much earlier, probably about a year ago now, about how the collaboration would work, and then we'll follow up. And I want to talk a little bit more about the family, your dad, and then the transition to what we're doing here at Schoolcraft. So let's go look at that promo video for the collaboration effort between Schoolcraft College and Nino Salvaggio's.
Something is changing the educational landscape, and it's happening at Schoolcraft College. A vision of collaboration between Nino Salvaggio and Schoolcraft.
Collaboration with the students from Vista Tech Center, being able to walk right over across the driveway to get to work.
It's just like going to another
participate,
kitchen.
Right.
A partnership that will change how community colleges can benefit from relationships with local businesses.
We're very excited for this new opportunity and new phase of our life with Nino's. We're very fortunate now to be able to pull from your students who have a background and who have a flair for the culinary.
Right.
And for them to be able to come to Nino's and see how their work, what they're doing, transitions to the customer.
Mm-hmm.
With you having the mindset to bring us together is never been done. It's something very exciting. There are so many aspects of this business that people don't really understand how deep it is. And we're gonna help the students, and we're gonna make the students grow and understand exactly what they're getting into. It's part of ordering, managing people, human resources, what paper products do we use? So these are all things that these students will learn, and we're very fortunate to be able to teach them and also learn from them.
What I'm really excited about is that our students will be able to get real-world opportunities to learn from leaders at Nino Salvaggio's. So if you're looking at a Business 101 course, our students will be able to learn about buying patterns, what it takes to run a grocery store from start to finish. In terms of our marketing students will get to learn about different strategies that it takes to get consumers in the door. We'll be able to look at loyalty programs and reward programs, and it's exciting because our students will be able to come up with these opportunities that will get our community members to come back to campus.
I am looking so forward to collaborating with Nino Salvaggio's and our supply chain management program here at Schoolcraft College. This organization ties in directly to our courses for our students to study operations, logistics, purchasing, procurement. We're going to be able to work with the people here to have guest speakers, site visits, do some live case studies, and you can't get any better than having a live case study from an organization such as Nino Salvaggio's.
So for my classes, I teach wine and spirits in the culinary department, so this is going to be a great opportunity for me to take the students into a location where they can get real-world experience, picking out bottles, seeing how things are organized, and really better understanding the world of wine from a purchasing perspective. So this will be an opportunity for them to kind of pick out the things that we'll be tasting in class.
The collaboration with Nino Salvaggio's International Market will be an amazing experience for our students. As the International Cuisines instructor here at Schoolcraft College, we have the opportunity to bring our students into the marketplace where they can see the produce, the ingredients, and the activity of the market day in and day out.
You can walk down at Nino's, this whole store. You can walk down the oil aisle, you can walk down the grain aisle, you can walk down the vinegar aisle, and you can choose from 30 or 40 different varieties to match your intention. What a great learning opportunity for students. You would never have that opportunity unless we were able to walk into the store and have the availability of Nino's right there at our fingertips, right across in the parking lot from class.
We're able to select the foods that they want to cook with for that week's menu, be able to have tastings, and other educational opportunities will enhance the students' learning experience here at Schoolcraft.
We're so excited about the Nino Salvaggio partnership with Schoolcraft College. Our students are going to be able to get their experience not only in the classroom, but in an operation that's over $200 million. How do you sell goods and services to your customers? And to make sure not only culinary is involved, but our supply chain programs, our business, our social media programming, all that is going to be exceptional for our students. We are so excited.
Nino Salvaggio and Schoolcraft College, a partnership in education and innovation.
Can you believe it's been a year since we made that? And look at
unbelievable.
And did you see at the beginning when they flew the drone over? It was all dirt, and there's a finished building. I'm looking right at it over there. Lights are on, and you got all the. I like it says Nino Salvaggio's at Schoolcraft College. Isn't that something?
It's incredible. To think back, we built our 4-store in Bloomfield, 2017, cost $16 million.
Oh, I don't want to know how much this one cost.
This one here,
let's just say it's more than that.
It's a lot more than that.
Okay.
But just the times are changing, and what's going on with these buildings and the grocery chains are upping their game. They're getting better and they're getting better. And we're very fortunate to be right here. This is my father always wanted to be on Haggerty. I don't know what it was. It was destined.
Oh, really? Because back when he was in, this was a dirt road.
Right. I mean, he was out here. Haggerty, Leo Haggerty's the future. He'd say. I'm telling you that side of town. This is the second busiest corner in Michigan.
It is. Yeah. Statistically, it is.
Unreal.
Yep.
Plymouth, Canton. I mean, where you're pulling from? Northville. The students here. I mean, the opportunity at Schoolcraft's incredible. If I was young enough and I would definitely love to come and be a chef. I would love to go to school.
You can come be a student. would you put a student uniform? Would you behave? Would you behave in class?
It would be rough.
It would be rough.
I'm the kind of guy who used to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and going downtown. So
that reminds me. Remember, we part of the collaboration is that I have the purchasing class come down at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we meet down at the produce terminal, and we see all the products that come in from Florida and California and flown in from South America, and you give us we're
very fortunate to have the Detroit Produce Terminal because it's the second, the way the world rolls in the produce industry, it goes New York, Hunts Point, Chicago, LA, Detroit. We're kind of in the middle. We're very fortunate that we've been in the produce business a long time here in the city. I mean, Jimmy Hoffa, Teamsters,
he was Teamsters.
Where'd they start? Right there at the produce terminal.
Right there.
So, the collaboration with the school is something that's very close to my heart. I'm so excited to be able to work with all these young students and get an education myself, like I keep saying, but to have the students come over and be able to work in a field that they're going to school in. And like I said to you before, maybe I don't want to be a chef. Maybe I don't know, this is crazy. Maybe it's too much for me, but they'll get that opportunity to find out.
What they and a lot of them, it surprises me. A lot of the students will start out, I'm just doing baking classes,
right?
And then they stay for hot food because it was more what they want to do, or I'm going to take this ice carving class because it's an elective and I need it, and then they become professional ice carvers. You never know what's going to happen.
What about your brewing program?
The brewing program, yeah.
I mean, it's an incredible program.
Well, while we're talking here, Leo, look at these guys working in the kitchen.
I'm so jealous.
Look at them go. We've got It for me, when I see this, look at the students collaborating with the chef there. Yes, chef, no, chef. She's tasting food for him, and he's trying to get feedback from her. Does it taste right? I mean,
And what kind of little hacks is she learning from him?
well,
You know, a little.
well, I was watching this candidate in particular because he's closest to the window for what I'm doing, because I'm responsible behind the scenes. Everything that goes on, I got to keep an eye on, and so I spend a lot of time in that corner because I can see everybody, and I watch his techniques. And right now he's doing a puree there, and the chef is watching him, and the chef is saying, "Well, you need me to taste it or anything?" And it looks like they're having a little collaboration there.
For someone like me who's very ignorant on all what's going on and all this, I've never had the opportunity to see this before.
Yeah, it's these kitchens, you can walk down and stand in the hallway. Anybody's invited.
absolutely.
If you're local here and you want to drive to Schoolcraft College and be here at 6:30 in the morning tomorrow.
Right, I'm up.
I know you are. Of course, you
So
don't have
how
to.
many students did you have?
Well, we have multiple students that are commis for the chefs, and in fact, all of my competition teams, all the members of our teams are there, and so I believe there's 14 or 15 of them, and they kind of rotate, and they all get an experience with it. And today we actually had a midday switchover, so because they had an 8-hour day, those students left, and then the new group came in because of the way that this part of the test is structured. It goes for a 12-hour period, and so. Right now we're getting near the end. You can see that there's not a lot of activity going on right now, and it's basically a good sign. That means that they're ready to go. They're got their pâtés, which they cooked off earlier today.
Yeah, I
cooling.
heard you talking about this the cheesecloth.
Yep, the cheesecloth technique. Yep, for absorption of flavor, and I think they're just doing a few things because it's so calm in there. But tomorrow morning it won't be calm. I mean, if you want to see some action, everybody out there in attendance or listening via your computer or hand-held phone, tomorrow morning at 6:30, you'll want to tune in because it's going to be a much different look inside that kitchen. It is going to be fast and furious because they have a window they have to meet. And typically a window, that's when they have to have it completed by. If they don't make their window, they're deducted severely. It hurts their score tremendously, and so they have to hit that window. In order to hit that window, they have to be ready, and they have to get it done right at the end. They push and push because if I do this little bit more, I can squeeze that in. They always try and do a little bit more, and then sometimes they get in trouble and they don't realize it, and time passes by, and then they've got to get it out in time, and so it's going to be a mad fury tomorrow. But I think they're going to do well. I haven't seen anything today that made me worry.
Well, I've seen a lot of really nice skills up there.
Well,
watching
you're
cutting,
seeing it right
like you
there.
were saying.
Yep, and I learn a lot too. I watched them. I've never seen people take a fresh passion fruit and get the puree out. And I figured, well, you would just take it and cut it in half and open it up and scoop it out.
Right.
None of them did that. And what they did is they just cut the top off.
Really?
Without cutting into the flesh, and then they scooped it out
from the little
from
top.
the top. They
Wow.
scooped it out, and
I would have cut them in half like you would.
And I'm going, why would they do that? And then they said, well, because if we cut it through, you cut through the seeds and you cut through, and you get bitterness into the final puree. And I didn't think about that. It's kind of like the same reason why you don't cut a pomegranate in half, right?
Right.
You get juice all over the place, right? And so I learned a lot. I learned just as much as they learn when they get done with this exam. And Chef Dan Hugler said best. They're learning now too. You just can't say I'm going to do this test and practice it and do it exactly the same way. You get into that kitchen and you start cooking, things change, and that's why you really can't practice for the MasterChef exam. It has to be. Something happens and you got to make the right move. You got to know. It's like when you're a basketball player and you're not guarding the baseline, you go use the baseline because that opportunity was there. Same thing in the kitchen. They have an opportunity to do something. Let's get a close-up here. Let's look at this finish work here. We can get a little closer. One of the things that we have in always pouring, this is interesting. Right now, you see those little holes cut on top there?
Yes.
Okay. So originally they put those holes in there because steam, look at that work. Steam is the enemy of puff dough.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, and so you want the steam to get away from your puff dough so that you get a brown color, because anything that steams can only get to 212.
Okay.
That will not brown until it hits 325, and so if there's steam in your way inside, it'll never brown. So he actually removed the chimneys that were on there. What he was doing there was he's when you cook that pate, Leo, the meat will shrink because there's water. And so it'd be like, when you at home cooking a hamburger, you got a nice big, and then, you got that.
Right.
Same thing happens inside that puff dough. So they have to fill that gap. Otherwise, it'll fall apart. So they fill the gap by adding gelatin and pouring it into the top. Same gelatin that's used in Jell-O. So they heat up the gelatin, which is flavored with the veal or beef or chicken or whatever it is, and then they pour it in there hot, just like you saw there, and they fill it right up to the top, and then they put it in the fridge, so that tomorrow when they pull it out, that jelly will seize up, and when they cut it, it'll be all one piece. It won't fall apart, and any gaps will be covered with that jelly, and so it keeps it, and plus it adds flavor because that is flavored. And so sometimes the chef will actually season that gelatin too, and that's how they incorporate the salt, because you can't really salt it after it's done, right? And so they incorporate that. So that was actually a very good teaching moment right there that we just had, what's going on in the kitchens right now. That's like a 10-second window of a 5-hour project that we just saw. We just happened to catch it just right. So of course tomorrow he's hoping that every little gap that's inside that you can't see will get filled. And then tomorrow, when he slices it, it'll be one nice piece, have nice flavor. And so these are the kinds of things they're doing right now. They're just getting things finally prepared, and then in the fridge, so that tomorrow they'll be able to slice it. There's a lot of gastronomy going on here too.
Yeah. So what's going on tomorrow?
So tomorrow they're going to take these products that they've been working on all day, and they're going to present them in a format like you would do a buffet or a banquet. You ever go to and then they have all these pâtés all spread out on a platter for you, and so they're taking all of their projects and they're going to be displaying them tomorrow for the judges to taste and evaluate. And of course the goal is to have it look good and also taste good and meet their window. And then
Are the students coming in to taste any of this?
No, the students don't taste. All the master chefs are flown in, and the master chefs do the evaluation of the score. And so, when they say it's a test, it's a lot of people say, well, it's a certified chef exam. It's a competition. It's not really a competition,
right?
Because a competition implies that you're competing against somebody. You're not competing against anybody. You're performing, in this case, charcuterie work that will be evaluated to meet a competency level, that you have actually met the master chef level. And so if there is any competition, it's yourself, the actual person that's there taking the exam.
Correct.
And so we choose always to use the term evaluation when we talk about the master chef exams, that they're an evaluation. And that's what they will do tomorrow. The master chefs will evaluate the product. And as soon as they're done evaluating it, there's a small gap of time, but then boom, they get their next mystery basket.
Right.
And then they get
How many baskets do they get in this?
Well, they have different baskets. So the first day they had the vegetarian basket, or what we call a plant-based project. And then they did that. That was a one day. So they got it in the morning, and then they presented it in the afternoon.
Oh, beautiful.
Then they received this basket, which I can go backwards here and tell you what was in there. But that product was given to them that afternoon, and then they started working on what they were going to do. And that's when they would grab all the chickens and take the skin off and pound it out, and they started their work on their galantines and ballantines. And then they continued that work all day today. So there was no basket today. And then tomorrow they will present. But then when they're done presenting, there's a short gap, and then at 12 o'clock they get their next basket, which is international cuisine.
Okay.
And then they have international that day, and then the very next day they have they have a market basket, and then they have classical. So there's actually 5 tests that are going to happen, and all of them have their challenges. For example, the classical basket that they get is right out of Escoffier, which is Escoffier was a famous chef, and he has what we call the Bible of everything that was developed under his tutelage, and it's this thick.
Wow.
And when they say you're going to be making this classic dish, let's say it's a consommé, and that consommé must have beef shank, chicken thigh, tapioca pearls, be clarified with clear meat made out of this kind of garnish, brunoise of carrots, onions, celery. Sometimes they add noodles to it. Sometimes they put ravioli in it. Sometimes it could be potatoes in the shapes of olives.
Right.
You know, but whatever it says in the book, they have to duplicate it. There's no variance with classical.
Well, I'm blown away by all this. I mean, I'm such in depth in the produce and the fruits and vegetables and the potatoes and the onions and all that stuff. I wish I had the knowledge that you had to go along with the flavors that I know of these vegetables and fruits. And it's just incredible to watch you guys turn a beautiful piece of protein and a beautiful vegetable into what you guys create. It's incredible.
And these are the most talented chefs in the country. I mean, they've been practicing for years at their craft. I mean, you know, you talk about how does a chef get to this level? Well, they started probably as dishwashers.
Right.
I mean,
and they progressed and honed their skills.
And then they became certified. It became, you know, certified culinarians, certified sous chefs. Then they became a certified executive chef.
So how long would you think their talent has been? They've been doing this to get to this point.
Well, it varies, but typically it takes you about 10 to 15 years to be an executive chef, and then another 10 years to prepare for the Master Chef exam.
25 years.
It can be as that long, but some that are really talented can do it in less. And the one thing about the Master Chef exam, to prove it's a learning experience and an evaluation, you know, the pass rate's only about 40%.
Wow.
And so, well, what happens to the other 60%? Well, they take the knowledge that they've learned, what they did right and what they did wrong, and then they come back again and get reevaluated. And that happens quite often, that a candidate will not pass a certain segment and have to do it again, but they allow them to redo them until they get to a level that meets the competency of a certified master chef based on master chefs evaluating them. That's the unique thing, is they're being evaluated by other master chefs.
Correct.
And Chef Dan Hugler, who's one of our former faculty members and a master chef, they just come in just because. They're just here because they want,
right?
You know, they all fly in and they all, you know, they're donating their time for their craft, and that's really cool. I think, you know, it shows you
giving back,
giving back
to their yes, absolutely.
And you know, you're watching these candidates right now. You know, they look like master chef. To me, they all look like they're at that level. You know, I hope all of them can pass every single segment and move on and continue on with the final phases of it. But
now this doesn't happen every year.
No. Since 2017, it happened 2017, 2019, so about every other year. And it takes that long for the candidates to prepare themselves.
Absolutely. I saw you had a break for 5 years, I think.
Yeah, there was a larger break there. COVID was in the middle of that. Thanks a lot, COVID. You know,
yeah.
So, but now we're back, and just to show you how we've turned the corner, we're doing another MasterChef exam planned in October. It won't be here at Schoolcraft, but it'll be the same format. And actually, we have somebody in the audience here that's going to be down at the Culinary Institute, right? In October, you're going to be hosting, right? Yeah, you're going to be hosting, right? And you're going to be able to duplicate everything here at Schoolcraft. I gave him a video with all the directions, so he's good to go. You can refer to your key fob there, and you're in good shape. So that just shows you that, you know, what we're doing is not only do we have the CMC candidates here, but we also have people coming in we call assessment people.
Yes.
They want to take it, but they want to make sure they're ready. And so the assessment program actually has created a pool of people now that are ready. And so we're preparing them. So it's not quite as, because if you were just to go and do it, it becomes intimidating.
Yes.
And so with
very overwhelming.
Yeah, with the apprentice, with the people coming in to get appraised and evaluated, they can kind of take it slow, and they can make mistakes, and they can see the other chefs working, and they can understand how the process works, and have a dialogue with the master chefs and understand that they're here, like Chef Dan was explaining, they're here to pass their craft on, and they just want to make sure you're at a level
you can handle it,
that you can do it right. And it's something that it's more than learning. It's more than memorizing a recipe. It's the ability to communicate with the sous chef. It's the ability to handle something goes wrong, or, you know, this doesn't quite taste right. The recipe says use a 1/4 teaspoon of salt, but it doesn't taste right. I got to change this. It's something's not right. So you add a little more vinegar, you add a little more seasoning, you put a little espelette in there, you put a little, or it's too salty, I got to add a little more cream. All those little adjustments that make the difference. That doesn't come from a recipe. That comes from experience. And these 3 candidates we have, I've seen them just turn things around. I have one of the candidates that's doing fluted mushrooms, for example. And he goes into the cooler. And of course, a fluted mushroom, they take a knife and they take the mushroom and they do this intricate cut into each little space of the mushroom. Well, you need a mushroom the size of a $50 to do that.
Yes.
Actually,
we call them $50.
Yeah, there you go. and they're from the produce business, right?
Right.
And the mushrooms that we had are spec'd out as button mushrooms for the test. So that's not really available to them. And you can't do a fluted mushroom on a button.
No.
So I told him, I said, Chef, we don't have larger mushrooms. He goes, well, show me what you got. So I went in the cooler and I got the Nuccio 5-pound box out. Right?
There you go.
Right?
Right.
You sell those, right? You use those at all?
Yep.
Okay. So we brought them out and I dumped the box on a sheet tray and I gave him the whole sheet tray. I said, Chef,
this is what we got.
This is what we have. So he goes, okay, you can take the rest back. So see, stuff like that, that just doesn't, in a recipe, he had to ask for it, which was not on the list.
Had to improvise on it.
Improvise, and then he found something that he could work with, right?
Yep.
And that's just one item of probably 100 that they have to worry about.
And the detail's incredible.
Yeah, and as you're looking at this, there's a reminder that they're doing all this work on a timer. Like, they don't have all day to right? They've got a finite time to produce and all these products, and you can't just stand around. Like, he couldn't wait for those mushrooms. I'm glad I'm able to do all the behind the scenes stuff where I can supply them, right? And so they were asking for another example. One of them wanted to have a special kind of paste for tomorrow's mystery basket, and it's a yellow pepper paste, and it's from South America and Amarillo, but it's not on the list. So we accommodated that, right? Because they want to do more than just the recipe. They want to do more.
I'm curious, what did you accommodate it with?
We actually had some of it on hand.
Oh, beautiful.
So because we teach international cuisine here, so what they're preparing is a Caribbean type dish, and so we were able to have it available. So it's really a special thing that's going on in that kitchen. And as I told everybody earlier, I'm so over the moon. You sit in there and you just listen and watch, and you hear the knife cutting, and it's better than television.
I was back there. I watched it. I'm so engulfed in it. I love watching these chefs work, and I love watching obviously the Food Channel, and I love watching all these chefs square off and do this, and to get to watch chefs really do it, and really watch them instead of TV. It's something else to watch the hard work that goes into this and the passion alone.
Well, I gave up watching food shows on television. I gave up. I just can't deal it.
Kind of like your job, right?
Can't do it. The way they edit, and it seems so scripted that I just can't do it. And
right.
I apologize to all the Food Network programmers out there. I'm sorry, but it's hard. It's hard for me. Well, Leo, I appreciate your time. We're going to go back to some footage. We're going to have the unedited live broadcast of the candidates here for the next 15 minutes, and then I'll come back and we'll close for tonight. But thank you for visiting with us and
thank
talking
you for
about
having
the store.
me. So excited.
And I love how excited you are about watching the candidates and everything that's going on. I'm glad we were able to see some of the finer detail stuff as well. And
it's like you. It's what I do. You teach them how to cook. I provide the tools and the food for them to cook.
Yep.
It's fun. It's fun to watch the stuff we buy turn into a beautiful gourmet dinner. And the CMCs are incredible. You guys are off the chain. I'm so jealous. I would love to be one. I know the schooling that goes into this. It's how much you learn from everybody else by watching and paying attention. That's how I did it.
Yep. And yeah, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take. Well, wait a
Look at
minute.
that.
We're going to have to wait a minute here. Let's see.
Oh,
Can you
that's
get a close up? You can actually see the jelly on top. It's still liquid. He was just shaking it, and he's shaking it because you want it to fill every little crack. Oh, and he's looking at
look at that.
Do you see how it's still liquid? You can see it. See it
Yep,
move.
see
it
that?
move. It's still warm. Of course, the protein in there is hot too because it came out of the oven. So now he's put it in the fridge to set overnight.
See?
He's sliding it right in there, and you fill it right to the top,
Now,
and you do
Chef,
that little
because
shake.
I don't know what color will that. What I don't know what will
It'll
that,
be it's made kind of like a consomme. It'll be
Yeah.
clear, but it'll be amber. We like to use the word amber in color.
So when you cut that, it's going to have the beautiful dough around it, the crust, and it's going to have that beautiful amber hue.
The
in the center.
amber, and then the protein in the center, which will have, a lot of them use pistachios.
Mhm.
And if you were watching broadcast earlier, it's explained that you take a raw pistachio, it's dried but not salted, and you put it in boiling, simmering water, and then you scrape that outside husk off. The boiling of that pistachio turns it this bright, beautiful green color.
Really?
Not the ugly green color when they're dry. And they incorporate that into their force meats that are inside there. So when they
Really?
cut, some use dried cherries as well.
Yes.
And so for flavor and also the aesthetics of it, when you cut into that, you're going to have that amber jelly. You're going to have these beautiful green pistachios in there. You're going to have dried cherries, dried apricots. So you get that golden color of.
And it's important because it's also a piece of. It's almost like a piece of art too when you want to cut it.
Yeah, and aesthetics has a lot to do
Yeah,
with it.
absolutely.
Yep. Especially the purpose of this is for banquets, for buffets, and that's what you're looking for. You got the beautiful ice carving, and you got these beautiful charcuterie products laying out, and yeah, that's all part of the presentation. So, and it provides flavor as well. The apricots are sweet, and they have that umami to them. So do the cherries. The pistachios add color and change the texture of it, so it's not just all soft. You got this, you got a little crunch in it here, and you got a little soft over
God,
here.
I'm a little hungry. Can we try one?
Yeah. And then, of course, tomorrow they're going to make all the accompanying sauces. I'm sure it's going to be more complex than a Cumberland sauce, but that's very popular. A blackcurrant jelly sauce is very common with that. Yeah, so exciting stuff. So we're going to cut to this, Leo, and there's some lamb casings going on there. That's the other thing is they were making sausages from scratch.
I've done it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So
I put the casing on the machine.
Well, they have to do it by hand.
Oh,
so
that's a whole different story.
they're with a pastry bag.
Oh, that's
making
even harder.
Making sausages. That's what level these guys. No machines for these guys.
It's like my grandma back in the day.
That's right. Yeah. So let's cut to the uninterrupted broadcast for about 15 minutes. Leo, thank you for your time. Appreciate
Chef,
it.
thank you
and
so
I'll be
much
there
for
Wednesday,
having me.
Wednesday
Guys,
for the
I
ribbon
appreciate
cutting.
you so much. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Excited to see you, and I'm going to be excited to hang out and watch the rest of this cooking.
And you're a good interviewee.
I try.
You did great.
I've
man.
never done
You were
this.
a little-
I've
I
never
know,
done
you're-
this before, but thank you.
You were a little nervous, but you did great.
I was.
All right. All right. Let's go. Let's go
Thank
watch.
you.
Yep. You're welcome. Let's go to uninterrupted, and there they go.
That's when he was the president. And so he said, tell me your vision. I named off some stuff. I never believed that culinary it was all of that. I'm talking about like you're not, I'm not going down there and do the French toast sticks. CEPD can have its own world, but we should always have a voice in making it work. And professionalism of food is a little bit suspect in conversation. That should adjust itself as they do it. Is Yoko still in here? Yeah. Okay. You want me to set it up?
still rookie? Oh no, every time I go, 11 years. Oh wow. 14. 34 years. And the funny of it, I have my business too. Don't even ask me how. So what are you doing now? Oh, I'm stuck in this and here, Golden Cove, I did Art After, Coffee and Society, my wife and I were both out, so, taking care of each other. We get on the boat in the church. So actually, I flew into Savannah. And I have a daughter, she's named there. We're all doing great. Pretty strong. And he's worked at it real hard. I used to have the one of a kind. I'll let you go. I know you're busy there. Good to see you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Always welcome. Those are all these things happening back there. And now I just remember it's fascinating
James here tomorrow? Yeah, he's here tomorrow. He's evaluating tomorrow. No, he might be on the floor tomorrow. He's at work. I know he and I are tasting world mugs and whatnot. Good, man. Good. Yeah, when it was a lot of people around, we did a lot of things. Everyone all up on our walls. Those people here. That's right. Yeah. Make sure no one back here. It was like, oh goodness. Not because it's about me. It was wild. It was wild. It's big. Yeah, plus that, you got your parking. Our location was in Garde, and that was state with the podium. It was down there. All the way up. It was the first school after the restaurant. Okay. To the right there. Yeah. We were in there. We gotta roll down with coming through here. But it was very, very much different in that regard. Yeah. Oh yeah, 13 feet. Yes, you just kind of roll up in here. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. There's only like two more guys. 30 feet from that. Good stuff.
These are the first ones I did that were
Welcome back. We're getting ready to finish up today's broadcast. I have a couple of things I'd like to review with everybody listening about what's going to happen the rest of the day today after we sign off, what's going to happen again tomorrow morning, and not only with the candidates doing their presentation of their pâtés and terrines and such, but we also have 2 assessment candidates tomorrow that Chef Kevin will be tracking and that you'll be able to watch as well. But first, let's talk about the Master Chef's portion. So tomorrow morning, they're going to start in the kitchens. They're going to be staggered. So at 6:30, one will start. Next one starts at 7. The third one starts at 7:30, and they have a 2-hour window in order to present their final product. So the first window closes at 8:30. The second one's 9, and the last one is at 9:30. When that last presentation is done, that window closes. We'll then have a short break before they get their 12 o'clock basket for their next competency requirement, which is World Cuisine. But in addition to that, we have 2 assessment candidates that will be also on the clock tomorrow. And those assessment candidates start at 8:30, and they're going to start at the same time. Since they're not being evaluated with taste, I mean, the whole reason why we have half-hour blocks for the candidates is because during that half hour, the judges can do their tasting and do an evaluation before the next candidate's ready for presentation. But with the assessment, there really is not that format. They're there to learn, they're there to get feedback, and so they start at the same time and finish at the same time, and they're starting tomorrow morning at 8:30 and continuing on all the way through. Their presentation window closes at 2:30. Now, they're going to be doing a market basket, which is a different kind of format. The market basket is designed for them to we give them a basket of proteins and vegetables, but then they kind of take that basket and do what they wish with it. Okay, so it's not structured like a classical would be. And in their mystery basket tomorrow, they have a leg of lamb, they have a 5-pound whole duck, they have veal shanks, they have black rope mussels, they have an Arctic char, they have whole prawns head on, and then the vegetables will be curly spinach, spaghetti squash, rutabaga, listen to me, rutabaga, shallots, cabbage, russet potatoes, cara oranges, which are similar to blood oranges. There you have Fuji apples, fresh passion fruit, walnuts, quinoa, green lentils, creme fraiche, and maple syrup. And when they get this basket, they have to incorporate most of these ingredients. But in addition to this, they also can use all the par stock vegetables out of the cooler, which would include everything from haricot vert to carrots, onions, celery, potatoes, shallots, asparagus, and such. And so they have a little bit of a wiggle room there in that market basket. So there's going to be a lot of activity tomorrow. You're going to have the 3 candidates presenting their showpieces for the judges. At the same time, you're going to have the assessment for the people that are here to be assessed, the 2 candidates that are eventually going to be in this. This is their kind of way of practicing. They're going to be going on. And then at 12 o'clock, the CMC candidates will be getting their new basket and starting to work on that. And so it's going to be a full day tomorrow from 8:30 until it closes. And I think the closing timeline for tomorrow is they exit the kitchen at 6 p.m. 6:30 is the latest. So that's a full day tomorrow. So it's Sunday tomorrow. So you got sit back and relax and check in with us. And the great thing is that as with all YouTube videos, if you miss something, you just take that little scroll bar and you go backwards and you get to listen to it again. And so again, I'd like to thank everybody, all my people that came up for interviews today, the people behind the scenes, working the cameras and the production truck. Thank you so much, all of you, for allowing Schoolcraft to broadcast this. And for today, we're going to sign off. I wish everybody a wonderful night and aloha until tomorrow morning.